as we're so used to fans packing out this tournament, but this time around, no fans, just us, the technical teams, the players, and also just the securities. And so let's just look at the teams that will be participating in this tournament in 2020. 16 teams will be taking place, and of course, Umlilo and FC will be in contention, opening up proceedings. But Boko Haram, Sanitizers, B, The Rock, Cheese, Ndengeza FC are some of the teams that round off the first 8 fixtures, and Tsalanang FC, Amnandla, Ward 2 FC, Ward 10 FC is Tembiso, Kwara, Ambassadors, Amarondoli, as well as One Lion FC are the teams that also round off the 16 teams that will be taking part in the 2020 edition of this tournament. While on Thursday, there was a draw that took place. Let's just check it out and see how these teams were drawn.
Well, it has never been easy to organize this for the past 28 years. But you can put all the 28 years together, you won't match the difficulties that we are going to have for this year.
It's lockdown, it's pandemic, and now the tournament is not that equate. Whenever I think this is good for Gauteng and it's good for everyone.
Basically, when we started in the first year, we got knocked out in the first round. We came back to try again in the second year, and we got knocked out in the last 16. And last year we made it all the way to the semi-finals. So that has been a trend that the team is improving every time we get the opportunity to play these games.
We are promoting young boys so that they can go to PSL. Majority of the players who are playing in different teams. For example, Tembazwane. I was the coach for Tembazwane. Togo's Siende, Giftis Tole, Tiko Mujise. I can mention many of them. They are from Abarondoli, and Mrs. Villagas also was playing for Abarondoli. Our aim is to make sure that these boys are being scouted by PSL teams.
I'm certain we are going to get excited wherever last is obviously corner. We will still enjoy Amaphil's games. It will make us feel not grounded because these guys are prepared, and you can see these guys are even prepared to risk their life in making sure they become part of this exercise because it's their life. It's in their system, so they like this thing. So that's why they're doing so much compromises. But I can tell you, action-packed 9 days.
Well, it is Umlilo as well as FC who will be in contention, opening up proceedings here for the Phillies games. And as you can see, the teams are warming up and ready to get onto that pitch. Not a friendly pitch today, beautiful weather, but the pitch not so good. So it's going to be really exciting to see the kind of football that both of these teams will be playing today. I'm joined now by the coach of Umlilo, who is Utapelo Tlako. Coach, thank you so much for your time. Just tell me a bit about your team coming into today's proceedings.
Good day, everyone. It's not been an easy year for everyone. We didn't get that chance to prepare fully for these games, but we believe we have a good team, and then we are here to compete and not to just add number. Yes. And coach, of course, we know that many of the teams have been affected by COVID-19, and it's been difficult to assemble a team. But we're seeing a lot of familiar faces in your squad. So how difficult was it for you? When did you start training? In terms of preparing for this game, we didn't have enough time. But we have familiar faces there. If you see, we have a core of our team that played last year in this. And then we beefed up with youngsters that will really come in to add that energy. And then we hope they'll get the exposure here. And then hopefully in future, they will go far. Yes. And coach, also with some of your star players as well returning, the experience, how much is it going to be needed going into this year's tournament? In these games, we really need that experience. Without it, we'll be without a shape. So with our experienced players in the starting 11, we hope and know that they'll give us a shape, and then with them there, we'll be having a shape, and then will be easy to play our normal games. Even though the pitch, we are not that much familiar with this pitch, but we are players. We play everywhere. Hopefully, we'll adjust quicker, and then make it happen. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you. You're welcome.
That was coach of Umlilo FC, Thapelo Thako, just speaking about that his team has not really changed that much and that experience will be key for his team. Moving forward, I've got the coach of UFirst FC. Coach, thank you so much for your time. Just tell me a bit about your team coming into this tournament today. It is a festive game, so we know it's the end of the year, a bit of rusty legs, COVID-19, a lot has affected the teams. Tell us a bit about your team, please.
Okay, UFirst management, it started actually early this year, but last year we were using a different name, so this year we decided to change the name. It's UFirst FC, but the guys I've been working with the guys since 2 years, so we've been preparing before the tournament. I can say we've been playing friendlies, so we are more than prepared.
Coach, I don't know if you did a walkabout on the pitch, but the pitch is a bit bumpy today, not so friendly for football today. How much is it going to affect your game?
It's going to affect us a lot, but I can't complain a lot because most of the time we do play also on the gravel, so it won't be much a problem. Yes, we'll adjust.
And who are some of your key players who are going to play a very important role in today's fixture? Because obviously you want to start strong.
I can say, let me not mention names, but you'll see inside the field, I've got a lot of strong players, and most of them, they are been playing for professional teams, so you'll see them on the pitch.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck for your game.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was coach of UFirst FC, Ayanda Manana, and of course, Thapelo Thako, who is from Umlilo FC. Well, it is Umlilo FC as well as UFirst FC, who will be opening up proceedings here at the Ruby Ridge Stadium. But there is other fixtures for the day as this kickstarts now at 10 o'clock. But at 12, there's also another fixture, which is Boko Haram as well as Sanitizers. And at 2, there will be Amna B as well as the Rocks, who will be locking horns. And of course, Cheese will be locking horns with Ndengeza. They, of course, will be closing up proceedings for today. That kickoff is expected to take place at 4 p.m. today. All the action is here at the Ruby Ridge Stadium. The first 8 teams will be in contention today. And of course, tomorrow, other teams at a different stadium will also be in contention. Well, we are in for a very exciting day today. In commentary, we have Buidumelo Potwane, who will take us through the 90.
The 29th edition of the Phillies game kickoff today after weeks and weeks of uncertainty. But now we are coming live from you from Ruby Ridge Stadium. The first game of today will be Umlilo up against UFirst. The UFirst team, they're actually making their first appearance in this tournament. I can certainly tell you that there will be familiar faces that we know who will be featuring in this UFirst. As of Umlilo, yes indeed, we know there are the regulars in this tournament, and most definitely they are one of those teams that will be contesting for the finals based on the previous encounters as well as the participation in the tournament. Most definitely they are regulars in this tournament, and as you can see the players doing the walkabout, I can most definitely tell you that the pitch is not of good quality, but I can definitely tell you that the quality which will be displayed by these two teams will be of good quality. I am not by myself today. I am with a newbie, a rookie in this industry. I am talking about Teza Matebula. Welcome to the festive games.
How are you, sir? I mean, it's a great honor. It's such a great honor to be here, part of these Phillies games. Such an extraordinary feeling as well. You can tell the goalkeeper, Roy, just walking about. He's been here. He knows what's expected of him in front of goals as well.
Ihlile yabona nitabatle ha ro sheba tournament ena itlisitse dibapadi tse ngata nka o tlela ka le thathamola dibapadi tse o sa tsila ka jeno di se di mathakwana ho yona PSL le NFT ka o tshwanang empa yabona ntwe ke tla o shwetsa yona ke hore ha di Phillies game di qala tjena ba tla o shwetsa Thembisa tla ka bongata o tlo di shebella empa wa tseba ka lebaka la leroborobo lena la COVID-19 ho ile wa nka qeto hore tournament ya selemong sena ho kekebe wa ba le batshietsi ka o tshwanang empa ntho ke tla o jwetsa yona ke hore o ya bona wena Hleza dihlopha tsena ka bobedi ntho ke tla o jwetsang e tla ba tsona di shibobo ba tla di botla di shi wa tseba ha ntse ba le hata ba le palama ba le pikitla ke ntho tse di tumeng ka tsona ba re dia bua kofili.
They are talking about the happy hour. It's going to come, definitely. It's going to be another experience for all these players.
O tsebe he hore bahlankana ba yona mane you first he ba bangata ba di bapadi ke ba tseba ba sikile ba matha di tournamenteng ka fapana Gauteng ke tla otlela ko jwetse hore o etsala eng ha ile Umlilo ke sehlopha sa mona ha ye Thembisa se tsona mo kophomolong jwanong he nka tjho kere they have the upper advantage based on they know the pitch and they know the surroundings around here, but as for you first it's gonna be a tricky encounter for them, not knowing what to expect.
Especially in the middle of the park, you can tell Balak, you can tell the two double terrible twins are going to actually play a significant role in terms of going forward and being effective.
Wila bana jwalo le motsotso wa khutso ka lebaka la COVID rentsha jwalo taba ya hore ha o le tjena re tla bana le motsotso wa khutso ka lebaka la bao ba seng ba re sile mme ha o le tjena wa bona he ba kapteni ka bobedi ha ba etsa lotho tjena wa tseba he hore ba tla tjho hore ba batla o tloa ba lebisitse kae weather is going to play a significant role and the wind speed also Hleza it's actually going to be crucial that these boys use the advantage.
They definitely will, especially when they get into the final third, especially when they get into the half, of course, of both these opponents. They'll use those abilities and stabilities, especially inside those influential areas.
Ehlile ha le tjena o tla hopola he hore jwalo ka batsietsi ba lesiko hwila o tla ba le batla ka molao a decision was taken that only the technical team as well as the security personnel will be allowed to be at the Rugby Ridge Stadium today.
It's such a great intuition when you get to look at it because it's for the safety of all the people.
Janong ha o bona dintho di eme tjena bahlankana ba se ba le malala otswe ba tseba hore ha o le tjena ha o tjha o tjhetjhe you are not supposed to fear, you are not supposed to be intimidated. Ba bang he wa tseba he Hleza ba di otlile ntho tsa bona tsa maobane tsa bosiu mme ha o le tjena ba tseba hore ke nako ya hore ba ke ba phethe mosebetsi.
Did they have enough rest? Did they get enough rest? Of course, they've passed a late fitness test. Is the one and only Saban.
We are one and Hleza match fitness will be key. The only question that everyone is asking themselves, did they get enough time to prepare for today's game?
It's going to be also a case of how they're going to approach it because you are talking about them being fully fit in terms of their mindset and mental capacity as well.
Jalo kam letsa phala a sheba sisupana ko sa hae ke a bona he hore intsabala jalo empa ya bona ha ile mkapteni wa tseba hore the hopes ya yona mane Umlilo rest with him.
When you know the no, you will know how to know because the no will let you know. Now that you know the no has made you know.
Ehlile ha le tjena bashanyana ha o tjha o tjhetjhe hobane ke a tseba o tla tja kgongo sale molora e le tjena ba se ba le malaotswe ya tshwepa maphepela ya rona mona ko the Phillies Games 2020 re tla ka otloloa Rugby Ridge Stadium ba bona ha le tjena you first ba retse jwalo Cheresi Eplo mi ha ile yona mane Umlilo ke Cheresi ba tlatsong ya para Cheresi etsetla batloa ho le letona balisa batloa borwa mme ha o le tjena ko bone fela jwalo mane ke yena mane kabelo ona rumela bolo mane pele a batla mane sabo empa sabotage e hlile ke mo hopola mhlankana wa sabotage ke re ke a sheba mano yena you first. I also see the likes of the Twin Simop and Simiso Bopela brothers. You'll recall them from Orlando Pirates MTC side.
They are such an influential factor because they're full of trajectory and pace, quick off the mark, so they'll have to be wary is Umlilo.
Utafela jalo mane ke sheba ikare kena makeba jalo nya bona mane rao nduli lena ka otswana utatla mar ake antse mahlo nameng because you know the Umlilo twins up front. I'm talking about Mpoko Bola. He's one of the players that Umlilo will be banking on him to be actually scoring those goals.
Plays, of course, right on the shoulders of the last line of defense. Is such a predator and a poacher as well.
Echwetula jalo mane mrao ke shebile kena daka empa ya bana mletsa phala wahana wa ipilaetsa ore you first le bapetsi yena mpho kobola hampi ke yena mane mkapteni wa bona ile ka chokare ya bona hali mpho kobola, one of the longest serving players sehlopheng sena sa yona Umlilo ehlile ekare ha sehlopha sena sa yona Umlilo sine sithewa bane ba le teng he bahlankana bana ke hopola hantle ene le ka sona selemo sa 2013 ha bona bahlankana bana bane ba fela ba tswa ba wotla mane tse robedi sa o qetela ehlile ene le ka selemo sa 2011 ha mane mokwetlisi ana re ke tla theya sehlopha ke tla spitsa Umlilo ehlile 2011. You remember, if my memory serves me well, that big Nas song Umlilo uyavutha.
What a prolific song. You can tell that it had everybody gyrating, of course.
Mona wetsa phoso mane mrao spahle boy ocho fela jalo mane kena tumelo lebenya o batla yena mane a check are ke check ma check ete check of all trace bamtsi ba hantle poletelele fela jalo o batla yena ane ba batla yena mane principal aba mofumane a tsipa fela jalo ha monate a ipeya fatshe mpho empa mane ba reng ba libala itshala la mawele the Simiso brothers, the terrible twins. What that's a show man I see mo akova de fela jalo you first kena jalo Bopela hopefully kimbona hantle kwa ho yona MTC amotsamayo oi ketlileng bane ba re ba le roka ba kena empa what's about it, there was an opportunity to put his team first.
It was a combination play, link-up play, very intellectual, of course, so with Master getting inside that final third, but unfortunately, he scuffed his sword out wide. That is the first threat, of course. You first possess.
Are these the winning shots?
It could be, of course, the approach from the coach, having to play with the right type of stability and mobility and having sure that they are very intellectual up front there.
Polotelele empa otengi mane mrao mduli abatla ba etsa phoso mane banna ba tshwanang le bona bothabo kobola ba tla be ba tshepile yena fela jalo re dipolo tse ka wantena a khono di sireletsa empa ya bona Sibatibane, you can tell he's such a very youngster, very young in age, but I can tell you acrobatic also indeed.
Full of reflexes as well. You can tell that his technique in terms of reading play and his intuition is quite smart.
He's gonna be the one pulling the strings here. Mani Palake, kitchen and Alabama, and Babu Pela, your way! Rupu! Watch Shamkuku! Wachamkuku, Asalama Senke, Capello Monaringi, I compagna Lilitanta, Aulijena, you first, the first team to score a goal today.
It's a great intuition. Look at that cross. It's a beautiful cross. Well fed, of course. He attacks it with such finesse. He does the most frenetic thing in terms of just directing it away from the goalkeeper. We were speaking about his quality of reflexes, but now he's been beaten.
Ehlile yabona bahlankana bayona umlilo basiba skoloto hawlijena barumetse email barumetse telegraph mi hawlijena mokwetlisi wa yona mane umlilo o shota ka bokae kutlatse hobane you first jalo ka bangodisa ntlhatjena. It might be difficult for umlilo to come back because we know the quality and depth of this you first team.
They are definitely intellectual in terms of keeping shape. They attack as a unit and defend as a unit. So UFest and Umlilo will have to then play a little bit of a different intuition when you get to look at it, Fish.
Oyabona he how sheba banna batswana libona mafika phungwayo ha ke re ka sheba libota la yona UFest ke bona banna batswana libotaka banna batswana libona bo sabelo mdluli ehlile Mani Kwamrao, the way how they can read the game, especially those aerial balls, they are quite good and superb in terms of cutting down even the supply from the attackers.
Look, it's another case when you look at it because the coach's formation today is normally a 4-3-3 formation, so he knows the capability of how they will want to then outsmart and play those interchanging passes in and in between that last line of defense.
Achubela sha habonolo empamani mletsa phala ore ha ihlongwe fatsi Jabulani Ndebele bamba petse hampi uyabona hleza. I'm actually looking at the quality of the pitch, the bumpiness. As a player, how do you approach this game? Empabona fela jalo hlaselo yengwe yabona bahlankana bayona mani you first. Truth needs to be told. You first looks like a wing-orientated team. Every time Matlasela, Kiasheba, they will be banking on playing those crosses.
It's the width of the pitch. They're playing those diagonal balls.
But a Shalomanico Namanyeta Wayaman Umlilo, what that's a man? Achile Haulichena. Inele Munyeta Wayana Mani Makeba. Whatsiba Ore. Andris Mukwena, what's about in Elimunyeta, Wabon, Bakalikanya dinka?
A little bit obnoxious. That defense was caught in terms of their defensive duty, but it's a brilliant ball. He pounced on it and just it went wide. Rounds the goalkeeper very well.
Ehlile yabona Andrisi Mona Obulaile Sitibatibani Hantle Yare Hautlamer Etelle Ankema Suta finishing is what let him down.
He's just needed to calm himself down there a little bit.
Whatever he haibe obatla ho ibona papadi ena o ka streama mano ho yona vision ka bona fela jalo pele ke tsela pele iacho ikena hape you first awatlabaetsa phoso. The wall of Umlilo looks to be shaky.
They're not defending very well. They're miscommunicating each and every time. Of course, you first get that chance of getting in their final third. They look very, very dangerous and threatful.
Ehlile bakotsi bona bahlankana bayona you first empa Harrisomboni Sabo, the man they call Sabotage, very lethal, especially his creative element is what will help you first today.
In terms of holding on to the ball and, of course, allowing Balak in the middle of the park and Smith to the Vopela twins to also join in the attack, it tells you of a different perspective view because we know his capabilities and abilities.
Haulechena enwe huyona you first lefela Umlilo you first yabona haulechena ehlile utlatla marabake ba mokate Andris Mukwena He did get an opportunity, but the way how he's playing, he seems to be one of those players with a very lethal left foot.
Well, you'd find it a little bit disturbing to find him deep. But this time around, having to go collect the ball so deep, it tells you that Andries can be able to unlock the defense as well.
Thabo Kobola. Empa ke shebile bona ba hlankana ba yona. You first antse ba etsa diphoso e tla kena ba hlankana bana you first. Empa wa ipiletsa mani Mlamuleli. Pacho ba bapala ka bokhutswane pole ka bankotsi ba ikoba. Empa bona fela jalo ha ba khone ho bala dibolo tseo ba di koropetsang ba hlankana ba yona Umlilo. I think the strategy that you first needs to apply in this game, what they need to execute is in the final third, they need to be playing those crosses because it seems as if like banna ba tshwana le bona bo Jabulani, banna ba tshwana le bona bo Thabo Kobola, they look kind of shaky and cannot defend crosses.
It's very obnoxious when you get to look at it because each and every time they use the width of the pitch and they put the ball in and in between that last line of defense with the goalkeeper having to attack, it means that they're going to find a little bit of difficulties in terms of containing and maintaining those balls.
Ehlile ya bona hleza se o ile wa sebua ke nnete, like every time they say in a relationship communication is key, but in football communication between the defender as well as the keeper is also crucial.
Very, very crucial, I tell you, for one, Buitumelo, because when you have a defense that is a little bit unsolid and looks a little bit undecisive in terms of defensive duties, that is something else.
Ichalela mawele kena mani bopela empa ai khaola sporong mani mrao kena Jabulani Ndomo RJP Jabulani Andries aleka we kopanya. Truth needs to be told, Umlilo, it seems as if like they like to play the tiki-taka, but playing tiki-taka in a pitch like this would most definitely be the most difficult plan.
You would have thought that probably the coach might have told the team to probably use their pace up front with counter attacks or counter the defense.
The best strategy direct football or what you call helicopter football. Beautiful movement, poor execution at the end.
He's been very effective, especially on this right-hand flank side. He's not on his familiar side in terms of getting onto his left foot and crossing the ball, but whenever he cuts infield, he's very dangerous. So 1v1 situations, he will round you and he will be a threatful thrown when you get to look at, of course, the little Napoleon there.
Barata Fatsi Kena Kishibile Kena Cabello Akowena Mani Cabello Oitsa Juangi Otla Lokola Mani Bopela Paneva Bata Yena Jabulani Debele.
You know what, Fish? Sanele Khadebe in the middle of the park. Thus far for me, he's been really, really dominant because he's been dictating the pace of the game. He's been redirecting play. There he is right now. He's being fouled. And you can tell that his dominance has been very effective, of course.
Yeah. They are the heartbeat of this U-First team, and the moment you kill their heart, you kill the team.
in all aspects, you can tell that they've been dominating with the ball position. You can tell that they've been carrying much of the ball. They is right on the ball, winning it back for the team and just trying to be on the front foot.
Janong ha o le tjena banna ba tshwana le bo lesego banna ba tshwana le bona mane bocheki ntwe tlamileng ba etse ba ke ba leke ho bapala yona ntwe re bitsang double team ba ke ba mkwale hobane mona ya ba qeta mane ba reng ba libala ke yena mane kaka bona fela jalo mane o tla etsa jwang hantle fela mane ke yena mane kaka sanele o lokolla jwale yena mane Chabulane a ko bone Prince amotsamayo oi ketlileng Chabulane ehlile ona re o a kena mane empa that's not what we expect. Prince, we don't know him for taking such shots.
And we know that he's got a full body. You can tell that his body allows him to, of course, do what every talisman up front they can do.
I'm not sure if you still remember the likes of Patrick Mboma, the former Cameroonian international.
He was lethal, full of a ferocious left and right foot. Boitumelo
ehlile ha ke bona yena mane Prince kwa pele ke hopola bana ba kotsi jwalo nka hopotsa ka bo Tony Ilondikwe sebapadi sa mehleng sa Kaizer Chiefs empa harimo a ko bone boletelele. You can definitely tell the two strategies between the two teams. As of UFS playing the direct long balls and Umlilo just trying to play those rondos, those combination play, but it's definitely not working for them.
The link-up play thus far, you can tell, we understanding that the pitch is bumpy, and we understand that sometimes the ball might come a little bit unawkward onto you, but they'll need to make sure that they can be able to perfectly execute it with the pitch being like this.
Kaka watosa ineliana Sanele Khatebe ehlile yabona Sanele o tla tlamere ba ke ba mokate ba ke ba le ko mkenya ka rapokotho hobane ha ke re ke sheba so far the most outstanding player in the middle of the park.
I mean, you can tell that they are late in terms of making sure that they just sit in front of him, not to make a little bit of room for him to get those shots.
Ehlile yabona ha o le tjena ke shebile bana you know that we have had inactive football, so ha o le tjena player management, that creativity is lacking for Umlilo. But now with the players having to be sustaining such injuries, it's that thing that we call periodization that will be key. Player management in the sense that they've been inactive for quite some time. So now when they come back, that's one problem that the two teams will be encountering throughout the day.
Well, let's just hope, of course, the medical staff as well will be able to then just carry on and be able to make them to play their normal type of football, Boitumelo.
Jalo ka bona mokotlisi a ntsha ditaelo tjena wa bona hore lesoba le kae ke kae mo bahlankana bana ba youth first ba re qetang ka teng. O tla hopola he wena ngwana mme hore you first remember selemong se fitileng the finalist wa mtseba mthweo empa seo ke se utlwang ko re bahlankana bana ba yona you first they are a breakaway team from Wamtsiba Mtweo, last year's finalist.
Well, and you would have thought, of course, the coach would have kept the squad intact, but he's brought back his captain, and so that tells you a little bit of a different perspective view in terms of his leadership qualities. He's a seasoned campaigner, a wise campaigner of some sort.
Bacho ba fa yena mane bophela o kgiseta na mahafi le yena Sibahle boy ba ba ikoropetsa empa a kgaola e be kona monyetla wa yona counter attack e tla fela jalo mane Khaleli Tuna bahlankana ba yona Umlilo netabatle offensive transition ya bona ehlile nkacho kere quite slow, but now in these moments of the counter attack just notice how many players of you first actually regroup and cover bona fela jalo bone ka bankotsi ba ikoba hantle karamatso ayena mafika phungwayo.
Well, it was a decent ball, of course, just played in front of the goalkeeper, but that's a routine save from the training ground. He does an emphatic job, Mafika.
Bacho etsipa ka bohlale ba tlodisa ka modimo ba etsa phoso. The warning signs are there.
That was a glorious opportunity. Oh, it's gone a begging. Buitumele should have done much more better there. Look, it was given on him for a silver platter. The goalkeeper coming out. Look at that play from the terrible twins. Chabulani Khatebe should have done much more better there. The keeper having to come out and put his body on the line like that. I think he also made it a little bit hard. Oh, he scuffed his shot there a little bit. Yeah, you can tell.
Ihlile yawona Tibani sa Umlilo. Hachikare hamonate tsatsing la kajeno empa ene le monyetla o Chabulani a tsebang hore ke ne ke tlamehile hore be ke ngodisihle ntlha ya rona ya you first empa ya bona ekare o lebetse dikhoko tsae hae. But I'm so concerned with the keeper of Umlilo, the decisions that he's making, not of quality standard.
Poor decision making. He is not having one of his best games. I'm not thinking probably the heat. I'm also thinking that probably the heat could be a factor that is taking case here right now.
Looking at the weather, we're having a water break. You can tell that we haven't seen much running, and the heat is some type of way affecting our players.
Well, you would have actually thought that probably they would have played on the front foot because of everything that has been happening, but this water break was much needed.
Empa a ke re shebe hore ntlha ya rona e tlile jwang ene le yena bophela a ikoropetsa a kenya bolo entle a fihla nthwane.
It's a beautiful delivery on his head. He knew what to do. He attacked it. A little bit of ball watching from the defense. Didn't really see the runner, but Prince was very, very intelligent there.
When we talk of a pinpoint precision pass, that's what we saw from Bophela.
Yeah, that's a great delivery. Great cross on his left foot as well. You would have thought that he would have crossed it with his weaker right foot, but it's a really, really beautiful cross from Bophela.
Ihlile uyabona wena Hleza, in most cases whenever there's a water break it gives the coaches an opportunity to re-strategize and issue tactics. Empa wena fela jalo bole ka bankotsi ba patla yena mane hape Prince siyabona Tibani ka mkhosi dutlang ka teng ka hopola Prince of Vono.
Former Orlando Pirates man, and we remember that he made a couple of silly errors at the back, the schoolboy errors. You know, coming back of course to that point that you made in terms of the coaches having to, now a chance here again, like we said, having that time to just tell the players what to do and when, how to iterate themselves.
Oi, etlileng enele sabo abatla yena mane Prince. Empa yabona Prince, he knows that he should have done better.
He's a poacher and a predator inside that box. He's a lethal weapon, plays right off the shoulders of the last line of defense. They need to be wary of him.
Andrisi, Andrisi, I've noticed the fact that you first, they're playing a high liner, actually compressing the middle of the park and not allowing the likes of Lesego as well as Jack to be influential in the middle of the park.
Well, Buitumelo, it's a strategy, it's the approach from the coach.
empa bona fela jalo mane kena mane sabo tletsa jwa mane sabo ba le ka bankotsi ba ikoba e tshalela mawele ke yona mafatla the terrible twins causing all sorts of havoc for Ufe for Umlilo e tshalela mawele wetsa jwa fela jalo kena mane bophela monacho a motosa ya bona Tumelo o bone hore bophela o tla ka kotsi o tla ka feko a kgetha ho bapala rugby a re ha ona mo yang teng.
You know what? He's full of trajectory, full of skill and flair. Look at how he takes on his stride as well. A little bit of in and out intuition, but he pulls him shed tugging there. Shed tugging.
Niti ya batleha ya bona bophela 1v1 situations o tla o qeta.
He will definitely do that.
Kotsi ho bana tla hopola ha ba di koropetsa ba di koba tjena e hlile e kotsi yona mane you first ba ikoba engwe karete e tshehla ho yona mane Umlilo empa ha le tjena there was an opportunity for yona mane o you first hore ba ka ngodisa ntlha ha so titikulong e kotsi ha le tjena ya bona Umlilo they need to stop or not allow the likes of Bophela to be crossing those balls. And in fact, because what I've noticed is these Umlilo, the defenders, are actually affording a plethora of space to the attackers of UFest.
It's a relentless one when you get to look at it. Sensational in terms of them getting behind the defense of Umlilo, who have...
Ehlile uyabona kichilo kare every time when you first cross those balls they look dangerous and this is another opportunity for Yonamani you first I cover hape ke bona kotsi matata masisa pelo mahlomula ho yona Umlilo empa counter attack batletsa jwangi ha re mbadibala achi ha ikopani taba ya bona atletsa jwa batlankana ba yona you first.
It's the pressing for me. Buitumelo, it's the pressing, of course, from UFest, having to make sure that whenever they lose the ball, they retrieve it much more quicker.
It's what we call gegen pressing, counter pressing. After losing the ball, you need to fight to reclaim for the ball after 6 seconds. A strategy which has worked very well for Liverpool as well as coach Jurgen Klopp.
Barcelona at some point had it, and you could tell Bayern Munich at some point had it, and it won them the UEFA Champions League.
It seems as if Batlankana by you first, they've identified that the weakest link is through to Melolibenya's side, and how can Rasheba, Tasselo, Emwili Emwe Ekoti, Etakana Mani Wopela, Akena Kayana Mani to Melolibenya, and Pabana Amani, Otakabana Cabello, Otakoba, Fela Koba, Tabo, Kobola, Acho,
He's having a really hard time in terms of keeping tabs with Prince's Tabo Kobola because Prince has been finding some joy around him as well.
What a save!
Oh, that's a very fine save. It's a decent effort. He unleashed an impeccable shot, but the goalkeeper just being aware of that shot, just palming it away from danger zone.
Bamu romeletse rocketi, bamu futumatsa, bamu chisa, bamu marinata, bamu titivator. What a move by you Umlilo.
It was a great move, of course, interchanging linker play as well. He gets onto the end of it, is Umpo Kobola.
Bona fela mane a tshireletsa ba etsula. Ho ya bona he ekacho kire first attempt ya bona batlankana ba yona Umlilo from a long range. Maybe they should resort in striking them that way.
It also tells you that UFest are not allowing them any time and space.
Ehlile uyabona UFest ditsiletse di goal attempts sa bona midipedi tsa yona mane Umlilo empa bona fela mane kena bophela your way rattles the back of the net. Bophela, the man we've been talking about throughout the whole day.
When you know the no, you will know how to know, because the no would let you know. Now that you know the no has made you know that there is pressure. Pressure. Boitumelo.
Wacha mkhukhu awukuboneka mkho bahlankana ba umlilo batlileng ka wona motsamayo o wa bona phoso e yentsweng ke tsona di defender tsa yona umlilo.
They've been finding a little bit of difficulties. You can tell that at the back there, it looks a little bit disjointed. They haven't been able to keep tabs with the likes of Bupela, the likes of Balak inside that middle of the park. Sabu has also gone into the game as well. You can tell with his touches, he's been able to be an influential factor.
Ehlile nkatsho kere bahlankana ba yona umlilo ba wotla ke yona load shedding kwa mrao dipedi ho yona you first umlilo. Ehlile ba tjhetjha ka lehe ke ne ke tjho kere it seems like there's some load shedding at the back, the defenders, no communication. We did actually mention the fact that there is no communication between the keeper as well as the back four.
They look disjointed, Boitumelo. You can tell that they haven't been disciplined.
Enele motsamayo o motle achi Andrisi lena nitabatleya hasabonahala playing too deep, and he needs to be up front there, but bahlankana ba yona mani you first not allowing him space as well as time on the ball.
Well, it's a case, of course, of the coach having to then spot these infiltrates as well.
Etlileng re buile ka yena Sanele Khatebe Kakamani ba re ba dibala empa o yentse phoso Makeba elana sa fihlile a o le tjena.
Well, it's the first time Sanet has actually got into a tug of war in this game. You would hardly have seen him really making and giving away silly fouls.
Haribua ka banna mani ba re ba dibala very influentially, not making many errors, especially those fouls, because he knows that one key element in his play is the fact that he needs to be directing. And actually again Bonakoti Oyabona, when you first play those long ball behind the defense, I see danger. Kiwana Matata jalo ka wadana mane Sabo onakena kabona Prince Oshiamina Ontali pikita otletsa jwa ngutsa botsa dipotso rakata kasirete baikoba bone ka bankoti I saw to tikulong e kotsi kena kabelo mona ringi for fedile ka motho batla mfinita bophela ache ke bona kotsi ya bona mokwetlisi wa yona umlilo. He needs to actually talk to his players. The back four is actually on holiday. Empa bona fela jalo mane eneli yena Sabo anakena. Truth needs to be told, the defense of Umlilo are found wanting at the back there.
They haven't been adventurous at all with their fullbacks as well.
Mletsa phala o tla reng o tla super empa mletsa phala o re o ka sing bribe ha o le tjena wena Kabelo ha ke batle tjhelete ya cold drink. He was actually trying his luck in that instance.
Should he have been booked? Should he have been booked?
I think that deserves an Oscar.
Yeah, I think he was really diving into the Pacific Ocean there.
Emparona rebona hore ha o le tjena o no hlokalang re tlisetsa ka wotloloa ka di camera tsa rona tsa high definition rofe ka bogabani ba rona bona fela jalo ba tlankana ba yona mane you first ba kana ba ikoba bole ka bankotsi.
Oh, that's a dangerous ball, Buitumelo. That's a very, very dangerous ball. Sabu having to then get behind the defense yet again. They're looking in their 6s and 7s. Is Jabulani as well as, of course, Sibohle.
Yabona nityabatleya ha o le mokwetlisi wa yona umlilo. It would be wise for him to let players like Andries as well as Makeba to drop a little bit just to assist, because now the wing attack of U First has actually paid dividends, and it seems like that's where they're struggling. Every wing. Okay, not going to have money. Bopela, they need to actually nullify him, because every time when he makes those runs, doing those blind runs, he looks dangerous. Bonafela Mokotsi, Ashankana Bayona, Umlilo. Could it be a case that they need to resort to a counter-attack strategy?
It's always going to be a little bit obnoxious when you get to look at it. But now Andries, like I said, he's been playing too deep for my liking. He's been having to go get the balls into his own half, and that is not allowing Umlilo to play their normal fluent football.
The only problem is you can't play flowing fluid football in such a pitch which is bumpy and not allowing you to play those combination plays.
Diagonal balls, the pitch of using the width of the pitch to your advantage could also be a factor. But I feel that you saw that goal that Jabulani almost got. They played it. They played linker play. They played a little bit of combination, but it just didn't come to pass. So there are some parts of the field which are very influential.
Mafika Abatlayena Bopela Alala Mawele, the terrible twins. Uyabona hakibwa ka mafahla a sikileng a bapala. Bao ke ba hopolang ke hopola jwalo the Tibur brothers, nka hopotsa Ian and Neil Winstanley, bao ba ne mamatha mane ho yona Vetse le yona Kaizer Chiefs. The Hlalele twins bao ba leng kwa ho yona Amazulu, a sikile ba matha hape le yona Orlando Pirates. Ka hopotsa bana bao ba kotsi bao ke ba hopolang Helman and Helma Mkelele, the former players. Mehe ya olichena ki huku ya yona mani U First janunge ha olichena ratsiba le bota la yona Umlilo le athekesela hloho dipedi di huku ho yona Umlilo U First engwe ho yona Umlilo. They need to avoid conceding corner kicks and free kicks.
Set plays are very, very vital, of course, for a team. But you can tell that Umlilo have been giving them away in many of occasions, and they are finding a little bit of difficulties in terms of dealing with them, especially in the air.
How Rasheva had the goal attempted, the Robedi, Huyona U First, the Taro, Huyona Umlilo. Just a reminder, these games are played over 2 legs. And goal difference doesn't matter. In fact, it's gonna come handy in the sense that you need to score as many goals in the first leg, because you don't know in the second leg what reinforcements Umlilo will be doing. In fact,
it's all about going back to the drawing board and then drafting, of course, on how you can come back and approach this game.
I've seen teams being beating in the first leg but coming back strong in the second round, in the second leg, because they've done some reinforcement. So holy chain abatlankana bayona U First, they have the upper advantage over Umlilo. They need to score more goals, because in the second leg you don't know that element of surprise which might come from Umlilo. Jolo ka bona di offside dipedi engwe ho yona U First engwe le yona Umlilo.
Taken a little bit off the gear as well is of course U First thus far. You can tell that they haven't played with the trajectory that they were playing with the first minutes of the game, first 10-15 minutes.
Bopela Otlakabona Bopela Ishile Basokola Bashankana Bayona U First. It's dangerous that they're leaving and giving Bopela such plenty of space. Impa Bonafela Tola Kana Koropeta Wife Asheva Wirmela Boneka Koti
He's finding a little bit of difficulties, is the goalkeeper. He is not making the right type of decisions. Yet again, he's come out not convincing at all. Look at that ball being played.
ehlile ke bolo entle eo na batla yena Prince yena bophela empa uyabona ke ile ka chokari. It's difficult for him to organize his defense. They look disjointed, as you said earlier on. Empa bona bophela tletsa jwang a romela bolo telele. One can say Bonakoti your way Rupu Wachamkuku 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 sabotage ngodi santlha ya pele tatsila ka jeno mme ya bona hole tjena haile maroya a utlwa ka letanta hore sabotage sabo manikela o sa fihlile.
It's practically a free header. No one was with him. He had ample of times to redirect it onto the goal. But it's a very great delivery from Bopela. Look at this. Look at how they played in between. There was practically, I mean, he didn't even take any initiative of just challenging for that ball.
Umlilo, he's seen flames today in again. Lack of communication at the back for Bahlankana Bayonamani Umlilo. I think I see plenty of goals are gonna come in today.
They are gonna definitely, they're full of them. They are gonna be able to score many goals with that defense being a little bit inadequate as well.
Andries ona bapala le yona yena Mphoko bona empa bona fela jalo Mphoko bona counter attack ba phatleile a go bone bahlankana ba yona you first a chehile, just took too long to release the ball in that instance.
It's the awkward bounce as well that kind of let him down there a little bit, Buitumelo.
Sabotage Wibapala Hantle Lena Chablani Kaka Wesa Joanya na Kaka Kebo Pela Mari Ichala la Mawele Haulichena Bacho Bakena I pikiri Kimuria Ria Kirai Rai Bataka Rau Asankana Bayona you first. We have another combination play. Hailiena Kaka Bopela Barili Sabo Bakoti and Pakova Basankana Bayona Hiena Makeba Ona Batayana Mpo Watsiva Wena Cesar Honali Buka the art of war and what's in Kisintu Empakita Jeta Reza Lang Hoyona Wachomani Sintu attack the enemy when he's weak. Mihali Chena Kishebile, Basankana Bayona, you first, Ehlile, but they are applying what I call the art of football war when I say Bole Kabakot, but I saw her in Eliana Mani Mpomkwanazi Chomo, in Eliana Mani Tsareloena, Sibashepoi Impa, Mafika Pungayo, Omalalau Tutatina Kajeno.
He's a very confident goalkeeper. Very dominant. He dominated his 6-yard area with such finesse. And another thing, of course, Fish, Buitumelo, is that how will, of course, Umlilo respond here? A goal for them here would really give them a little bit of sense of lifeline as well.
Jena Mani Sabo Atleta Joyana Mani Sabo Ovata Yana Chabdani Ichala Mawele Simo Bopela Wapana Lena Mani Prince Hoshiamina Aiko Babole Kabanko Tsibata Soya Sabasankana Empa too deep for my liking.
Two, of course, players from UFS lurking at the back post, Bupilo, Ichala Mawele, as well as Sabotage, but it's not a decent cross. That's not what he would have loved to actually curl his foot around there, is Kabza.
Ehlile papadi karolong ya pele e tsofetse nka tjokere Haile Bashankana Bayona, you first, they were dominating. I don't know how you would sum up the first half based on what you've seen and observed so far.
I think that, of course, you can tell that you first have come out with a different approach. They started on the front foot. They've made life difficult for that last line of defense of Umlilo, who have been disjointed. They've attacked with finesse. They've profited from the set plays as well. But in all aspects and in all view, you can tell that Umlilo in the second half will need to come out and just try and unsettle that back four, because now this has changed the whole stature of the match.
Aribana Livapeti, Akelieng Lonwang Meti, Leta Hutang He Karong Yabupedia Papadi, Empa, Haulichena He, Rilera Chora, Ribasankana Bayona, Umlilo. Otatlamar Bakeba Lukise, Obani Haisali, Inseli Bashankana, Bayona, Ufesti, Antebakena, Bashasela, Kachokiri, Yavana Cabello, Wilabapala Papadi, Entletule Mazoho, Manaya Busindi Mahoro, Tatila Kajenu, Geramani, Prince Oshamina, Kiachokiri Mani, Banabasana Lewana, Votavo Kobola, Bompokobola, Batibar Museveti, Umangata, Otatlamar Bakeba Mukwale, Yadamane, Bopela, Obani, Yavana Ichala Mawele, Haisali Abadu. Empa Carlo Pili, Efela Chena, Ditaru, Huyana Ufesti, Elifela Humulilo. Auko shebe ko Carlo Pila Papadi, Eneli Joangi, Dintadi Tile Joangi, Eneliana Mani, Shalala Mawele, Bopela, Aba Firikanya Kenakabona.
Yes, Jablani, just that was the first, of course, opportunity that showed them that they can be able to be a very threatful
Indeed, the warning signs were there. This was the first attack by Ufesti. Badebatile bakena baba pala, bayetsantwe rivisang Shamina Shawela, niga, teka famba, ojo pete msebeti. Banafela jalo again, Popela, Ichala la Mawele, Aikoropeta, Polo Entle, Yakopana Liana Prince, Oshiamina.
Tobola, he was in very unethical balance. Look at the way that awkward bounce. Prince just challenging for the ball.
The keeper looked luster today. Indeed, there are so plenty of errors done by the defense of Umlilo, something which they need to rectify going to the second half. The first attempt, it was a good move. Mpokovola, this time unleashing a thunderous strike.
He had every right to unleash that, because they awarded him a little bit of space as well. Kind of took a little bit of a slight deflection along his way, but as it came to him, he directed it on goal.
In the middle of the park, they were dominating. Again, ball watching by the defense of Umlilo, but Popela, very lethal, especially getting these opportunities.
Poor defending, of course, from Umlilo. But look at that touch from Prince. He pounces on it, is Popela, seeing that it could kindly fall for him. When they get these opportunities, they know how to convert them. And yes, indeed, you can fly high, Bopela, because it is your day today. Again, being the creator, providing that assist to Sabo. What a ball. That was a great delivery as well. Fully heighted. It was a sumptuous one, and it's a great finish. Look at how he connects with the defender Thabo Kobola, yet again involved in that situation. The goalkeeper, no chance.
Ehlile yabona ha lichena o ka mo tlela ona mahofi ha lichena obane o sebeditse le yena bophela empa a ke re bone dipalopalo di tharo yona first le fela yona Umlilo wa e bona le yona ball possession ha isale le yona mane first intsela la papadi ka re tsetsetshla engwe fela ho yona Umlilo empa lichena o tla tlemare ba hlankana ba ke ba ikate alukise bara bahlankana ba yona Umlilo hobane ke bona kotsi mathata karolong ya bobedi ya papadi.
Most definitely, Buitumelo, they will need to.
Thank you so much to our commentary team. I am joined now by the tournament director, Cameron Matebula. A very grand warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been over 20 years of Phillies Games. Just speak to us about the evolution of this tournament. It's almost 30 years of its running.
Look, it's been ups and downs, but mostly it's been a beautiful, beautiful time where we've gone from growing in leaps and bounds. We've seen a lot of people grow within us. It's not just a soccer tournament, really. We've got commentators who come in and don't know anything, but they also develop their own brands as they go forward. We've got the small boys, which are the juniors. They come into the senior ranks and then they go into playing PSL football. So all round, it's a beautiful thing to see.
I mean, you speak about the brand as well, and this tournament has become so synonymous with Etembisa, the community. Just speak to us about just how important it's been just to keep it here in the community of Etembisa, and how it's just grown with the love of the community.
Yes, we're very big when it comes to the love of the community. We do a lot of charity outreaches here as well, and just from how the tournament started, it was started because we needed to create peace with different groups of people, and through football peace was created. And so from that, obviously the people from Tembisa and the support, it can't really go anywhere else. This is born bred, it's Kasi, it's for the people, by the people. Yes.
And we know that one person who spoke greatly about sports uniting is our former president, Nelson Mandela. And you speak about this tournament uniting a divided community. But now when you think about COVID-19, it also caused a bit of a division amongst people as well. How has this tournament coped in terms of organizing 2020?
Look, it's been a challenge, but with our committee, we always up for a challenge. We, like I said, sometimes there's been downs, and just the unity within our team allows us to come together, put our minds together, and we still felt that, look, the tournament must still take place, and how do we do it? What are the challenges? And we are happy that we overcome our challenges, and we're actually sitting here and the teams can play. It's just unfortunately for the fans. I think they're very, very, very sad, because part of the tournament, big part of the tournament, like I said, is the community, where we'd have vendors and Abomama. They would benefit from this. The fans would benefit in terms of leisure time. But I think, like you said, it's a challenging time. It's COVID. We need to adhere to some sort of regulations. But obviously, once this thing subsides, we will go back as to how it was, and yeah, we'll be able to bring the supporters, the colors back in. But for now, I think back to basics. Basics is that we are a soccer tournament, and the soccer must play.
And of course, there's also been challenges, because obviously with the COVID-19, there should obviously be challenges as well with teams, assembling teams, training. What are some of the challenges you faced in terms of bringing some of the teams into this tournament for 2020? Because we see that the defending champions are not here, as well as the runners-up.
Yes, look, everybody's got their own way they want to do something. We decided that, look, regardless of what, we want this football to carry on. So we can only open the invitation, and whoever takes it will take it. We are just glad that we're able to fill up all the spots. Even though the defending champions could not make it, they had their reasons. We still think we've got the bulk of the teams, and that's what I talk when I talk about the unity within the Phillies Games. It's very big. The loyalty. It's basically the culture of the tournament, and we're just happy to have the 16 teams competing, and we're just wishing for a great tournament.
Speaking of the 16 teams, we see that there's a reduction in the teams. I mean, you used to have 24 teams?
Yes. Look, we wanted to reduce the days as well. Yeah, because of, it's just that time. So we decided, instead of stretching it out, what we can do maybe is just to have it, but just reduce the teams to 16. We generally have 24 teams, and to see how easy we can do the tournament with all the challenges above. And also sponsorships, they had their requirements as well, and we're just adhering to both parties as per se. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Cameron, for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, of course, the halftime ended with Umlilo left wanting, especially in defense. 3-0 was the scoreline against them, and you first, of course, drawing the first blood. But can Umlilo uvuthe futhi for them in the second half? Well, the second half will continue shortly.
karolo ya pele ya papadi fedile UFS e ne nkile ketelo pele ka ntla tse tharo Umlilo e hlile ha o tuki mollo tsatsing la kajeno hleza. I see danger in this UFS side. Empa ya bona papadi ya polo ya makatsa e monate bohloko. I don't know, do you see Umlilo coming back in this game?
It's a case, of course, from the changing room instructions from the coach. Will they attain and hear from them? Will they be able to perfectly execute them in the second half?
He is one of the experienced players. He needs to take leadership and show that experience that he has, motivating his boys, giving them hope and faith that they can come back into this game.
I've seen a lot of teams, of course, having the characteristics of coming back into the matchup, but it also is a sense of the mental capacity and how the coach has incited the right type of possible.
I can
mobility.
remind you of Istanbul 2005, AC Milan, when they played against Liverpool. That was a great comeback, one of the greatest comeback. But in this game here, do you see a comeback from Umlilo based on the fact that they haven't come into the party looking at the back four? They're looking all shaky and very much leaking.
It's all about the tempo right now and the intensity. Will they be able to move the ball much more quicker from the build-up at the back, going into the opposition of you first, and just trying to unsettle that back four and making life difficult, of course, for Jomo.
E tla otlela komporo ku jwetso re ke mang ya tswang ke mang ya tlabeng a kena ke a bona e kihlile e kare ba etsa ba kenya sethibathibane. I think it's what the coach has been seeing, that the goalkeeper Dilo Maroya has not actually came to the party today.
He's been making a couple of errors, especially with his decision making. It's a little bit poor for a goalkeeper.
He's actually one of the young players in this Umlilo side, but Rekacho inexperience is what was lacking in Dilo Maroya, and the confidence was very low.
I think some nerves as well to go with it, Britumelo.
Aitsa Petuo Jwalo uyakena he yena Mpumelelo. Wakena yena mani Mpumelelo ke tla otlela komporo ku jwetse re ke monna ya tswang kae o etsala eng jwalo a letsa yona a mletsa phala ya tshwe phahama phepela ya rona ya Phillies game bashanyana ha o tshao cheche hobane ha o le tjena wa o tseba msebetsi ba hlankana ba yona Umlilo Bastiba skoloto ho so le hobe jwanong a le tjena ba tseba re ho tla tlameha ba ke ba nyolla dikausi tsa bona hobane ke a tseba ha o le tjena menyetla o ba hlankana ba yona Umlilo ba o fumanang. They need a quick goal to get back into the game.
They finished on a very good note as well. You can tell, Dumelo, that they're coming back into this second half to just secure that place to go back into the drawing board and
Kabankoti kena mafika bamtsibanghe bambitsa vimbi ehlile wa dithiba wa tshwara yena mhlankana ona yena mafika empa hona le lerumo le leng la batla le mphilphanyetsa karolong ya phela papadi a tshwa itshireletsa yena vimbi ane ba mrometse rocket kena mphoko bola Shalala mawele buphela ane ba batla yena mani ma 7 pa ba mfumani a tšho ba nyoloa ke bona hantle ke yena mane Sibahle boy ke kgetlo la pele ke mbona overlapper yena Sibahle boy. I think that's what these boys need to be doing. The likes of Sibahle boy needs to now start overlapping just to add the width and depth up front for Umlilo.
That will also play a significant role because not only will they be able to have a couple of numbers inside that half as well, there will be now there is a set play for the very first time. Thabo Kabelo having to be involved in that situation.
Ehlile e ne le monyetla empa Vimbi tshireletsa Vimbi. Ba batlana mane Katlego empa a diphoso nka tjho ke re bahlankana wa yena Umlilo losing the ball quite easily in the final third,
especially whenever they try and interchange passes, whenever they try to combine, as well as making sure that they link up, they always find themselves in a lot of jittery.
In fact, one can even say that they lack that X factor. They can actually build up, they can actually play those combination play, but their finishing is quite poor.
Most certainly, Pule. I mean, Buitumela, sorry about that. But it's a case of characteristics right now. The desire, the work ethic, the zeal. Will they be able to dig deep now? They are 3 goals down. Can they be able to find one back here? You know?
The youth first boys must not make that error of removing the foot off the pedal, because by doing so, they will be allowing Umlilo to get back into the game.
Which is quite important when you actually look at the quality that, of course, youth first do possess. The likes of Sabu, seasoned campaigners, Ma7, the terrible twins, Prince Afrante. There you have it, of course. Unfortunately, he fouled him there. It was a foul. It was a really, really bad tackle there. Didn't really play the ball, but that was clever from Sabu.
Sabotage Maningela. Hantle Tsilingana, Bopela. Kianamani, Cabero, Romela Bolo, Impa, when days attack, I call upon my captain. He needs to actually step up now, motivate the boys and encourage them there at the back. He needs to start showing that leadership quality.
He's been having a little bit of a tough time. It's been a very interesting battle between him and Prince is dominating that battle. You can tell that him getting on the score sheet means that he's been late in terms of anticipation and intuition.
Kaka ehlile motswere ke a bona a tshihlile o tlamletsa phala ka leleme o kwatile yena mane ko bona Ma7 hantle ba reng ba le bala kena Andries actually failing to combine 5 to 7 passes, and those touches is what is actually lacking them in the middle of the park, the Umlilo boys.
You know, I'm looking at Jabulani, Ma7, all the way from Snake Park. It tells you a different perspective view, because each and every time he holds on to the ball, he's been awarded a little bit of room, and that allows him to look up and see who is making those incredible and industrious runs out wide.
Ehlile o bua nnete ya bona hangata dibapadi tsa yona you first ha ba etsa tsona di blind run ehlile they look more dangerous empa e kgetlo la bobedi he Kabelo antsa ratha kenya sieta empa kgetlong lena ba mo fa karete e tshehla.
Well, there was no questions, of course, about that tackle, just from behind as well. Just nicked him, of course, just in his tenders Achilles as well. So that tells you that it could have been a painful one as well. But he's standing up, he's a soldier, he will soldier on.
Dialekana ya karete tse tshehla Katlego came off the bench second time around, having to touch the ball but being fouled.
So that tells you that he's quite effective, but he needs to also make sure that he plays those balls inside that box.
Hantle fela Kiana Kabelo sabotage wa shebane jwalo le ena Mpho le ena Kobola empa Kiana mane Hoshiamina Prince Kiana he mane sabo khutsetsa bolo ka ba kotsi ba tlana mane kaka wa tletsa jwange empa ba bona re tlamile rutime ka potlako molo tlang ka ona you first au ko bone ka mkhole bala le ntse le tlola ka teng ka mkha bolo ntse tlola ka teng. You can tell the condition of the pitch is not very good today,
especially in the middle of the park. You can tell that each and every time they try and play those combinations it's a little bit rusty and bumpy. So I do not think them playing the ball or trying to combine in the middle of the park would be effective. So they'll have to play those balls outwise, use the width of the pitch to their advantage, playing those diagonal balls in search of Bopela out wide or Sabu. And of course on the side of Umlilo, maybe probably Dumelo could be the one that's profiting.
See the changes and the game plan that Umlilo is trying to play in the second half. Yes, they're trying to press them, but in the first half, their pressing was not up to scratch. I see Andries now moving away from the wing and now starting to play more centrally.
It's a case of being well-shaped, well-mannered, well-disciplined thus far, but they'll need to be much more quicker and faster and release the ball so that they can be able to trouble is UFS, because we know that they're also disciplined.
He's now starting to play more as an inverted winger, and that actually affords the opportunity to Sibahlepoe to overlap, which is something that he has not done so far.
Which was a clever approach from the UFS coach, having to then come up with that type of tactic and using his ability, of course. He's a methodist.
Ehlile ho tlabana le phethoho monna o sa tswile ntjeng ha o le tjena. I guess now this is where the coach needs to show his astuteness and shrewdness, in the sense that the changes that he's gonna be making, how will they profit Umlilo?
You know, there's one thing that I always say and emphasize on the first few minutes of the second half is that both teams shouldn't concede. And if it happens that both teams concede, it will be very difficult for them to really then go on to the game. But this change from Umlilo really means that the coach wants to find his team getting a goal here.
Indeed, today Jack Mtlachase was non-existent.
No, he wasn't at all, because he was finding a little bit of difficulties, especially 1v1 situation, giving away silly fouls in a very dangerous area.
Ako bone fela jalo mane kena Thulane a qeta le ho kena. Ehlile monna ona ekare o le nyokonyane, ekare diphetho tseo ba tlankana ba mane bankeng stulong sa yona Umlilo ba bone hore kotsi e kae, re lokise kae mo kgwehlang teng. Jwanong ke a bona ha o le tjena. Now they're starting to go forward. But now the only problem is they not attacking via the wings. The likes of Andries now playing more centrally. I'm not sure if that will actually bear fruit.
Well, he's a very, unethical player, an unorthodox one when you get to look at it. He's full of hostility in such a sense that he can be able to be very effective whenever he's on the ball or off the ball in terms of defensive and offensive duties.
One can say a very versatile player.
Yeah, most definitely, most certainly. Well, they have it, of course, in slow-mo. Unfortunately, Ma7 getting into the nick of things with, of course, T. But unfortunately, he was fouled there. So unfortunate that he was fouled in a very, very crucial and bad area, just near his knee.
Ehlile yabona he hauli chena ekare uyatswa he yena tla komporo kine kinana hore ke yena kabelo yo ya tswang jaanong e ntse ke le ka o sheba mona dipampiring tsa rona dikomporong tsa rona hore tlankana yo ya tla kenang a ba etsa diphetogo tsena.
Tambo, Ramomata.
Kile ka mbona mhlankana wona ke o hopola hantle ka re ke yena Slender. Kile ka mbona kwa Snake Park yena mhlankana wona Slender. Jaanong ya ba etsa tjena o ya tswa Prince. I think the legs couldn't hold anymore.
Well, he's run his race. You can tell that he's covered some ground and he's been able to get a goal for his liking as well. So that tells you a different perspective here.
Andries can say since he played that central role, we've seen changes. Tulani Kyo, Onakena Kabona, Tulani. I think it was a good move for the coach to encourage Andries to move from the wing to come centrally, because now every time in Umlilo have that ball, there seems to be some sort of creativity and they now are able to create those goal scoring opportunities.
What is fantastic is that he's shown a little bit of
Ehlile Kiabona, Ehlile Kiena Katlego uyabona wena hleza bahlankana ba yona Umlilo nkatsho ke re hanyane lanyane ba ba fa monyetla hore ba kene ba hlasele jalo yona U-First. I did say they must not make that mistake of taking the foot off the pedal, because they will find themselves in danger.
Remember that there's, of course, the second leg. And that tells you of a different perspective view when you get to look at it, because a goal for them here means that they can definitely be able to then fight.
Ako bo difela mane ke bona ba tlankana bana mane Umlilo o tla etsa jwa mane ya Makeba yo we rupu wa chamkuku assalamu senke umshebile jwalo yena mane mpoko bona muno bambitsanyana sniper empa ke re ke a sheba hantle Makeba Ramutsibi a o komane ka mkhobono tlileng ka teng ka motsamayo ba iketlile ehlile ba ne ba iketlile ba hlankana ba yona U-First ha o le tjena Makeba Ramutsibi I one can say this is a lifeline opportunity.
Mdluli, he does a little bit of an unethical thing at the back there. But look at what Ramudluli does. He goes forward, he's adventurous, and it's the desire from him. And he beats the goalkeeper in an unfamiliar territory. We could say that poor goalkeeping as well, being beaten in such fashion.
ehlile ka morao re ba etse phoso mane morao na bahlankana ba yona U-First. I did tell you that it seems as if they've actually took the foot off the pedal. Ehlile ba ne ba se ba qala ho iketla kwa morao bona bahlankana ba yona U-First, mme o le tjena ba fa yona Umlilo monyetla wa hore ba ka kgutlisa ntlha ba kgutle papading.
And this, we elude about it, and we said it that a goal here is a lifeline for them. Means that now they will have to get back into that tempo.
Bophelo tletsa jwa fela jwa mane wa tla koba kena mane kabelo boletelele o ya bona ha o le tjena Umlilo. Do you believe? Ekabe ba tshepa, ekabe ba kgolwa, ekabe ba ya dumela hore a ka khutla papading. You did ask, are we going to see a miracle, Hleza? That quick goal might bring them back into the game.
Most certainly, and that is the no that is making you know. Now that you know the no has made you know that there is pressure, pressure, pressure.
Ya bona he ha o le tjena ke ile ka tjokare mokwetlisi diphetho tseo a di entseng di masene nitawatleha o kentse jwalo bana ba tshwana le bona bokatleo bana ba tshwana le bothulane anka jwalo yena Andrisa motlosa ka lepheo ngamkenya mane ba reng ba lebala mme he aksa bona a ke sa mbona hantle le yena Kaka empa wena fela jalo ke na mane Andrisi nka tjho ke re ke sona sebapadi se ipabotseng tsatsi la kajeno thulane yo so close yet so far.
You know what, Fish, it's really going to be interesting now. They are starting to knock on the door. They are starting to play good football. Look at Andries out wide there yet again. Jomo is in his 6s and 7s. Look at that ball. Look at how he then calms himself inside that box. Unfortunately takes that awkward bounce. The goalkeeper was lucky to see that ball going wide there.
I can say that awkward bounce actually deterred the ball from going into the back of the net. Mohlomong o ka tjho re e wotlile lejwe ka morao re wotle lejwe bolo ya tswalo tlameha re kene mane Karel Tanta. Goal attempts di leshumo yona U-First di supilo yona Umlilo, that indicating that Umlilo slowly but surely creeping back into the game.
It's 4 shots on target for U-First, and 3 have already gone into the back of the net.
Rakata, uyabona bophela asa watla tsona di rakata tjena. He's trying to frustrate the opposition. Game pressure is now slowly but surely starting to creep to these U-First boys.
In the first half, he wasn't been able to be adventurous, he's too mellow, because he was keeping him at bay. He wasn't allowing him that type of space and room.
Acho ba ntse le ba ile pala ma bona bahlankana ba yona Umlilo sabo bane ba batlana mane bophela kena Kabelo can say after he received that yellow card he didn't play his game. He's no longer at ease and comfortable.
He needs to be wary. He knows that he can't be making any sorts of challenge that will give him that second bookable offense.
Yeah, he needs to be mindful of the tackles that he's making every time when he's going forward. Also, he should be wary that Umlilo might actually throw the ball in that vacant space that he left behind.
Look at, of course, Till in the middle of the park, just trying to get the ball and win it back. But in all aspects and in all view, Buitumelo, it's a very important factor that he doesn't commit any fouls, is Tumelo.
Bona fela motsamayo motlo bona bahlankana ba yona Umlilo ba tsho ba kena o so qala ho tuka mollo ona wa Umlilo. O tla tlamela ba ke ba o time ka potlako bane ba tla fumana ba le mathateng bahlankana ba yona U-First. Empa, look at the numbers behind the ball when they're defending. I can say that they attack as a unit and defend as a pack, this U-First team. ba otla yona mane ba batla o opala yona ka offside trap a etsa phoso yo we rupo wa chamkuku phoso e entsweng ke ena Thokozane Motshweni ha ile na slender sama catalog a ikopanya le letanta.
After a very great save, and you go on and make a very unethical error like that one, but Slender pouncing on the ball, that is striker's instincts. He's a poacher and a predator inside that box, but the goalkeeper, it's a schoolboy error.
Once more again, schoolboy error. Umlilo, they need to reinforce in the goalkeeping department. As a keeper at this level, you cannot be making such silly mistakes.
You will be punished when you make those sorts of mistakes. With a team like this one, they are such a goal-scoring machine, is Umlilo.
Coming off the bench, first touch, first goal. And as for the keeper, Archie Ehlile, ke mathata fela, ditaba mane sehlopheng sa yona Umlilo, ditaba di moseneke, Ehlile ditaba di mafeke-feke. It gets from bad to worse for Umlilo.
Such an unorthodox one, Buitumelo.
Dinne dintlha tsa yona you first engwe ho yona Umlilo ke bona mathata ke bona kotsi ke bona masisapelo ho yona Umlilo ha ke re ke sheba boemo ba lehodimo temperature 23 degrees.
Let's just hope, of course, that this doesn't also play a significant role in terms of taking the momentum away that Umlilo had. Remember that they were trying to get back into this game. They pulled one back from the individual Kobela. But unfortunately, with this water break, with this cooling break, it also is a sense of giving, of course, the team a little bit of room to then reinforce. But I just hope that it doesn't take any momentum away from them.
Ehlile o bua nnete momentum le yona ke yona ntwe o tlameleng bahlankana ba yona Umlilo e ba e hlokang ko ra ke re ka sheba tsatsi la ka jeno ha bana morolo ha bana le molota letho mme le tjena. How do they revive their confidence? Obane ka dintlha tseo ba ba hlabileng ka tsona, you can tell that their confidence is very low.
Very, very low, Fish.
Kaka. What an interesting battle between Kaka as well as Andries there in the middle of the park.
Such a very intellectual one, because you can tell that in the first half, Kaka was really dominant in terms of spraying the ball wide, playing those defensive splitting passing, and his passing range in this field has been quite exceptional. But Andries having to come on into the second half and then trying to unsettle him means that the coach of Umlilo has seen something.
Bayona mme ha o le tjena o tla batleha bohlale ba bakwetlisi ha o le tjena ha e le mokwetlisi wa yena you first ehlile hlathilele ke sa tsebe ehlile ke monate o tswang ka ditsebe se wa se shebile mona wa irata ya mkhaza nita watleha jwanong ke huku tla hopolwa ka lolong ya pela papadi ba ne ba sokola he o tshireletsa dihuku bana ba hlankana ba yona mane Umlilo bole telele empa he mletsa phala o re phoso wena bophela ka motsamayo oi ehlileng ene le bole telele ba ne ba batla yena mane Sabelo Mdluli empa mletsa phala hore o sutuditse monna a komenekena mane Andries atsho ba kena ka le letona Qoba atshe hlile ya bona nka tsho ke re the wall of view first, it has been disciplined except for that one mistake that they did which led to a goal.
It's Umlilo yet again. He doesn't want to make another error. He knows the importance of defending well. And that tells you of a different perspective view when you get to look at it, Tumelo.
Tumelo. Ekova mani ena Tumelo. Ona batla jwalo yena Lesego. Ako shebon ke papadi we be mani. Skaleng wa bona ball position ntse tshwere ke na mane you first empa bona fela jwalo atatosa mothinyetsane fela Thulani Msimanga. Ever since he came on, you can tell that he brought some life into this Umlilo and trying to bring that spark to this Umlilo team.
Much more better from Umlilo, especially when they get into the final third. Holding on to the ball, that is the goal scorer, Kobela. And I mean, Thulani just scuffing his shot out wide there. Should have done much more better, but unfortunately the connection as well let him down there.
One can say this Umlilo team was lacking that fire spark, but nonetheless, in the middle of the park, Kaka has been very instrumental for UFest.
I like his intuition, the way he holds on to the ball, with the way he dictates the pace of the game as well.
Itshalela mawelo tletsa jomane kena bophela wa ibitsa bolo ha itla ho yena ma 7 wa ibapala lena Kaka itshalela mawele a sweepa le tjena ba iseya kena mane Kabelo empa Thulani Andris a tshoba kwala ba batla monyetla ba batla mo Skheu se buleleng teng. But good recovery done by the UFS boys. I did mention that the offensive transition of Umlilo is quite slow, but the defensive transition is quite good by UFS.
They're very critical and very vital. It's an important factor for them because it will allow them to then quickly, you know, get the ball back.
Wabona hedi poso tsayona UFS. Shume le mutsule mine le shume uyona Umlilo.
He's been awfully doing a great job in the second half in terms of keeping Bopela quiet. Jalala Mawela.
Ehlile ya bona ha o ka re wa sheba karolong ya pele ya papadi Tumelo ehlile bane ba kena ka yena empa karolong ena ya bobedi ka tshorere o bapetse o sebeditse hobane le ntlha ya yona Umlilo ona le teng le yena a thusa hore ba ke ba hlabentla me ya le tjena re bona Nicholas o tla kena he highly sniper o ya tswa he sniper mletsa kotlisi wa tshore ke bone ho lekane a ke re fe yena Nicholas ako bone fela jolo ke bona bahlankana kena mane Makeba o kena ka bona Makeba wa ikoba sebesa he Vimbi Tabang Shebani jwalo Helena Sibahle boy ma 7 sabotage Slender Impa a tshireletsa kwa mrao ke a ipotsa re ko baneng kwa ko Soweto mona ona ba mbitsa Slender wena Hleza empa ya bona nkacho ke re he might be silent, but the moment when he gets that opportunity, he will be very violent and cause all sorts of troubles for you.
You know, one thing is quite eminent about him is that being the lethal striker that he is off the pitch, he's such another individual, I tell you.
When I'm mentioning silent and violent, I mean he might be silent, he might be quiet in the game, but his aggressiveness up front is very key for you first.
And so we've said that he's a very killer instinct type of a human being inside that box, and he's been able to get a goal. He pounced on an opportunity and a mistake that was made at the back there, and guess what? He's found himself on the score sheet.
Ako bone diphoso he ehlile bahlankana ba yona you first, they are the ones with more fouls empa banamane wayikoba achi. When Umlilo scored that goal, I actually was thinking that they might actually come back into the game, but that goal by Slender kinda killed their morale.
I feel that the momentum kind of also played a significant role. We spoke about the momentum, you know.
Ako bone mane ma 7 etsa jwang he yena man ma 7 hantle ba reng ba libala ontsha jwalo e tshalela mawele, the terrible twins. I can say it is double impact. These boys have actually played a key role in this first set. Awukho bone Slender,
I think it's the pace that let him down there.
Yeah.
sabotage empa sabotage ba kgwepela motonga hae e khutla hantle mane ba reng ba libala ke yena Andries boletelelo ba tlena mane Makeba sebetsa he mane ndluli mrao.
He's been exceptional in, especially after making that error. You know, he's been making, it's a well-timed tackle because he had to get it right as well.
Ehlile ha le tjena e ka rotlatswa he yena Junior o ya tswa he yena Junior ha o so le tjena janong e ha o le tjena o tla kena he Nqeto Chem wa tswa he Junior ba roba petse o tla kena he Chem Nqeto.
If you remember him, Buitumelo, he's part of the Pirates team, the Pirates 5-a-side. He's Jomo. He's also lifted the Discovery World to Sisulu Soccer Challenge with Snake Chillers as well.
He did have a decent game today, but now with this change being made, what dosa? Awotla palo ha o le tjena so tsutikulong e kotsi e phunywa jwalo yona mane you first ba ikoba hape. Kini santsane ke tjho ke re ha tswa jwalo a kena Nqeto.
Well, look at what happens. The defense of you first, they let, of course, Umlilo's individual be in that right type of era, that it hits the post. Luckily, the goalkeeper will be lucky to see that going off the post.
Aphunywa hape wa hlankana ba yona you first empa bone e tshalela mawele counter attack o tletsa jwa mane na mane bophela ona ba tla yena mane ma 7 empa ha ya finyella loto la hae. Ehlile ke a bona monna keo o ya wa he monna o sala fatshe emletsa phala e butswela tjena phala janong he o ya bona ile mokwetlisi wa yona Umlilo wa tseba hore taba di mathateng ha le tjena ebe karolong lotong la bobedi ba tla khutla jwa monna wena he wena hleza ko hopotse o sikile a kwetlisa bana ba tshwanang le bo lefahlongwane yo hona tje a le sehlopheng sa yona Black Leopards le Totatuba bana ba tshwanang le bo Misho ya mathankwa ko Richards Bay le yena Khodiso Monama ya leng kwa ko Baroka jwanong he you can tell that he's one of the best coaches to be produced out of Tembisa.
You know, he's a Methodist. He's quite a little bit of a technician when you get to look at him, just slightly. But I've watched a lot of coaches who eat chappy, bubblegum, if I may say, the likes of Alex Ferguson. I'm not sure whether does he fall under that category.
What I'm sure of is that he's also an agent.
Yeah,
they do have Umlilo Sporting Agency, so having to have an eye for quality, taking them to the PSL side is what he does best too. That for sure I know.
Well, it's such a very, very great intuition as well.
Let's show here, you know, slender. Ishalala mawele. Kibo pela. Empa he karolong ena ya bobedi ya papadi a tshihile na sabona hale wa tsoa monna o Andrisi nka tshokere karolong ya bobedi ya papadi he has been that lively threat for Umlilo. Sabo ma7 Ichala mawele aitsa phoso again. It's that man in the middle of the park, Andrisi, destroying every movement from Umlilo. Bona fela jwalo counter attack ba phetlehile. You first Kwamrao Andris again hleza bona fela mane kiana Thulani bare monna Thulani o boleka o hutswa diperekisi di so butswi di pedi di offside to Umlilo to you first second half. He gave a 10 out of 10 performance in the middle of the park.
He was really dominant, and you can tell that of course with the coaches putting him infield, he's been very influential and effective going forward.
The only thing that I haven't seen from him today is those flamboyant passes that he usually makes, but nonetheless very effective ever since he has been moved from the wing to the center of the park.
Such a very sumptuous one when you get to look at it, staggering.
Ichala la mawele bophela kilika choka rutla ba hopola sehlopheng sa MTC sa Orlando Pirates empa sehleng sena tla hopola he ba le ba bakadima pele pele ba se ba matha kwa ho pele pele, which you know is a development team for Orlando Pirates playing in the ABC Motsepe League.
Which is a very important factor. They need to play week in, week out, so that of course when they make it to the first team, they can be able to adapt and gel.
But now the danger for Fedile Kamoto manna feta ka re limina la snefi ba tla qala o le hata ba le pikitle ba tlankana ba you first mme ya o le tjena ke ka ho ke tshokere ba tla o tla ka tara ba ba tarakanya ba ba ferikanya ba ba dupakanya jalo ka ba kena e botla e supa mletsa phala phoso hantle matso a sithiba ne he hleza Umlilo. They need to find a keeper and a quality keeper in that matter.
With a quality team like UFest, you will be punished because he's been making some errors also coming from the bench.
Achi yabona Thokozani kine ki tshwetsa hore jalo ka bantsha Dilo Maroya Thokozani Motsweni ebe ke ena he ya tla ba thusang empa e ka re ba itshwanela tje kwa dipalong e tjala la mawele o tla tsa jwa manena bophela the terrible twins. Kiena he Andris ama khutla ka yena Thabang. He did get a yellow card for a tackle, but it seems as if like he's not as afraid of actually getting into those tackles and fighting for those balls. Bona kena mani ma 7 wa kena mani slender ma 7 le ma 11 ba batla ho etsa fiko empa ba re o ya bona wena slender ha o le tjena batla ho butswa diperekisi di sa butswa a o kobome ka motsamayo o iketlileng.
You know, Jabulani, when we spoke before he came here and he played, he told me that, of course, why, Sheza, do you like saying Ma 7 from the house of heaven?
Indeed, it was a blessing from heaven in the middle of the park for this UFS side. Bona fela jolo ichalela mawele atletsa jwange ma 7, the blessing from heaven. Empa uyabona holi tjena tshireletsa mane kwa mrao Jabulani Ndomo. It has a rhyme to it.
Yeah.
Ma 7 from heaven.
It's something else, because he says to me, I'm also saying to him, he has a girlfriend from the house of number 7.
I wonder if he has those sweets from heaven. Aba pala fela ka bokhutswane bona batlankana ba yona you first.
Such a sumptuous individual is Balak, so ever calm and cool and collected. Never panics, especially when he's on the ball.
Okacho ochore Michael Palake utswile o tswa kwa Germany a tlo bapala mona ko di Phillies game ati che ha re re ke yena Palake re bua ka yena Sanele Khatebe, displaying the characteristics of the German international Michael Palak.
I was watching him, of course. He also plays for Sheikh every day. Hey, there he's always dominant.
Tulane o achwa kena fela mane batletsa jwa matlankana kena mane Andrisi achi o tshwe haibe bolo ya hao wena Vimbi mafika phongwayo dinne dintlha ho yona you first nngwe ho Umlilo, 4 you first 1 Umlilo, 5 goals being scored so far, and it's the first game of the tournament. I can assure you we are still going to anticipate and see more goals in the upcoming fixtures.
Mouth-drooling encounters when you get to look at them, Boitumelo, as well. But it looks like they've read them the memo in terms of getting the goals.
In fact, all these tournaments every year, especially the Phillies game, have the knack of producing quality players, quality goals. And I can assure you, this is where some of the players are actually being scouted. Hence, that's why we see some of them. I can tell you about the likes of Lerato Shavangu, the likes of Jeris Kosana, the likes of Temba Zwane, and Pavana Federation by Kova, Boneka Bankoti, Achitile.
They're protesting.
Iemi panka ya yona Umlilo. Kiabona mani mukwetlisi ehlile hathaba le hanyane. Awukobone kamotsamayo. Oy kehlilenge. Eneliana mani tumelo.
It was a quick ball. It was played out wide, of course. They were in search of Nicholas inside that box. But unfortunately, the players of Umlilo, thinking that it might be a penalty and a chance here. The goalkeeper coming up with another great reflex save. Oh, that's incredible.
Haibe bolo ya lona Umlilo. Tla he o santsane ho tla bana le loto la bobedi jwanong he batlankana ba Umlilo, they will be doing themselves a huge favor should they score and just to reduce the deficit.
I feel that it would be a very unorthodox and a very unsentimental time to also concede. It's that stage of the game whereby concentration levels are very important.
Buka ya dibuka e ya tshore re phela mehleng ya ho qetela nako e mahlonoko. Concentration levels need to be up. Hobane ra tseba ha o le tjena, this is where the minds of some players shut down. jwanong ya o le tjena ke monyetla ho yona Umlilo hore ba ka se hafola sekoloto sena sa bona ba se kgaole hanyane a ko ba bone ka bankotsi empa Vimbi sebetsa mane Vimbi empa o tla tlameha hore ake a ithuse hobane bamba yega ha batle yona papading ya polo.
It was in a very promising area and it was redirected. It was a very sumptuous shot. It's on target, but Vimbi having it covered, but he almost palmed it back into play into a very dangerous area.
Sabotage siamana fati, sabotage utletsa jwang empaki itshela la mawele wa itlwella ma 7 the man from heaven akanatosa empa hothwi oyabona wena bophela o iphumana le lefatsheng le halalelang ha o le tjena. I don't know why ma 7 did not take a shot in that instance. Simpa hanki jwalo mletsa phala re ke bone ho lekane banna le bapetse a ke le tsamayeng lo phumulang fatshe a ke le tsamayeng le going back to the drawing board so that second leg you might come back refreshed. Making kacho ke re khakha o bapetse papadi entle hantle mane ba reng ba libala ha silence le yena mana ya ntsenga ditosa ha ile monna ona ano bambitsang slender kwako Soweto o kene he karolong ya bobedi ya papadi mme he a qeta o kena a jwalo a ikopanya le letanta Andrisi re ka tshwere re karolong ya pele ona bapala mane le phiong empa mokwetlisi a monka monkenya mane ba re ba lebala mme he ra bona he yona bahlankana ba yona you first yona Umlilo ba bapala empa papadi fela tjena dinne ho yona you first engwe ho Umlilo qola moya wa Umlilo qola mme ha le yona you first le sebeditse wow au ko bone fela jwalo he bahlankana ba Umlilo karolong ya bobedi ya papadi ke ka mkgo ba ileng ba ngodisa ntlha ya bona ya o iphumula dikeledi ka morao re Mdluli a etse phoso morao.
It was a very unorthodox dilemma from him, but look at what of course T does inside that box. He was very smart in terms of beating Vimba.
Ehlile abahlankana ba yona Umlilo ka morao re bangwe ba hlabe ntlha eo ba ngodise ntlha eo re ne re tshwa le rona re ke monyetla re ba ka khutla papading empa it was not their day today.
It was definitely not their day because I think that water break kind of took the momentum away. There was that mistake from the back. Tulani Thokozani, in fact, coming from the bench. Unfortunate error there. That's a schoolboy error.
Off the bench, indeed it was a schoolboy error. But look at how that goal was conceded. They were playing a high liner. After playing that high liner, Popela playing that long ball behind, but the keeper with a silly mistake.
A very, very unorthodox one.
Efela tjena he papadi di fela di linne ho yona you first re bona hape ntlha eo re ka tshwere re ya bona e ke mmumishi ya tournament so far empa ho tla tlameha hore Umlilo ba ke ba ngodise thibathibane. They have so many mistakes in the goalkeeping department.
There was another chance, of course, that was awarded to Umlilo, but the post coming to the rescue of Ufirst, it was a little bit unorthodox yet again.
Ehlile ba ile ba phunyuwa ha le tjena ya otla palo ine le bole ntle e romeletsweng ke Sibahle Boy a o ko bone he dintho he di tsamaile jwang tsatsing la kajeno. Jwalo ka re sheba dipalopalo o ya bona ha papadi ne e fela goals attempts di a lekana dinne ho yona Ufirst engwe ho yona Umlilo. Ball position ha isale le yona Ufirst e ntseng e laola empa ya bona Umlilo ba ile ba leka go gutla papading ya bolo ya papadi empa ono le bima Ufirst ya hapa papadi ka ntlha tse nne o le nngwe. Mme o le tjena re tla tlase re re Mbali a ko tsholetaba.
Thank you so much, Boitumelo. I am joined here pitch side by Umlilo. Coach, 4-1 scoreline, coach, not the results that you are hoping to open this season's game with. Your thoughts?
Okay, to be honest, firstly, I think we didn't start the game off well, so we struggled in the first half. The biggest mistake that I think we made, we let in a lot of goals, and we tried to recover second half. They got the fourth goal, which basically killed morale. But it's a learning curve. It's our first game. We were playing with a lot of new boys. I think it was a bit of stage fright. But then when we come the second leg, it will totally be a different game. If they can score 4 goals, we definitely can also score 4 goals.
What was the difference in the second half? Because first half your defense was left wanting, but you came out a little bit more stronger. You also made key changes as well. What was different in the second half?
I believe we basically went to what we know. We went to basically plan A, because when we got here and we saw the pitch, we noticed that our plan A is not going to work, so we won't be able to build up from the back and go forward. So second half or half time, I told the boys that they basically need to make sure that they just go back to what they know. They start building from the back. They're comfortable. We've lost the first half. There's still 3 more halves to play. We drew the second half, so I just told them that they just need to push and forget about the first half results, and they did that. And then tactically, what we basically did is we told Les, which is our number 8, to basically shadow our defense, and we changed the formation to 4-4-2, which we played more direct, building from the back and then going direct. So it actually worked for us. We could have gotten more goals. I think we missed about 2 clear-cut opportunities. If we got that, it could have been 4-3. But then second leg, we'll try our level best to win the game.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck for your second leg.
Thank you very much.
That was the coach of Umlilo. That was, of course, Xolani Mabuza. And I'm joined now by the coach of the winning side. 4 goals is what they netted at the back of that goal. Coach, what a fantastic game for your team.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, Philly, for making this tournament a success. Yeah, I would say we started very slow also, but then obviously with the pitch not being in the correct spot, but we've managed to maintain ourselves, and we regrouped very slowly. But yeah, what we wanted was to score at least 2 or 3 goals before change. That will make us more comfortable in the second half. Yeah.
You look like you were being pressed a bit there on the second half. Umlilo coming on a little bit stronger as well, wanting to just pull one back, which they eventually did. But your team at the end coming back strong and walking away with 4 goals. Coach, what was a bit different in that second half? Because it seemed that your team got into it a little bit slower.
To be quite honest, yes, our second half was a little bit crampy, because if you checked my right back, Pam Kwanazi, is injured, but then we soldiered on with him. But towards last minute of the game, I think 15 minutes, we've managed to pull him out, because we could see that people are, it's a route one on his side. But we've managed to again to be compact in the middle, so that these guys cannot play from the middle. So obviously with their side, it was easier for us to play, because if they were sitting back also. Exactly.
Well, Coach, congratulations on your win. Good luck on the next game.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach. And of course, that is how things end here in the first match. It was SuperSport FC that drew the first blood. 4-1 was the scoreline here at the Ruby Ridge Stadium. And these are the results so far. So 4-1 is the scoreline. But the action still continues, because up next we've got the Sanitizers, who are taking on Boko Haram. Of course, they are the home side at 12, and we still have a match at 2 as well as 4 o'clock. That is Cheese up against Ndengeza. So the action, plenty of action still here at the Ruby Ridge Stadium. So really excited to make sure that you stay with us here.
ha o le tjena he papadi e latelang e tileilweng kapa e tla bapalang haufinyana e tla ba yona Boko FC a tla ba kgisetsana mahafi le yona Sanitizer e diesitswe ka lebaka la hore ba ne ba batla ho nka diteko ho se seng sa sehlopha hobane he ho utlwala hore ho na le o mong wa team officials sa bona ya ileng he a testwa positive mme ya o le tjena he sehlopha kaofela he o ile wa tlameha hore ba ke ba fetiko ba teste jwalo mme ya ke re bone he papadi eo e qetang ho fela ho no etsala eng ha yona U-First e ne wotla jwalo yona Umlilo ka ntlha tse nne ho le nngwe ha o sheba fela papadi tsamele tjena e ne qala tjhisa e bila e yena mane bophela a etsa fiko a kena ka bona mme he mona monyetla achi ya bona ile yena bophela nita batleya o ya bona re mhlankana ona o santsana tlo qeta dihlopha tse ngata sibonelo.
Bopela had a very, very good game, especially in those pockets of those spaces. As you see there on the footage, he rifled his shot just wide of goal. But U-First FC were very tidy in possession of the ball. They circulated it with ease. That's a very good glancing header by Prince.
Ehlile ya bona Prince ke ena he ya hlabile ntlha ya pele tournamenting ena selemong sena sa 2020 mme ne le bolo entle eo bophela a ileng a romella empa re ka tjho re Paul watching ke yona ntho eo e ileng ya lematsa sona sehlopha sa yona U-First sa yona Umlilo.
Yeah, the defense of Umlilo, they was caught napping. It's like they were extinguished. There was no fire whatsoever there at the back. There's still the defensive organization work in progress. What a stinging shot there. A fine save by the keeper to deny the U-First player.
Ehlile ya bona mane mphoko bola ona romeletse rocket athi he Fimbi a sebetsa hantle empa a o ko bone ntlha ya boraro tlile jwang ka morao re Prince a ka tsipe bolo ka serete ya ba e tjala la mawele a etsa taba.
To me, that was very clumsy defending by Umlilo. There's definitely shambolic at the back. Look at that. There are 6s and 7s. There are too many glaring holes. The keeper, he should have done better. But I can understand because it looks like he lacks trust between his defenders and the defenders. They lack that trust with the goalkeeper.
Not only the trust, but also the confidence and no communication. But again, they were ball watching again in this matter. It seems like there was some load shedding in the defense of Umlilo.
You can say that again. I did allude to the fact that Umlilo's fire has been extinguished. Poor marking there at the back post. And there's no player there between the sticks to marshal the net. And the ball just bounced and crept in. They really need to work on the defending.
First pole and last pole empa a ko bone he ba tlankana bana Umlilo ba ifumane ntlha ya phumula dikeledi ka morao re Makeba a fumane bolo e ba yentse phoso ba tlankana ba yona U-First Makeba ha o le tjena a qeta ka o mong wa bobedi a ikopanya le letanta.
That's a fine finish by the striker by the name of Sniper with the outside of these boots.
Ehlile ya bona ha o le tjena re ne re tshepa re tla khutla papading ba tlankana ba yona Umlilo athi it was not their day ene le yona ntlha eo ba ileng ba ifumana fela nka sho hape ke re this was the final nail in the coffin when Sibonelo.
It was the final nail in the coffin. Shambolic defending again, as you did allude. It's the mumish of the tournament so far.
Ehlile ya bona Slender o fihlile a tswa mane bankeng first touch first goal a ngodisa ntlha ya pele tournamenting ena.
Look at the goalkeeper there, poor at the back, no communication whatsoever. And
they need to reinforce their goalkeeping department dithibathibane ka bobedi ha isale di le diphoso-phoso mme o le tjena he ene le yena mane mhlankana coming off the bench ke bua ka yena mane Thokozane a etsa phoso empa ya bana mane Umlilo ba ile ba itika empa kgetlong lena bolo ya otla palo yaba he you first ya phunyuwa ha o le tjena.
Yes, Dumi, they did well is Umlilo to try and preserve the damage, and so they had to go for broke. Unfortunately for them, the defense, it let them down.
E fedile jwalo he papadi he ba ne ba tseba hore ho so lebima bakwetlisi ba yona Umlilo.
Just to confirm the results from earlier on, Umlilo losing their first opening encounter to First UFC, but we still have plenty of action here at Ruby Ridge Stadium.
But is it after 12?
I'm joined now by Uncle Philly Matebula. There's a bit of a delay with the second match of this day, but we have, of course, the founder who's going to tell us all about what is actually happening right now. Uncle Philly, can you please give us an update as to what is the delay and what's actually been happening?
Good afternoon to all the viewers. Much I cannot say. One of the chairman of the Sanitizer, the team called Sanitizer, he has tested positive. So they had to restructure their team, which it created this delay that we are having. But in a few minutes, I think we will be starting the game with a few new players, which will be tested at the entrance. And I hope he gets better and we could start and enjoy our football.
So, Uncle Philly, you mentioned a few of players being pulled out and new players also being brought in.
Yes.
How positive are we that the ones who have remained are also negative?
They did testing.
Okay.
And some of them, actually, the information that came to us, it was only the chairman of the team. But due to that, those who have maybe been in contact with him, which is a result that we didn't get. But what we did, we made sure on our entrance, nobody comes in here without being tested without being, what you call?
Scanned.
Scanned.
Yes.
That's, further than scan, I cannot say. I'm not a doctor.
So what would happen in the case of temperatures reading high for some of the players that are here in this team? What would then happen with this particular match?
We will turn them back. That's exactly why we have the testing station right at the entrance of the venue. If your temperature is high, you're not allowed to come in.
Okay, so obviously then it will also disturb their opponents.
Yes.
That means now they skip a game.
Yes.
So what would then happen with
They
that team
lose
and
3 points.
The opponents.
Yes. Those who delayed the game, at the moment, we had to sit down and ask for a few minutes so that they can restructure themselves. They are here. The delay was made by us checking on all the players before they come and participate, so that we are definitely sure about them.
Thank you so much, Uncle Phil, for that update.
Not a problem, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm joined now by the coach of Sanitizers, Leon Kenya. A bit of a delay today, but we finally have the coach. Coach, how is your team? Because we have received news of COVID-19 infections. How is your team? Yes, how is your team assembling this new team now so quickly?
No, the only problem I try to find out another players and another management as soon as possible, because it was urgent to me. So I tried by all means to come and play the games.
Now, how is your team assembling moving forward? Because you're going into your first encounter for the 2020 Phillies games. Just tell us a bit about your team and the game plan into this match.
No, the only thing, Memzo, we are here to fight with everything. You know that COVID-19 is all over the world, so we are prepared for it. And then we are coming to play the game with full force and effort.
Well, thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. That was coach of Sanitizers, Leon Kenya. I'm joined now by the coach of Boko Haram. Coach, thank you so much for joining me. Can you just tell us a bit about your team coming into this game? How tough was it assembling a team because of COVID-19 and preparing for this tournament today?
Yeah, it was a bit hard to assemble a team together because most of the guys, they don't stay around here. So we just try by all means to get the guys together so that we can try and win this tournament. But all in all, we've got a strong squad. Everything is well prepared for now.
How much of your team changed from last season?
We haven't changed much. Only a few of our players that were coming from KZN, they're not here due to the COVID-19. But only 3 players that are not here from the starting lineup that we had last year. But all majority of the team is here.
And going into this match, Coach, what kind of a match are you expecting? Because we see also the pitch is not so great today.
Yeah, we saw the pitch. We'll try adjust our games because we are used to playing two-touch football and carpet football, but we'll try and adjust. Maybe we'll try and play route 1 so that we can cover and use the strength of our strikers. He's a bulky striker, so we just play the route 1. He'll hold the ball for us and wait for the middle fielder so that we can convert the chances.
Gabonga, Coach, good luck for the game.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the coaches of both the teams who will be in contention here in the second encounter here at the Robbie Ridge Stadium. It is Boko Haram up against the Sanitizers. In commentary, we have Usbonelo as well as Buitumelo, who will take us through the next 90 minutes.
papadi ya bobedi ya tsatsing la kajeno e tlatla e ba sehlopha sa yona Boko Haram ba tla be ba bapala jalo le tsona di-sanitizer re tla ka otlola Ravi Rich Stadium ona mona ko Tembisa ba re 1632 wa sibona he sona sehlopha sa yona Sanitizers o tla hopola he ho bona le sehlo ho ila bana le tieho papading ena ka lebaka la hore tse ding tsa dibapadi tsa bona e tlile di le tsa testa positive ka lona ka lebaka la leroborobo lena la yona COVID-19 mme he sibonelo ha o le tjena potso e kgolo ke hore some of their players have been excluded due to testing positive. How will that affect the team tactics-wise, physically, emotionally, and their game plan?
Well, to me, it will definitely affect the coach's gameplay, his gameplay in terms of how he plans for this game. Because if you have a couple of players who were due to start but tested positive, it disrupts the momentum. I mean, you have to now try and field the so-called French players who were not due to play. But it's all about the mentality of the players. What can they do?
Ehlile ha le tjena he jwalo ka batlankana dihlopha ka bobedi di tswa ka bobedi tjena batlankana ba yona Boko Haram ba pere jwalo he Jeresi e tshwanang le yona Mamelodi Sundowns ati he ha ile yona mane Sanitizers ba pere yona Jeresi e blow ha le tjena ke a tseba hore ho tla sona dintho tsa di social distancing mme he ha le tjena he ho tla bana le moment of silence. Moment of silence here ho tlotla bao ba sebetsang bosiu le motshehare ba lwantshanang le lona le roborobo lena la yona COVID-19 and again in honor of those who have left us.
Yeah, it's been a very touching year. We've lost a lot of people due to the ravaging effects of the COVID-19. We have to pay homage to those who were taken, especially after the outbreak of the pandemic. It's a nice gesture by the players.
Ehlile ya bona wena motswale wa ka le roborobo lena le sentse re nka tjho he ke re ba batla beng ba re tlisetsa he papadi ena o ya bona he ke a ba bona banna he monna wa bitsang Donald o teng he e leng moletsa phala ba tla thusana mane ba re ba le bala mme ke bona ka re ba tla fetola mawa mme again we have to take note of the bumpy pitch. We will stress because the condition of the pitch is actually not quite good. How will that also affect the game?
It will definitely affect the team that plays a passing game, because every time you try to slide a pass, the ball just bounces awkwardly, and if you have a poor close control, you're going to loosely control the ball and lose it. Not forgetting the heat, it's midday, so the players must try to work the ball more, but the bumpy surface will affect the passing game.
Me ha le tjena ba bangata ba ipotsa he hore sehlopha sena sa Jeresi ya Sundowns are they going to display that shoe shining piano football that we have been accustomed to? But Boko Haram, we know that their season campaigners always featuring in this tournament, but as for Sanitizers, it's their first time around in this tournament. Me he oli tjena ya bona he bahlankana ba Selmanala o tse a tjhe butswela mletsa phala ya phahama phepela ya rona ya mane ko ti Phillies Fietiski game ke re fela bahlankana ha o tjha o tjheche o bane ke a tseba o tla tja gang o sale molora oli tjena ha di wahlane empa di skantshana ngmadi Sanitizer ke bona he ba iqala nge papadi ena mme hantle mane ke tla otlela komporo go jwetse he di bapadisa yona Sanitizer so re ba panne ka bomang ba tlile ka bomang mme a le tjena mme he Boko Haram ke a tseba mane Ncebo Zulu Makeba ba re wa Zulu ya sabeka o teng kwa pele jersey number 6 ke monna we bahlankana ba yona Sanitizer so tla tlameha re ba ke ba mkenye mahlo ba etsa phoso yona Sanitizer e ka rutla tlamare le nna ke ba fafatse hanyane ke ba sanitize hanyane hobane ke bona kotsi e ka re ba di phoso e tletsa jamane Boko Haram
You can see the intent of Boko Haram. They're just trying to knit those passes and play the ball in those pockets of the Sanitizer space.
Ehlile uyabona wena Sibonelo kuyabona bahlankana ba yona Boko Haram e ka re batla kaliwa la high press ba batla o petietsa yona Sanitizers se tlhakureng la bona ba ke ba leke o ba pusha hore ba etse dipho a ko bone fela mane hantle ba re malibala sebaka se sengata se seholo empa bahlankana ba Sanitizers they need to be wary of that, not to actually allow plenty of space ba etsa phoso e tshwe ikena mane Boko Haram sebetsa sibathibane.
That was a lovely pass by Raymond Mirwa there to thread one through for Joseph, but the keeper did read the ball very well.
A ko bone fela mane hantle ba reng ba libala e ka re seo ke se bonang batho ba kena bahlankana ba Sanitizers sebetsa mane malisela mrao.
That was a crucial interception by Jackie. Excellent. It was Abraham, sorry, the centre back. He had to slide in to snuff out the danger.
Hantle hiena Ngabo Zulu letsa jamani mtutuzi iende mtelele mona ona Ngabo Zulu a choke hopola banna ba ba sikileng ba matha nka hopotsa jwalo yena Longisani Ndlela nalimtelele tjena mehe nitabatleha a di otla dintlha ka hloho janong le yona Boko Haram ka go ke shebileng ka teng ba tla bapala tsona dibolo tse telele ba tshepile hore yena o tla ba etsetsa msebetsi a di hlabele nyelenyele. I guess Haram they need to use that aerial prowess of Ngebo to be scoring more goals.
Yeah, that's a funny analogy to me to compare Ndengeza Zulu with Lungisani Ndlela, the former Mamelodi Sundowns striker. They do have the same qualities. They are physical specimens. They can hold the ball very well and knock it down to the on-rushing second striker.
Nka hopotsa bana ba tshwanang le bo Josh Komantarakis ke bana ba ke tsebang ba ne ba le batelele tjena a motsamayo oi ketlileng Sanitizers e hlile match fitness o ya bona hore e ka re ha ba so be monate ngwana mme.
Sanitizers are starting to grow in stature in this game as we see the Ndengeza Zulu losing out there. Here's the Sanitizer player holding the ball very well. Excellent feet. Looks to spray one at the back. Looking for options is the centre back. He's hounded by a thicket of Boko Haram shirts. The ball is one back.
Ehlile banna ba tshwana le bo Keith Machola o tla tlamare ba ke ba elele hore ha le yona Boko Haram pressing ya bona entle ha ba ba petetsa ba ke ba shebe bana ba tshwana le bo Quintin hantle mane ba reng ba lebala o teng Raymond o kopanya bolo white tosa ene le tebogo sefadi.
He didn't connect cleanly there as the dreadlock marksman. The shot was inaccurate. He should have struck it with the full laces. I think he caught it with the outside of his boots.
Ehlile sipesihle ha o le tjena o tla hopola papadi e re qetang ho e sheba le botala Umlilo. They did not have any communication amongst themselves, the back four, including the keeper. So in this case, Sipesihle, he also needs Hopefully he actually watched that game between Umlilo and Parwane Fela Jalomanikena Zulu ya Makeba.
That's a good strike kick goal. It just sailed meters off of the bar, 1 or 2 meters from a tight angle. He did well there in Zulu. The goalkeeper is gonna take a goal kick, try to put the ball upfield. Sanitizers FC need to set the tone of this game. They need to add more numbers up front, as we see the visuals of Zulu firing a shot that sailed over the bar. The decent effort of goal.
Achi bana ba batla mosebetsi rona o be bima bahlankana ba Sanitizers le mongolo wa bona e hlile achi ho be ho kotsi mpha re tla sebetsa ka makgethe ka o tshwanang le rona mme re otlele jalo ka o bona ke yena Dlamini Sibonelo ba tla be ba tshepile yena he Sibonelo hore a ke a kate botebogo.
It's very safe to say to me that the Boko Haram goalkeeper looks slightly overweight. I'm not sure if it's going to affect his reflexes, especially if a shot is well struck to the corners, bottom or top. He looks rather overweight.
One thing for sure I know is the fact that he is a very experienced keeper. His positioning is quite is marvelous. He's quite superb in terms of positioning himself. But as for his reflexes, only time will tell if his reflexes are up to standard.
Yeah, you're right, Tomi. Jackie, he's a very experienced goalkeeper, has played a lot of community games. I think the reason why he started today's game was because of the fact that he has played numerous tournaments and is a trusted servant of this Boko Haram team. I was just questioning his reflexes. He has a shot there. It's blocked by a wall. Sanitizers FC are probing. The ball is won here by Boko Haram. Possession turned over again there.
Kena Manitebogo Sifari. Aiso futuma le nitawatlea papari. Mie hauli chena. Bahlankana ba yona Haram. Ai silence le bona ba ntse ba botsa dipotso. Poletelele. Etsa poso mane na mane Sibonelo. Bone ka banko ba batla na mane Zulu Makeba.
Keeper was caught in no man's land.
Empa fela ha le jalo ke a bona Zulu Gift Machola ehlile ke a bona ba batla yena Thabiso Kena Roberti ke bona heke elelwa hore setswalle sa Sibonelo Gift le Roberti. It will be crucial that they come into the party. So far we've seen Haram having to commit silly mistakes. Unfortunately, the Sanitizers, mind you, are actually making many mistakes in the middle of the park. But now, with Haram, they need to start capitalizing on the errors which Sanitizers have been making. And mind you, psychologically, one can say that the Sanitizers, the issue of the players having to test positive has affected them negatively. So this is where Haram needs to capitalize. Empa Akereshebe Kamatsamoe Jackie having to come out, but just catching the Sanitizers keeper. It wasn't intentionally, but seems as if like he jabbed him a little bit there.
Yeah, Jackie did well there to race off his goal line to punch that one to safety. Excellent anticipation. He looks fine, the number 9 for Sanitizers.
Zulu o ntsha jwale yona mane Sefadi o tlhahiso jwa mane na mane Sefadi sebetsa mane Robert empa a so tsutikulong e kotsi Sanitizers o tla hopola kgetlo la pele he ba bapala ho tsona di Phillies games mme he re ka tjho re ke di rookies. I'm not quite sure if they are ready for such a big occasion, Sanitizers.
Well, football is a game between 11 players per team. Anything can happen. We've seen stranger things in the game. But yeah, experience does count in games like this, especially the finer details. When to shut up shop, when to go for the killer blow.
Hantle he Bharre Maribala Kiena Thabiso re ka tjho re o bapala jwalo ka ntho e re bitsang yona a wing back hobane ke a bona o rata o overlapper haholo mme ha overlapper o kena ka hare playing as an inverted wing back.
That's his job. A modern day winger has to bomb up and down the flank. I'm not sure if he can be able to keep it up for the 90 because of the searing heat. But credit to him, he's been very lively in the early exchanges of this half.
Mentioning the issue of the heat, how it's going to affect the players. Indeed, we might have a cooling break, but nonetheless, looking at Sanitizers being unable to connect the ball, not having to pass decent ball or making those 4 to 6 passes, it's difficult for them. Shibobu,
you got him there with the nutmeg. Shots is wide.
Ehlile wa tseba he the Phillies games ke tsona ntho tse ba tumeng ka tsona ha ba bapala yona ka si flavor go ya bona ha ba tsheya tjena monna ba mo godisitse Shibobo ba mo godisitse ngwana. One wonders what that does in terms of the confidence of the player.
Thankfully, there are no fans because the crowd were going to be up on their feet, and it's so embarrassing if you're on the receiving end of a nutmeg. They look very tight on the ball. Is Boko Haram. It's a nice pass there by Jackie, the Haram keeper.
Echo fela etwa Muletsa Phala ore ene se usile wena Joseph Mukwena itaba bolo ya yona Sanitizer ashanong ya le tjena ha o so ka o bona ore moya o fokela kae ho etsala eng jwalo re di hlopha ka bobedi empa ya bona ba hlankana ba yona Haramu playing that flamboyant football. But now, in terms of football, it's not about how many Shibobos that you present on the day or how many passes or the goal scoring opportunities that you create. What's more important is the goals, bearing in mind that there's a second leg to come. So in the first leg, when you find teams in 6s and 7s, it's actually where you're supposed to capitalize and score goals. So the advice that I have for Haram is score as many goals in the first leg because you don't know what to expect in the second leg. Teams usually reinforce it in the second leg. It
was offside. To get back to your points, Dumi, you are right. Boko Haram needs to find that killer blow and fire a goal or two to capitalize on their ball possession, because ball possession alone, it doesn't win you football matches.
Eqalwa mane Mrao ke yena Abraham Mapupa. Hlile boholo ba dibapadi tsa yona Haramu di tsona mona Tembisa. Mme ha le yona Sanitizers ke ba boholo ba tswa kwa ko phomolong. Dikulo ba bitsang PMG. Tabiso tlasa kgatello Quinton Sefala wa ilwanela jolo ke namane Ngebo Zulu e botla lokola Ngebo empa wana jolo yana mane Joseph kena Richard Acheli bala halili tle nitabatleya wa ibona bolo entse ya itlula empa ko bone first touch entle warra sebeditse mane Raymond. When we talk of a quality first touch,
that first touch was sumptuous. It sets him up for the shots. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't steer past the goalkeeper, but excellent first touch.
Arikena ihlile ba kena ka bona ba tlankana ba yona mane Haramu ka nekoba korobetsa bone ka bankotsi empa ke ambona mane yena Raymond Mirwa e ka rotla iketsa pidisi e ka re o tla mathisa banna e ka rotla iketsa phepeng o tla ba phephetha ha ba sam elelwe ba tlankana ba Sanitizers. Hantle wa rimba libala Kif Machola fetua nuku wotla mgalangwani yena Raymond tshireletsa mane ke yena Joseph ehlile ke bona mane Mrao Joseph le yena koketso o tla tlameha hore ba ke ba elellwe o tla tlameha hore ba elellwe hore ba tla sebedisana jwang hore ba ka tshireletsa haholo jwang bana ba tshwana le bo Raymond bana ba tshwana le bo Quinton ba bona la ba le kotsi. Sanitizers losing positions quite easily.
Yeah, the passes are very inaccurate, but it's all good pressing from Haramu, making it difficult for them to locate the players.
Akomonekena mane Ngabo Zulu atosa muthinyetsane fela. He looks quite dangerous, especially having to hold that ball and laying it off. The only thing missing in this Saram side is that players like Raymond as well as Tebogo, they actually need to be making those second and third runs, trying to penetrate the defense of Sanitizers.
Absolutely. Zulu is being very lethal with his movement. He holds the ball very well. But the likes of Raymond and Joseph, Quinton, to add it to the equation, they need to be sharper with their movements.
Antlemani Varemba Tebogo. Ako mene fela jolo mane ke bona ba tlankana ba yona Haramu a tshoba ikoba Haramu empa sireletsa mane Joseph ane ba batla ho etsa phoso Sponiso Dlamini ehlile ke bona kotsi Haramu ba hlasela lehlakoreng la hae. Shane Poison Shane Chakulova aribona bona manya na Shane kena leboha mwatlou a tshoba kena ba tlankana ba di Sanitizer ebe ba tla ba fafatsa empa mane hana mane mhlankana wa hana Vincent kena Richard Tsorelo le tjena Mia le tjena ke a bona Helena lebohang wa tshore maram le tsaphala ikabe ha wa bona ha o sa tjolore ha o sa bona hantle hore bang sutuditse banna bana para kena mane Zulu tla etsa jwa mane ena Zulu sebetsa siphesihle a sebetsa siphesihle mletsa phala ehlile ona bapetsi yona game advantage. Good decision by the ref.
It's a good decision to spot the offside. Zulu had strayed marginally. He was a fraction too early.
Auli Chena ebutla tosa rocket kapa jwang re bone o motle a tosa shot eri shoto Tibani.
Good save by the keeper.
Ehlile o shile diwete. Seems like he had carrots, he could see danger coming from far in that instance.
It was good goalkeeping there by the Sanitizers FC goalkeeper. It's a foul there.
Mehe ya bona ha le tjena ke a bona he le boemo ba le hodimo 26 degrees. It's gonna be interesting to see how the heat will affect the play of the players.
Definitely, Dumi, the players will definitely tire as the game grows. But 26 degrees is not as hot as your mid-30s. They just need to work on moving the ball around instead of the players moving around, because players, they tire when they're playing in such hot conditions.
You know Haram to be the team playing that exquisite football, but nonetheless today I'm not quite sure if they have actually gotten their mojo and their rhythm, but I know for a fact every season they are those teams that we call crowd pullers.
Yes, definitely, they are crowd pullers. They are very easy on the eye to watch.
Uyabona wena Sibonelo ke di tsamaile di tournament makeisheneng ka dibaka tse ngata. Singasho sithi mabadlala eBhucwini, you can tell that they play that attractive, exquisite football eBhucwini, but manje the fact that we are playing at a grass level, a question that many people are asking themselves: can they play that exquisite, flamboyant football at Chanin?
Yes, they can. You can see traces of that intricate passing game in this early half. But what is going to be a stumbling block is the pitch conditions. The pitch is very bumpy.
Ehlile wa tseba ke be ke utlwe batho ba bang ba re hona dihlopha tse bapalang hantle mobung ho bane le dihlopha tse ding tse bapalang hantle ko bojwang. Me this is where we'll see the quality of the teams, which type of team you are. One playing good football in a grass surface or in the dusty streets.
Tabisi.
Zulu. Let's Jean Zulu. We better finish on Polo Wente. Your way. Ropo. Wachamkuku. Wachamkuku. Wassalama senke 3000 volts elokolotse jwalo ke na mtutuziende kamra risulu abone hore o mong fela atosa shoto ya di shoto.
That's a wonderful goal there by Mtutuzi Yente. We saw what Zulu can do by holding the ball, laying it off for the onrushing Mtutuzi, who curled it into the corner.
When we talk of plug and play, that's what Yende just did. He actually plugged the ball, chose the spot, and the net played in that instant.
It's a wonderful piece of football there. Excellent layoff there by Zulu. Mtutuzi scored the goal of the tournament so far.
Ehlile ke bolo entle eo ntlha entle eo tlilweng ke ena Mtutuzi Yende. Ya bona re bua ka quality being displayed by Yende. Kiona Ntwerbuang Kayona. Composure. I want a Kalibata. I companya Lilitanta.
Yes, it was an excellent side foot there by Yende. And finally, the possession, it has paid off, the possession football, because Haram has had the upper hand in this game.
Ehlile papadi haulichena etlakala ufuthumala mi hailwana sanitizers ebe haulichena o tla tlameha hore ba phaphame le bona hobane ha e sa le ba le boroko nna ntho e ke tla etsang ke tla wa sanitizer ke ba fafatse hanyane mme ha o le jwalo o tla bana le sephethephethe ho be mavithiviti ba hlankana ba tla etsa hlahlafeti ha le yena Zulu e hlilo motle kwa pele. You see the game plan that Zulu is implementing, holding the ball, laying it off, and in that instant Leende was around to send a beauty in the back of the net.
Indeed, that is what Haram needed to work on, the movements when Zulu is laying those balls.
Akumane fela jolo ke bana ba hlankana ba yona Haramba ba hlana mane Zulu Makeba o Zulu ya Sabeka sebetsa mane mrao koketso ya bona ha le tjena banna ba tshwana le bosibonelo o tla tlama re ba ke ba ntshe mahlona meng o tla tlama re ba ke ba ikatele a kobone fela jolo mane boletelele ba ne ba batla yena Zulu Aikova tshireletsa he yena mane Joseph. When you have such short players as an opponent and you are facing a tall man by the man of Nebo Zulu, how do you nullify his threat?
You need to nullify the person who's going to be feeding him those balls, and that is what Sanitizers have failed to do.
Sanitizers failing to cut down the supply, being slow in terms of closing down their opponents.
Yes, you are right.
Akone fela jalo mane ba kena tlasa kgatello ba hlankana ba Sanitizers ke yena mane Gift Machola a tla etsa jwang he Gift Machola a so futhumale hantle ke shebile setswalle sa hae Robert le yena Sibonelo. Truth news to be told, they are being bullied by the likes of Ntutuzi, Raymond, as well as Tebogo. Zulu Makeba. Ehlile ya bona Zulu o batla o etsa feko o batla o qeta ka yona Sanitizers. Ehlile ke a bona monna wona ha o le tjena o batla o bontsha bahlankana ba Sanitizer tosa le madienyana yona amotsamayo wa iketlileng cutting down the supply to Zulu. That's what the Sanitizers need to do.
They failed dismally in doing so. Good snapshots by Zulu. Sadly, the ball was off target.
Boniso Ochakena Kabana Yanamani, Shane Poison, Achi Hile, Achi Nitawatea, highly Sanitizers. They don't look as a threatening side, especially up front.
They look very disjointed overall in the defensive line, midfield, and up front. They can't knit 4 or 5 passes together.
Disjointed and disorganized. You can also tell it's the matter of looking at this game. It's a battle between experience versus inexperience. Looking at this Sanitizer side, seems as if like they are a young side. And as for Haram, you have seasoned campaigners.
Yes, Haram, you have seasoned campaigners, and one thing they are doing right in this first half, they have what I call game management. They know when to attack, when to defend.
Losing the ball again in the final third. That is what is actually letting them down. And truth news to be told, very instrumental, pulling the strings. I can say that he is the conductor, making this Haram side to play a beautiful symphony in the middle of the park.
They just can't deal with him. He's a real thorn in the flesh. Every time he receives the ball, Haram look like scoring. There's a foul there. He looks very hurt.
Romela bolo pele fela jwalo empa hape ba e tshola e tswela kantle e hlile ba ne ba leka ba otla ka yona counter. Tsipa fela jwalo ka Serretempa ha e bala hantle buka eo yena Joseph amromela buka ka leleme la senkgweshe ka English empa ka senyesemane empa e hlile e ne nngwe a o kgona ho utlwisisa yena Joseph a tletsa jwang yena mane Shane Poison to Zinyembe bona fela jalo yena mane a ke shebile ke na Raymond ke na ka bona Raymond a kana ikoba ba etsa phoso ya bona communication puisano e kare ha iyo mane mrao ho yona Sanitizers.
They're very poor at the back. Sanitizers, the communication is dismal. They nearly scored Haram. They're capitalizing on poor communication at the near post.
Kuya bona he mona Gauteng hona le ntweri bitsang piki a re piki kore a motho a feta fela wa monka o mo kenya sehlopheng sa hao o msebedise mme a kere ke sheba sona hlopha se sa Sanitizer e hlile ekare ke piki fela ba nkile banka mona banka le mane mme he ho entseng jwalo o ya bona re sehlopha sena kutlwano ha iyo. There's just no synergy, there's no cohesion amongst this Sanitizers team. And as for Haram, you can tell that they are a team which know each other quite well, been around each other for quite some time, and they clearly understand each other.
Yes, Sanitizers, they lack cohesion, as I did allude to the fact that they are failing to net 3 or 4 passes in the middle of the park. It's as if they only met this morning, and it does show that numerous of their players were pulled out.
Defensive structure, shape ya bona e hlile ha ntle ba tlankana ba yona Sanitizers. Mihailo Haram, you can tell, playing that zonal defense, 3 players playing that, holding that line in the middle of the park, which just shows that these guys, they know each other quite well, very much organized, and they're holding their shape as well as their structure.
Yes, I did say Haram is one thing that is advantageous to them. They have game management, when to defend, when to attack, when to press, and when to not press.
Quentin Sefala o fetotse mawa obane ha papadi ne qala o na bapala ka mane le tlakong le letona mme ke a bona he o sa ile ka mane ho le letshehadi. Yena he Tutuzi Iende Armela bolo yena Iende Achi badi poso umrao batlankana ba yona Sanitizers e ka rihlile o tla tlamare ba ke ba lokise mme he ke re ke sheba monna yo mbonang Joseph Mokwena e hlile o tla ba mathisa monna wona a batla tshwana le David Mathebola ke msheba hanyane kapa mhlomong ha ke bone hantle wa tseba he le yena ho re tla tlama hore ha ebe re batla ho hapa tournament ena dihlopha tse tjena o tla tlama re ke re di tshele thupa just to send a statement to the opponents.
You must say to me, I have a
Ball is bouncing there. He caught his foot there. He was knocked off his stride. It's a foul.
ehlile wamphato o ile a tjho a re game management ke yona ntho e bahlankana ba Haram ba na le yona ehlile ba tseba hore ba tla futuela neneng ba tseba hore ba tla hlasela neneng ba tseba hore ba tla tshireletsa neneng e leng seo ba se etsang hantle bona bahlankana ba yona Haram, knowing when to attack and to defend.
That was a very, very good tackle there by the Haram defender as he conceded a corner. He had to engineer that last ditch challenge. As you can see, Jackie organizing his defense.
Tla butswela jole na mane mletsa phala tla romela kare ke shebile e kare ke na kick matshola bone ka bankotsi hantle matsong a yena Jackie. Route 1 to whom it may concern. Ehlila romela bolo eo e kopana le na Joseph Mokwena. Ke bona ke shebile jwalo mane Majola le yena Roberti. Tsatsing la kajeno e ka re batla sebetsa bima. E ka re batla sebetsa bima empa ke o monna yo ashintwenu ashintweo ke na Zulu Makeba. Uyabona mhlankana wona ihlile omohle. Best touch ya haye yena Raymond Mirwa. Ai omohle neta batleya ka mokgwa e laolang bolo eo e kare khokho ya haye ena le choku ha bolo e tla o e gamela fatshe ha monate fela. First touch at its best. We're talking about Mirwa Raymond.
Yeah, there's a very good first touch about him as you saw earlier on. He controlled it beautifully and he fired straight at the keeper. He should nick a goal or two because Sanitizers are very porous at the back.
Mano setse fatshe hlile ke bona yende wa mbontsha hore o mongwe wa ka o sa dutse fatshe e tswa ka ntle he e tla ba bolo ya yona Sanitizers. Kamela fatshe fa fifo fedile ka motho a mo finisha a re ka tjho ngwana mme hore ya bona Raymond Mirwa, such an elegant player with an elegant touch.
He reminds me of Kama Billiards. Excellent first touch, excellent pass. He just needs someone to work on his finishing.
A komone fela jalo o tlo a kena yena Poison. Ke a utlwa o ntjhetsa hore o hopotsa Kama Pilati empa a mo tsamayo oi ketlileng ane ba hlile ba kena ha le yena Poison tlamela romele bolo kanana Tershishi wisa Niniva yena.
Poison's got into a very good position there.
Bona fela jalo bole ka bakotsi ba batlana mane ene le yena Quentin a kena ka bona a kone fela jalo bahlankana ba yona mane Haramu a swepa fela jalo Quentin Sefala batla yena Nebo Zulu ke a bona Hemletsa phala abe ya wa le yona karete fumana mpho ya hae yena Nebo Zulu.
That was naughty of Zulu to distract the goalkeeper from punting the ball upfield. It's a well-deserved yellow card, but he's been a menace to the Sanitizers FC defense. Every time the balls are pumped to his head, he almost looks certain to score.
A professional foul. One can say that he was actually trying to deter the counter-attack.
Yes, he did try to take the sting out of the break attack for Sanitizers, as you see there.
Ako bone fela mane kana Quentin o tlatsa mane Quentin ane ba batla ibela yena mane Mduduzi ako bone karete tse tshehla engwe ho yona Haramu Sanitizers aba so ifumane ba tletsa jwang bahlankana ba Sanitizers achi losing the ball easily and cheaply.
They are very sloppy in possession of the ball. They work hard to retain it, but after two passes, it's almost certain that Haram are going to pass on their loose balls. They can't pass.
a re nka papadi re beya mane sekaleng ya bona Sanitizers ehlile ba e laola papadi empa ya bona papadi ya bolo ha e tshwane le papadi ya ditebele. It's not about ball position. What's important, it's goals.
Goals are important, as we saw that Haram found that they broke the deadlock and they were the dominant side.
Jwalo ka ba rata ho tjho, goals wins you games. A solid defense wins you a championship. Empa la le jwalo he bahlankana ba yona Haramo ke a bona ba bapala ntho e re bitsang pressing trap ka lehlakoreng le letona mo mathambana ba tshwana le bo Siboniso teng ka serete ke yena Manisulu a thoba kena ba kokota wa tosa ke o go sefadi ana botsa dipotso empa mona rulela o le tjena ba tsiba le bona bahlankana ba yona Haramore ene le bolo e kotsi ka morao re Zulu ai hape bolo eo mane tikulong e kotsi a tosa rocket a mo futhumatsa hanyane mane Siphesihle.
That was a thunderous strike by Tebogo Sefadi. Keeper did well to tip over.
Bolo ka ba kotsi a Chiposo Tibani kare di gloves tsa hae di tshasitswe botoro
Butterfingers
ehlile ke nnete ya bona seo ke se tsebang ko Philly Games ba tla le hata ba tla itsukutsa bahlankana ba tla otla ka mangwele asazowasha maguqa namashibobo kodwa kufuneka ama-goals.
Especially if you build a solid lead, 3 or 4 goals. I was expecting you first FC in the opening game to engineer those tricks when they were 4-1 up, but they just decided to pass the ball around instead of trying to be fancy.
Sebetsa mane mkapteni bona yana Yende empa ya bona Siphesihle good in terms of reflexing, but in terms of commanding whenever they conceive set pieces, it seems as if his decision making is also poor. That's what he needs to work on going forward.
That is why Zulu has had the time of his life in the box, because the goalkeeper for Sanitizers, Siphesihle, he lacks that presence. He doesn't command his area. He's very, very jittery.
Jackie ako bone fela jalo o ba wotla ka tsona di bread and butter le box ke na Tebogo Sefadi sebetsa kena hape Sefadi kena he wotla kena Tlakova a fela ekova bole ka ba ukotsi ane ba batla yena na batla jalo yena Raymond Impa fetua nuku ngala ngwana thotse Max Maponyane a di wotla ha ke batlo bua hore e ngopotsang wa mopola Oscarin Masuluke.
Oscarin Masuluke versus Orlando Pirates in 90th minutes. That is what Joseph Mahaka was trying to do there. But again, the defensive organization of Sanitizers, they need to be sanitized at halftime.
Hali chena Hemletsa phala e butswela a re banna ke bone lekane karolong ya phela papadi ne tabatleha e qadile e sa futhumala e qadile e kare bahlankana ba sa kgone fumana hore ho etsala eng jwang empa monna yona Mtutuzi Yende ila rana fumana monyetla wa pele a wotla tsona di plug and play a kopanya le letanta mme ha le tjena jwalo ka bona bahlankana ba haramba tswa tjena a shihlile ni tabatle o tla tsamaya re ba ke ba sebetse ha ile yona mane Sanitizers they were found wanting, very poor at the back empa ya bona Zulu ehlile ke mona ya kotsi mme ha le tjena a ko bona re papadi karolong ya pela papadi sa mele jwang one Haram not Sanitizers. a ko bone he karolo pila papadi tsamele jwang hlaselo ya pele e ne le ya bona bahlankana bana haramu ke ena Zulu a ko bone fela ha le yende a otla di plug and play bolo entle a kopanya le letanta composure at its best.
Plug and play indeed. They took a fully deserved lead. Zulu there, a strong focal point, trapping it excellently, laying it off for the onrushing Duduzi and sumptuous curler. The keeper was clutching in thin air.
Haile sipesi tlile ka letanta roso le hobi wa chamkuku a ko bone fela jwalo a watla ka le batha kopanya le letanta haile sibatibane ba mo fanyeha a le tjena ko bone fela jwalo ba ile ba itika bona bahlankana ba yona Sanitizers acho ba kena ka ena Poison, but finishing is poor.
They couldn't apply the finishing touch there, is Poison. That's the only real chance they had. He decided to side foot. I don't know why.
Ehlile ba re le potla le japudi a bona mane Poison no tlamere o ikwetse a khutsetsa ka hare empa o ile a kgetha ho ba pelutelele empa bahlankana ba ya haramo ha ile ba itika hape ha ile yana mane Tebogosefadi a romela rocket sipesihle a sebetsa kgetlong lena.
Excellent save there by Spesihle. We saw Ndebo Zulu holding the ball. Good interplay in and around the D-line. And Tebogosefadi. Lovely shots.
Ehlile nitabatleya inelitiko entle mane ka yena Sefadi empa ko bone papadi tsamele jwang ka ronong ya pila papadi ya serota dipalopalo o ya bona ha isale ntse le yona harame botsa dipotso 11 goal attempts Sanitizers dipedi kareti di engwe ho yona Sanitizer ho yona haramo mme a le tjena he ke re Mbali a ko tsolle taba o e bone jwang ka rola pila papadi Mbali.
Well, it is halftime here at the stadium here at Rugby Ridge Stadium. It is 1-0 to Boko Haram, and the Sanitizers really having a tough time in that first half. Obviously, because Hleza, they're having a difficult time with a new team assembled in less than 10 minutes. Some of their teammates testing positive, and the whole team really needing to shuffle so quickly just before kickoff.
Well, it's another dilemma when you get to look at it, you know, just having to then just familiarize yourself. Of course, coming late into the pitch, it also plays a significant role. Didn't warm up, didn't have proper, you know, hearing from the coach. You just had to go into the field of play and just play. With this heat, it tells you of a different perspective view. Yeah.
It seems like it was such a big shake-up so quickly because the coach was actually the player who was on the team sheets, and now he's had to step into big shoes.
It's a dilemma. Let's be quite honest. You do not want to have that as a coach, having to put yourself into the team sheet. But you know, if it need be, you have to step in. You know, show leadership. You know, characteristics, as well as have a little bit of a different mindset, mental capacity as well. I mean, it would have been sensational to also see him coming into the field of play, showing what he can do onto the field rather than just sitting on the bench.
They're struggling obviously with the goals on target, but when you look at the ball possession, they're sitting at 51, which already says that they are trying to put the ball at the back of the net, but it's just not converting to that.
It's when they get into the final third, it's the dominance, of course, of the midfield battle, which Aram may have been doing thus far, having to really not give them a little bit of time and space on the ball to play those interchanging passes in and in between that last line of defense. There was an opportunity and a chance, of course, from them as well. You could tell right now as we, you know, look at, you can tell the first opportunity that came to Arambe that fell kindly to them. Look at what Mduduzi does there. He does a fantastic job in terms of using his inside foot. And Zulu has been a very biblical thorn up front there. The talisman, you know, is a target, predator, poacher. Look at how he holds on to the ball. They'll be struggling, of course, of his aerial ability as well.
I think the one thing that Mduduzi did well is that in terms of his first touch as well, he was excellent on his first touch, and this is a player who really knows what he's going for in this game. This team Haram looks more together than the Sanitizers.
Look, if you come into the field of play like a team like Sanitizer, you're going to find a little bit of difficulties in terms of, you know, getting into the momentum of the game and the intensity and the tempo and trying to play those interchanging passes. But thus far for me, it's just that the case.
Is it fair though? Is it an evenly matched competition today? Because you look at a team like Haram that maintain majority of their squad from last season, and they're coming in here, they are dominating, they have 11 shots on target, which is already telling a story, hence they are 1-0 up.
For me, I feel like as though maybe probably with that one goal they could have scored a couple of them, but unfortunately it wasn't to be because of they couldn't be calm inside that box. They weren't influential, but there was a chance again. You could tell that Yende and the goalkeeper having to come with the right type of great save as well, so that tells you.
We know that Sanitizers started on the back foot coming into this game. What do they need to do now?
I feel that in the second half they need to just calm down, try and play their normal fluent football. Of course the pitch is not really giving them that type of influential football that they would love to also play, but using the width of the pitch, just playing those balls out wide, diagonal balls, and then trying to deliver them in and in between that last line of defender, making it even much more harder for the goalkeeper to commit, and the defenders facing their own goal. That could also play a significant role for them.
And what does Haram have to do to ensure that those 11 shots on target actually convert to more goals, not just one?
They mustn't concede. They must keep this lead intact. You know, just try and make sure that they do not concede in the first few minutes of the second half. I always say and elude and say that in the first few minutes of the second half, as a team, you must not concede, because you will find the going difficult for yourself. Yeah.
Final thoughts on the score sheet. What is your prediction?
I feel that
will they bounce back?
I feel that Arambe have a slight upper edge. Yeah, I think a second goal will just derail, of course, Sanitizers, demoralize them just a little bit. But it will take a little bit of characteristics and, of course, work ethic, desire as well to come back into this game.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Cesar. That, of course, is our analyst and commentator. You know, sharing his thoughts. It might just be a bit of a mountain to climb for the Sanitizers, who already came into this game on the back foot. But we still do have a second leg, so they might just bounce back. But it is another 45, so things can still change here at the Ruby Ridge Stadium.
re khutla jwalo he karolong ya bobedi ya papadi dinthong tse di eme tjena e nngwe ho yona Boko Haram Sanitizers ba tjhetjha ka lehe mme he monna ya hlabileng tlha ke ena ona ke bua ka yena jwalo Mtutuziende. We can say he has been the engine of this Haram side.
Yes, it's been the engine of this Haram side, especially his covering of the field in the midfield areas. He's able to work out space for himself.
Ache hlile monna ona ngopotsa sebapadi sa mehleng a ke tsebeng tso mhopola Mthokozisi Yende empa ona he ke Mtutuzi Yende re ka tjho ke re ke General Yende ka mkgwa laolang papadi ka teng mane ba reng ba le bale breaking down play. Every time when the Sanitizers are attacking, he can read the attack quite well.
He has very good anticipation of when to read the danger and when to launch attacks. That is what has stood out for him in the first half.
Complementing each other well, him and Raymond Mira. You can tell that these two players have been instrumental for Haram. Ao ko bone fela jwalo ba hlankana se ba malalaotse ao ko bone phetho eo e yentsweng ke sehlopha sa yona Sanitizers. O tla hopola ne ba fihla he ba ne ba pere powder blue jeresi empa ha o le tjena he ba pere yona blue and white mme he ka lebaka la hore ke ka lebaka la taba ya hore ba ne ba haelwa ke dijeresi tsa bona tseo ne ba di apere karolong ya pele mme ha o le tjena he jwalo ka bona banna ba tshwana le bo Robert he banna ba tshwana le bo Keith Machola ba tseba re o tla tla mare ba ke ba sebetse hobane ha ke re ke a sheba mathata a hlwile manolo hodimo sehlopheng sena sa yona sa Sanitizers mme ha ile Zulu ke ba maZulu nnete ya batleya o motle kwa pele. ha o le tjena he ke a bona bahlankana ba yona Haramu, bahlankana ba na Sanitizers e ka re ba tla etsa diphethoho. Ke tla otlela komporo ko tsebiso re ke manyao ya tswileng tjeng. Jwale ka o bona a tswa he a ke re ke a sheba e ka re ke yena koketso, e ka re ke yena Sibonelo, empa ke a bona e ka re hape ba haellwa ke tsona di-shinkati, mme he ba ntse ba thusana ha o le tjena. Mme he wena motswalle wa ka Sibonelo, as a coach, the tactics that you apply if you're a Sanitizers coach, what would you tell the boys?
Well, I'll tell them to cut the supply by shutting down the crosses from wide from Haram. And also now they need a fresh pair of legs and more energy up front to run in behind the Haram defense.
Hawli tjena he ya tshwella phala ya mletsa phala, mme he ya phahama phephela ya rona ya di-Phillies games ke re bashanyana a di otlane empa se ka ntshana madi bona fela jwalo ke yona Haramu a tla etsa jwang yana Haramu ke yena Zulu Makeba ba ne ba batlana le yena Zulu Makeba empa hlankana he ba yona Sanitizer se tlile ha o le tjena tla tlama re ba ke ba ba sanitize nka re ke tla ba beya matsoho ke ba fafatse ka metsi ke ba sanitize, mme ha o le jwalo o tla bana le sephethephethe ba mafethefethe bahlankana ba tla etsa hlahlafethe ha le mrevete ra tseba ke ntho tse etsalang tse re tumeng ka tsona haholo jwang ona mona ko Phillies game bona fela jwalo Sanitizer ke o monyetla a tosa boletelele fela.
He should have picked his head up there and looked for a teammate, but he opted to shoot hastily.
A kgetha ho rekisa ditlhapi, a kgetha ho ba selfish yena mane Shane Poison, mme he ha o le tjena a tshwe phunyuwa he yona Haramu General Yende Mtutuzi Yende o ntsa ba bitsa he Yende Sibonelo ehlile ya bona ke shebile jwalo bahlankana ba yona Haramu o tla tlama hore bona ba ke ba nyolle dikausi tsa bona hobane second leg we don't know what Sanitizers will bring out.
You never know what they'll bring up. Maybe the players would have recovered from the COVID-19 test that were positive.
Bona fela jalo mane ba tjho ba kena ba kokota ba hlankana ba yona Harama tla etsa jwang a ikoba bole ba tla dihloa sebetsa Setibatibane siphe sihle a ko bone fela mane ke yena Tebogo Sefadi rakatha a tla rakatha ihlile ba batle bona ba hlankana ba yona Haram
Kasi flavor.
Ehlile ke yona kasi flavor ha ntse ba enyanyatsa ba etshela ditswekere di spice ba ichukutsa bahlankana ba Haramu ke ntwe ba tumeng ka yona Mduduzi Yende.
They're doing very well here as Haram. They're playing like the real Mamelodi Sundowns. Very extravagant on the ball.
Kiena he mane ai ko ba batla yena ke shebile Kiena Sefari tshireletsa ba tshola bolo eo e ka bang kotsi ehlile o ya bona ha ke re ke a sheba he Tebogo Sefari wila itika karolong ya pele papadi he ana botsa dipotsopotso empa he ya ba Setibatibane se malala otswe tshireletsa ha o le jwalo.
Looks like a positive change there to add more firepower up front to the attack. They have to outnumber the Haram defenders.
ke bona jalo ka ba entse diphethoho jalo bahlankana ba yona Sanitizers ke a bona he ba mo kentse he Marcus o matha he o hlopheng sa yona Rovers kwa SAP League jaanong diphethoho tseo tse etsang ke bona bahlankana ba yona Sanitizers a re tsebe. Could you say it's a matter of changing tactics a little bit and also tightening where the screws were a bit loose? Empa wana fela ke yena Tebogo Sefadi o tla romela ka hare thusa moletsa hore ha e kene polo e ka bang kotsi hantle matsong a sona Sibatibane Sipesihle.
This was a good catch there by Spesihle in a box that was crowded with a lot of bodies. But to go back to your point, Sanitizers need a bit more urgency up front, and hopefully Makasi can give them that.
It's a cross of Mrava Tankana Vana Sanitizers Sefadi with Tashwang. Motinyetsane fella. I guess he didn't put the right coordinates in his GPS in that instance.
It was an accurate shot. He went for the laces, he drilled it low, and also he had options to his left to pass it to a teammate who was in a better position.
Nita Vatleha, Liana Wilavat Pilutelele. Empa Nita Nkacho Kiri, Beleba Elelore, Karisipesi Sheli, and Audi Poso. Hence, that's why they're resorting to long range strikes because they've seen that he's got some butter hands and plenty of errors that he did, especially in the first half.
Yes, whenever you can see deficiencies in a goalkeeper, you have to try and hit them from far, and hopefully you spill them in the net. And also poor closing down from Sanitizers.
Ehlile ya bona ba bapala le wala yona high press ba tlankana ba haramo ba qobella sehlopha se sa Sanitizers hore ba etse diphoso mme he ha le tjena o tla tlema re mokwetlisi wa yona haramo a khothaletse dibapadi tsa hae hore ba bapale ba tle ka le wala yona high press. Mohlomong he seo se ka ba thusa hore ba hlabe ntlha ya bona ya bobedi. In the first half, we actually saw Raymond Mirwa playing some beautiful touches, looking very dangerous, but in these early stanzas, in these early stages, we haven't seen much of him.
The Sanitizers did well to contain him here as a late challenge by the Sanitizer player. It was very clumsy from him.
Ashalokawana Yana Makase. Sanitizers will be hoping that he will bring his experience because he is one of the seasonal campaigners. We've seen plenty of him playing in these Kasi tournaments.
Definitely, but he needs more midfield supply. The Sanitizers midfielders, they can't find him up front. As you can see, Sanitizers are struggling to play their way over the halfway line. They are trapped in their own half by Boko Haram.
Oh, boy, the hell. Tournament ena ya yona Phillies game. Ane ala kadile ka sona selemo sa 1992 e pakitlane ko jwetsa hore ho etsa tse jwang empa fela jwalo ba tshoba kena ba tlankana ba yona mane Haramu achi atosa he yena Sefadi monna holi chena atosa charara fela.
It looks like they haven't worked on their closing down, the Sanitizers. They're allowing the likes of Sefadi and Miwa to take shots at goal. Look at that. He was allowed to pull the ball back. No pressure whatsoever. The shot was taken.
ke sa tjho go hopotsa hore ka selemo sa yona sona 1992 ke ha ho no qala yona tournament ena ya Phillies game a ne tshakgowa tournament ena e ne dihlopha tse pedi tseo di ne di kgisetsana mahafi.
The comedy of errors there. Oh, that's a nasty challenge. That's a nasty challenge. Potential career ending because he stomped on his foot and his foot was upright. It looks very painful.
It
looks fine. It's hobbling though.
Injuries are going to be a concern in this tournament because we know plenty of games are still yet to be played.
Yes, we have to save your legs and not forgetting there's still a second leg to come. So hopefully the players will not be injured.
No.
Jaanong sehlopha seo se tshireletsang sekola selemong sena ha seyo hobane o tla hopola sehleng se fetileng e ne le yona GSFC o ileng ya hapa papadi empa sehleng sena ha bayo ho tjhong hore re tlo bona bompudi ba batjha, potential new champions in these Phillies games.
Yeah, most definitely the competition is more this year. I do see plenty of other teams that are capable of winning this tournament. I was very impressed with you first. And also Haram, they look very tight in possession.
Kaserete eleliena mani give machola empa kenya loto ba mhlama eliena yende onsa jolena mani Quentin
Dumi Abraham Opopa, the Boko Haram keeper, he's ready yet to warm his hands in the second half. He has the luxury of even reading a newspaper. I haven't seen Sanitizers driving over the halfway line, taking shots at goal. It's almost as if they are pinned in their own half.
Half ground.
It's called half ground. Some park buses.
Jackie's most definitely on holiday mode.
Probably reading the newspaper the Sunday.
Maybe at the beach.
Hold up. The Maposa just banned beaches in South Africa.
But you do get there, pal.
Right, Scooby. Just a piece.
Going back to that point that you just raised, that Jackie hasn't been tested. One thing that they need to be mindful of is the concentration, because when you are inactive for quite some time, your concentration level also drops.
Yes, you are right, because when Sanitizers, they probe forward. When your keeper, you've not been in action, that is where you really need to concentrate. You must not lose concentration, because any time a shot may be sent goalwards.
Joseph Mokoena. Ehlile re sombone haholo ka rona ya bobedi Joseph tshwana heliana Raymond Mirwa a re bone ba thoba kena ba kokota ba hlankana ba ena Haram bone ka bonkotsi.
Glorious chance.
Hanyane fela ono setse hanyane fela ineli Quentin Sefala.
He timed his run with perfection at the far post. Just couldn't connect properly because he flung himself, tried to slide in, but excellent timing. He should bury the next chance.
Can say that was a #Triple P pinpoint precision pass.
Excellent pass there at the back to the back post.
Okay, hey, ngoba la sebayangibuza ngawo.
Akobone hefela jalo bahlankana ba yona Sanitizers. Jalo ka o bona he Mraumani Abraham Mapupa
going to be called into action now. If you're not concentrating, you might be caught off guard with the shots that is on target. He really needs to concentrate, organize his defense, because he's definitely going to be called into action now.
It's a shot fella romela bolo e ka ba nkotsi.
It was a poor free kick. It wasn't really to the players who were in the box.
But you could tell the intention was to curl the ball into that last pole.
Yes, he should have wrapped his foot around the ball to give it more curl, maybe into the top corner.
Oyabona mona wona nale ka otla dipalo-palo. He tried his geometry angles, trying to catch the keeper on that 90 degrees mark in the post.
Yes, he did try to strike the junction of the uprights and the crossbar. Like I did say, he should have wrapped his foot around a little bit more, but it's a decent effort at goal.
Achi ya wana he neti ya batle ya Sanitizers ya hole tjena e ka re ba bapala yona chopi ba etsa ntho e re bitsang welding empa e kopane taba ya bona jalo ka bona monna yo ya ileng a hlaba ntlha karolong ya pela papadi ke monna ya tswang extension 2 he Ntutuzi ende o sikila matha ho yona development ya yona Black ACC jano. By the way how he plays, you could tell that he's an experienced player, a quality player with basics, doing his basics quite well.
Yes, definitely you can see from his vision and the way he works with Raymond Mirror as a
Zulu ahana mani letsa phala re Zulu monna o no so engotse ntlha yo empa o tla tlamare ke re phumule hobane ke shebile jwalo he Quentin Sefala Tshwarelo o thulane jwalo lena sipesihle.
Both players were going for the ball there, and obviously they had to collide with each other because they both missed it. Quentin doesn't look also comfortable here as the medical teams are attending to both players. Here's the ball of swung in. Dangerous.
Oi, ketlileng. O hlile ya bona ha o le tjena. Tibani sitswile. Empa ha ka bona hore o etsalang e pela hae. A thulana jwalo le yena Quentin Sefala.
Was going for that header there, but he collided with the goalkeeper. I think the recipient was meant to be Zulu with his height.
Ehlile ka re sipesihle sa le malala o tse ha o le tjena. E ka re bona dinonyana, you can say that he's seeing stars around him, I guess.
Yes, that's what happens when you are dealt a blow on your head. You can suffer a concussion, as we see that both teams are preparing substitutions.
Pana he jwalo kena Zulu, Mnebo Zulu, wakena, mletsa phala o renge, e phame flaga ba super. Bacho ba super ba reo ya bona wena Thabiso. Molawe le shume ya papadi ya polo. Ha idumele hore ka kenya loto jwalo, late tackle.
It's a late tackle, and I just think that Zulu saw a swimming pool and he decided to dive. Here's the ball that was played. Zulu holding it up. It was a late tackle there. He should have held and stood his ground, but he decided to go for the desperate lunge.
ehlile ya bona le tjena ne ke sa bone kotsi mme ya le tjena ha ile yana Thabiso a mo ja a mo kga mo beha fatshe ya ba he ha le tjena mletsa phala a super ocho akena jwalo he yena Lucky Mazini mme wa tswa he yena Matlou Lenong jaanong e ke a mbona he Mduduzi manna ya tswang extension 2 a re bone ja o tsela mletsa phala ache ya bona ha le tjena Mduduzi ba pala ka mosebetsi e hlile siphesitse o bone o re batla o tla ka lewa lefe monna swaba o swabile mme o le tjena complacency.
You're too casual there is Mduduzi. He was too casual. He tried to think the keeper, but good reading of the penalty by Spesihle, who just stood his ground.
Swabisa nkofi tamlomo o le tjena na Mduduzi mme o le tjena he ene le mnyetla re haramo e ka hlaba ntlha ya bona ya bobedi empa wacho wa mphato re too casual ha o le tjena.
Too casual there, wasn't Mduduzi. I think his overconfidence as a result of scoring the goal sometimes can get to players' heads that you think maybe you can score another one.
Ai ha le tjena ka hopola penene e leng ya nkwa ke yena Zinedine Zidane ka selika ka 2006 World Cup empa ne se tjena jaanong ya bona he ona iketsa Zinedine Zidane yena Mduduzi empa Tibane siphesihle.
Yes, I do think it was a poorly taking Panenka penalty there because it was at a very good level for the keeper to just catch.
Zulu.
Come on, get up! Get up! Release her! Let's go!
Jaanong e ka rutlawana le phetoho Joseph Mokoena e hlile o na le bodutu karolong ya bobedi ya papadi jaanong he ha o le tjena ha e le mletsa phala hore o bone o lekane robono lekane karolong ya pele papadi e hlile le motlo jwalo ka bona yena Njabulo a kena Njabulo Mthombeni.
I'm happy with the change. It's a positive one because this game is not done and dusted. It's still a 1-goal lead for Haram.
Ehlile Sanitizers ebe batla ba ka batla khutla papading ha re tsebe empa by the way how they are playing they don't look promising. One wonders what is it that they have to do to get into the side of Haram. They haven't actually tested Jackie that much.
Yes, you are right. I just think that they are affected by the changes that were made before the game because I did say that it looks like they just met this morning and they are really struggling to find each other.
We are bona piki ihlile e go ka tshwere ke yona ntwe ba tlankana ba yona Sanitizers. We are bona wena ngwana mme they haven't looked threatening. They've been disjoint, disorganized, and in the middle of the park they were actually bullied by Raymond as well as Mduduzi.
Yes, the movement of Raymond Mduduzi is too much for them. And also Mduduzi's passing range is too much. I did say with Makasa, who is a good striker, he's not being fed in by his teammates. He's isolated and always has to track back to go look for the ball.
Achoba kena ehlile ekarikena Manisulu tletsa jwa Manisulu Makeba. Wa ikwala.
Show too much of the ball.
Too much of the ball ehlile ha le tjena. Nkacho kere he hasn't been effective in these late stages, Zulu. Maybe his legs are tiring out.
Maybe his legs tiring out. Or one positive aspect about Sanitizers, they've done well to nullify him in the second half as opposed to the first half where he was just running ragged all over the Sanitizers defense.
ehlile ke ambona Jackie sebapadi sa mehleng sa yona Tembisa Sport Center monna ya tswang ko Ivory 2 ona bala he sekolo sa yona Ivory Secondary yena Jackie mehleng ya hae ehlile ona le mobe yena Jackie ishanong e ke bona mletsa phala e kare ona le se seng seo a se boneng empa wa tjho he re bana a ke lieng lo nwa metsi hanyane le ke le metsi se dikgokgotho tsa lona jaanong e haile water break tjena he wa tseba hore ke monyetla wa hore dibapadi di ke di re homo le bakwetlisi. It also offers their coaches to send out the instructions and tactics.
Yes, it's an opportunity, great opportunity for the coaches to encourage the players to show up where there are deficiencies, especially for Sanitizers who are chasing the equalizers. I'm not saying they're chasing literally, but they have to go and find an equalizer because they're really struggling to play the ball in Haram's half. The cooling break will do a world of good.
Football is a strange game. It's a strange and a cruel game. We've seen in the past, I've seen in the past teams which were dominating the game, and in the final minute, then the opposition does a smash and grab and actually upsets them. I'm not sure if it's something that we can see in this game. Empa aukobone fela penele eulenya force akiena tutuzi embe. The creative element was there, but now the cheekiness was his downfall.
Yes, you are right, Stumi. The creativity was there, but he was let down by being too casual. To get back to your points, that's why it's called a beautiful game. You know, you can be dominated for 89 minutes, you get a corner in the 90th minute, you score it, equalizer, and it's level pegging going into the second leg. So anything is possible here.
Go ya bona ha o bua ka sehlo sa papadi ya polo batho ba re le ka motsotso wa qetela le shodu la kena musong wa mahodimo empa ya bona looking at the gameplay displayed by Sanitizers, one can say that they lack that spark, that firepower up front, because they haven't been dangerous, especially in the final third, losing balls easily.
Yes, you are right, especially Roberts and Gift Majola. They really lack players who can really get on the ball and play those forward passes to the likes of Makasa.
Penetrative passes is what is needed by these boys, but we can say that the discipline of these Haram boys has been exceptional. Playing that zonal, not allowing the likes of Majola as well as Shane to be getting into those pockets of spaces.
Yes, game management. I love how they are defensively organized, how they keep the shape in important moments of the game. It's all part of the game management I did speak about.
Quentin Sefala le tjena bole telele a ne ba batla yena Tebogo.
Playing like Sundowns now.
Tiki taka nitabatleya Shushanen piano Mia Olichena Kiana Yende Akana Tosa Yende Impansaina Quintini Utaikoba Fala Waikwala Bolevata and Zulu Impalichena Zulu Makeba Adiea Ritilia Ibem Leta Pala Ringi. Denied penalty.
I think he simulated there. He saw a swimming pool and he took a dive. Is Zulu.
Can say that deserves an Oscar.
Deserves an Oscar, and the weather conditions are hot. Who wouldn't want to swim?
Acho bakena bafita bonolo empa wahana njabulo mtombeni ore yabona wena Shane Poison ekare o tla iketsa lenyokonyane a ko bona fela Zulu Makeba Ngeba A denied point penalty this time around.
Yes, I did say he took a dive there, Zulu. Hey, turns. There was no contact there. He tried to buy the referee, Zulu.
Wahana hem letsa phala hore nna monna ha ke batle tjhelete ya ho ya cold drinking, ha ke batle tjhelete ya ho ya chocho. Tried to bribe him, but this time around no penalty. Poletelele he kyane bolo atosa charara fela Shane Poison.
It's a poorly taken free kick. I always say that Sanitizers, they need to work the ball to a place where the attackers are queuing up in the box. They're always wasting these set piece opportunities. The best way for them to score is via set piece, because it's not like they're going to try and outplay Haram and score the perfect goal, the Barcelona type of goal.
Stopping or breaking.
Ya bona ha ya le tjena ha le mokwetlisi o iputsa diputso re ebe ke tla roma mang a phethe taba, who can I send so that we can actually change the game plans and actually change the style of play, because it looks as if both teams now have been predictable.
Both teams are predictable, they're very cagey, and for Sanitizer, regardless of who they bring, I just think that they're not well structured as a team. They look very clumsy on the ball.
Zulu, that's a shot. Zulu, I cover bolo. Abatla yena mani Quentin Sifala, but Quentin no lokola fela jwalo Temugo.
It's a good block.
Kiena he mani Raymond Mira. Tiba pele etswa Kiena Richard. Hemotla manasala robetse fatshe ya le tjena.
It's not nice to suffer the repercussions of a leather ball on your face. You can see how he's laid on the ground. That must be painful on his nose. Here's the cross here from Richard Akuso, straight to the face. He went down immediately. He was looking to pick out a teammate in the area, the central area of the box. Looks fine. The thumbs up is there.
Uyabona ha o hlile papading ya bolo wa tseba ruhlile ntweng, mme wa tseba ba dula ba tjho ba re le sole le shwela ntweng. Empa ke a bona mhlankana o sa le malala o tswe mme ha o le tjena tla ba yona drop ball.
Drop ball contest.
Sebetsa mane he Raymond Mira. O ya bona ke shebile mhlankana ona Raymond Mira ka hopola sepapadi sa mehleng sa yona Mamelodi Sundowns ka motsamayo o iketlileng late tackle.
It's a late tackle, but you can see how good Makasa is on the ball there. He just needs to be driving into the box, not driving over the halfway line. He's too far back from where he should be.
Ke ne ke sa o jwetsa ke ra ke shebile jwalo yena Raymond Mira ke tjho ke hopola jwalo sepapadi sa mehleng sa Mamelodi Sundowns ha ke tsebeng so mo hopola Godfrey Sapula, mme he seng qabolang ke hore mongadi Godfrey Sapula na rwala jwalo Cheresia leshome le metso e mmedi, jersey number 12 ati he le yena he Raymond Mira ka o tshwanang he o rwetse jwalo jersey number 12 yena Raymond Mira ke ka ho ke tjho ke re ka tjho ke hopola Godfrey Sapula. Not sure if you still remember how instrumental he was for Mamelodi Sundowns back in the days.
He was an excellent midfielder during the heydays, especially when he was combining with the likes of Jose Torrealba and Josta Zaza. Raymond Mira resembles him, and a bit of Kamabilias with his first touch.
Maripula Sangoma, impact. Kyo Richard to it's a poso bona fela jalo. Monyetla wa yona Sanitizer.
Jackie was well positioned there. We did mention the fact that when he's called to action, he needed to be concentrated. His excellent positioning there by Jackie.
Caught napping for the first time, not being able to actually see the surroundings and what is actually happening around them, Abraham. But this time, Jackie equal to the task.
Yes, like we did say with the penalty from Duduzi, Haram seems to be complacent now. They don't pick the men up.
With that corner kick, that just sums up Sanitizers' day today.
Very disappointing. They lack real direction and ambition, especially going up front. He's a decent shot stopper, is Jackie. Positioned himself very well. He said he's not being tested today by a team that can really smash those balls into the top corner. I'd love to see him against Lopo Kekana.
Uyabona mletsa phala, uyabona uricheki. Sinyanako. Time wasting tactics.
It's too early to be wasting time. We still have 10 minutes of football to be played. I don't know why, but he knows, because there was no momentum whatsoever from Sanitizers.
Zulu. Otatosa Zulu.
Great first touch by Zulu.
Turning and shooting.
Yes, great first touch. Set him up for the second. That would have been a wonder goal. Probably contender for goal of the tournament had it went in.
Qualities of a good striker and signs that this player just needs some polishing. But in terms of his positioning and his strike, it's a wonder.
It's a wonderful strike there. He was just unfortunate that it went over the bar. But the keeper did well also to try and dive for it. Probably would have got a touch if it was lower. Some cramps setting in. Mileage on the legs.
Ehlile kyabona ha le tjena ekare Ntutuzi ha le tjena misifa ito seile. Ehlile kyabona he ekare hona le mona tswileng tjeng mi he o tla bana le diphetoho. The boys have been inactive for quite some time, and coming off such a lengthy period not playing football and playing soccer at this level where the tempo and the intensity is high, most definitely it will affect your legs and your body to a certain extent.
Yes, indeed, Dumi. It will affect your legs, especially with the mileage. Tutuzi is a box-to-box midfielder. He's all about running, covering areas on the pitch, as we see that layoff there from Uzulu. It's a well-struck goal. He side-footed it. He leaned as he struck it so that he could give the ball some curl also. Wonderful goal. But Tutuzi has ran his race. He has done well in this game.
Janunge utswajwalo kalipara utswajwalo he yena Mtutuzi mihe otakena jwalo yena Sibusiso Ndlovu. Acho ba romela pele ba batla ena ke shebile kena Sandile ba tla etsa jwa batlankana ba yona Sanitizers empa cheki wiketlile nita batleha yena cheki o sa qadile he.
This poor closing down from Haram there. They just allowed a runner to move off the ball into the pockets of space. If they faced a cleverer team, they would have been punished long ago.
Monalise mletsa phala siboni mihe ke yena Raymond Mirwa ya chapaletse mfatshe.
It was a blow to the neck region there as he's been given medical attention. There's another player who has run his race along with Duduz Yente. Here's the tussle for the ball. Got there first ahead of the marker. I think Sanitizers, they lack that willingness to press for the ball and also to pass us properly.
A Achihlile o ka tjho hore a di phoso morao bahlankana ba Sanitizers.
It's a wonderful cross there by Zulu, pinpoints.
Ehlile ya bona Janong Quentin Sefala sebapadi sa mehleng sa yona JDR. Oi ketlileng quality cross.
It's a quality cross, pinpoint straight to the forehead of Quinton. He could have directed his head a bit better.
Interesting thing that I'm finding out is that he's currently a chef. Quentin Sefale.
Well, we do get footballers who are dancers to play for the Icelandic national team, who are dancers, but they play for the national teams. But a good player, he deserves to be rewarded with a move to the higher ranks.
Zulu Ontena Quentin Phahame Flaga ba re Quentin ba tla hutswa diperekisi di so butswi. Just couldn't time his run there.
He was a fraction too early there. He should have timed his run, and had he timed his run, he would have been in and buried this game. But as things stand, to me, this tie is still delicately poised, because for the second leg, surely Sanitizers need to up their game. It's still 1-0. Anything can happen. Good hold-up play by Zulu there.
Richard atletsa phoso he yana Richard empa ke a bona he Sibonelo o ntsa lwana ka motsamayo oi etlileng Sibonelo.
Big man is down, but has recovered. There's a change of boost that's about to happen as the medical assistants. Medical assistants has Debo Josefedi's boots.
Akomone fela jolo mane ba batla yena Shane Poison Tsempa Lucky Nalwana sebetsa mane Sibusiso Ndlovu. Ever since he came in the middle of the park, he's trying to stabilize the Haram solid midfielder part. Akomone fela jolo sebetsa mane Mrao Joseph. Ehlile uyabona ha o le tjena.
It's a crucial interception there by Joseph. He read the situation very well. Zulu was prepared to strike. Why you don't like it?
Hantle fela jalo ke bona bahlankana ba yona Haram Baikoba Sibonelo go ya bona re ka tshorere mhlankana na Quintini ehlile lena ke omungu ya ipabotseng tsatsing la kajeno ka lebaka la hore ha isale a ntsa kena a le phunya le tabola le bota la bona Sanitizers sempa bothata fela ine le yona taba ya hore ekare ba lebetse dikhokho tsa bona hae tsatsing la kajeno ke taba ya hore bana ba tshwanang le bo Ncebo Zulu ba ile ba fumana monyetla empa re ka tjho re seo se neng se eme hara Molotla ba dintlha tse ngata ene le sephe sihle. He was the only person standing in the way of Haram, bearing in mind he saved a penalty and some of the crucial saves that he made.
He has been very integral in the way they in keeping Sanitizers' hopes alive in this time.
Romela boletelele empa o ya bona seo ke selelwang bahlankana ba yona Haramu ha ba kgone ho ipeha dipakeng hantle. One can also say guilty of plenty of offsides, guilty of not timing their runs, especially the likes of Ncebo Zulu.
Yes, he has not been timing his runs well, especially Quinton. Quinton has not been timing his runs well. With better timing, there should be 3 or 4 goals up.
Haile tjena mletsa phala hore bahlankana le bapetse haile yona Boko Haram ba hapa papadi ka ntlha e le nngwe ho lefela. One can say that Boko Haram, they were actually supposed to bury Sanitizers, found plenty of opportunities, but just failing to convert their chances.
It's very sad for them that this tie is still delicately poised. They had plenty of opportunities. They kept the ball better. They had more resilience in defense. They were less clumsy. They should have scored more, definitely.
Aule tjena he Sanitizers ba ba otla ka ntlha e le nngwe ho lefela ke re qola moya wa Sanitizer qola. Haramu le sebeditse ha fofe Haramu empa a o ka bone fela papadi la tsamaya jwang ha karolong ya bobedi ya papadi e ne e kena e kokota yona mane Haramu empa ba ne ba hloleya ke yona ntho le ne ke re there was a pinpoint precision pass.
That's an excellent pass there to Quinton there at the back post. What a pass there, laid on the plate. He slided, but it was unfortunate not to bury that one.
Ehlile ne le bolo entle ke ka ho bona le mokwetlisi a botsa hore banna ho tla tlameha hore le etse jwang hore le hlabentla empa a o ko bone penene be leng ba ifumana bona bahlankana ba Haram. A clumsy tackle,
very clumsy tackle. He did not read the situation, should have stuck to his man, and a very casual penalty.
Very casual penalty. Me Olichena Mtutuzi abapala ka mosebetsi empa the awareness of the keeper is something that we should commend.
Yeah, we should commend. He read the situation. He knew that Tutuzi was going for the Panenka penalty and he stood his ground. Excellent save.
Panenka penalty, more or less like a pancake that he tried to do in that instance. But nonetheless, I guess this was an opportunity for Sanitizers to level matters.
Great opportunity for them, but Jackie, whom I doubted at the beginning of the game, he really surprised me. His positioning was excellent. Experience came to the fore there, and the defense of Boko Haram was caught napping.
You can even see Jackie asking them, concentrate guys, what is wrong? Empako bone fela jalo mane ineliana mane Zulu Makeba romela bolo entle ya otla fela jwale kopana le hloyana Quintini empa there was a glorious opportunity.
It's a gilt-edge opportunity. He did well to get the header, but it was not on target. He should have generated more power with his neck.
Ehlile papadi ifela tjena jwalo ka re bona dipalo-palo wa bona hore bahlankana ba Haramu ba ile ba o fumana monyetla empa ba hloleha ho di hlaba dintlha mme ya le tjena he ha ile yona Haramu ya hapa papadi ka ntlha e le nngwe ho lefela jwalo ka bona mona di goal attempts 19, ball position e ne le o la para yona Boko Haram empa they were supposed to score more goals.
Yes.
Thank you
so much from our commentary team. I am standing with the coach of Sanitizers. Of course, they lost 1-0 today. Coach Leon, just your thoughts on that game.
Okay, thanks, sister. Since we were unprepared for this game, but I promise for the second half, we'll make sure, as you see, the second half here too, it be critical, so nothing wrong, and then no consider any goal. So we are trying to make sure that we'll make sure to second leg we'll make it, because we are unprepared for this game for today. And then we made only one mistake, and then it's a one goal. So we'll try by all means for a second half.
Leo goal came early, but when Zimbabwe to bounce back.
No, in that goal, since it came early, some of the players were not there, and then immediately for the second half, we just tried to replace them, and then we are trying to fight for them. So it was difficult for us to play the first half. So, but now I have confidence that we are coming back as a PMT United.
Yabanga coach, good luck for second leg.
Okay, thanks.
That was the coach of Sanitizers. I'm joined now by the winning coach. Coach Letwaba, good game from your side. Just your thoughts.
It was a great game, but I was not happy with the results. We created a lot of chances, just couldn't convert. We also got a penalty, we couldn't convert. They were a bit disorganized in the first half. We should have capitalized on those mistakes. But it was a great game all along. I'm just happy with the results, but I'm disappointed with our performance. So we'll try and improve in the second leg.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck for the second leg.
Thank you, Mrs.
Okay. That was our coach of the winning side, of course, Coach Letwaba of Boko Haram. Of course, he's a star player, Mduduzi, losing that ball and also missing that key penalty that could have seen his team go up at least 4 goals. And of course, coming out injured as well. But just to confirm those results thus far, Umlilo was the team that opened up proceedings today with First FC losing 4-1. And Boko Haram walking away victorious 1-0 over the Sanitizers. We still have 2 fixtures remaining. The next fixture is, of course, Amna B, who are hosting The Rock. That is a fixture for now at 2. And, of course, the last fixture of the day is Cheese versus Ndengeza. Of course, we are building up to our third encounter here. That is Ama BEE, who are taking on the third encounter. Who are taking on? Who are they taking on? Of course, this is the Phillies Games, the 2020 edition. We are coming to you live from Rambi Ridge Grounds Stadium. Let's head on to commentary.
papadi ya boraro ya tsatsi la kajeno e tla ba yona Ama BEE a tla be ba kgisetsana mahafi le The Rock e tla be le lekgetlo la pele bahlankana ba The Rock ba bapala tournamenteng ena ya yona the Phillies Game empa Ama BEE ra tseba ke sona sehlopha sa mona hae ra tseba ke se seng sa dihlopha tse matla seo ha ke utla menyenyetsi e ka re Themba Mshishi Zwane ke sehlopha sa hae mme ha o le tjena ba tla be ba shebane le yona The Rock ba o ke ba tsebange ke bona bompudi ba tournament ya yona man Snake Park Chillers ba hlankana bana ba The Rock ke bona ba bao ke ba bitsange the underdogs of this tournament mme ha le bona ba hlankana ba yona Ama BEE ke bona he di favorites he ke tse ding tsa dihlopha tse matla jalo ka ketso mme ha o le tjena re tla bana le motsotso wa khutso ka lebaka la yona moment of silence re tlotla jwalo bona bao ba seng ba risile. Moment of silence, guys. Please go to the sector. Go to the sector. Moment of silence. Me ya le tjena he o tla bana le lotho ra bona he lotho ha o le tjena e ka re ke the Rock e tla thakgolang yona papadi ena ha ke tsamaya ke le mong he ka papading ena rona boraro o teng Jeremia ke ena he motswalle wa ka Jeremia monna ha o le tjena ke eng e re ka elellwa ho tsona dihlopha tse ka bobedi
Fish na fish ga o ka lebella sehlopha sena sa Teroko ba tloga ba itla ka bana ka potako ba tloga ba itla ka matla le ba ka go le gore ba tlogile ba ipabola ka magabana bona malobanyana fa ga ba tša di-tournament tše dingwe jwale le hono ba kopane le sehlopha sena sa ma BEE le ba BEE ga ba tlela fela go tlo felegetša ba bangwe ba tlile go tlo ipabola ka magabana bona
o tla bana le yona moment of silence o tlotla bao ba seng ba re sile e hlile le roborobo lena la COVID le sentse mme he ha o le tjena re tlotla bao ba lwantshanang le lona le roborobo lena la yona COVID empa ha re tswe mo re tswele pele ka papadi go ya bona he wena Jeremia ke ba tseba jalo ba the Rock ba bone ba matha ba tloa palong tsena ba yo dipalo tsele tse ding ba tseba ke seo he ba se tshepileng ho se etsa empa re ka elellwang o se sona sehlopha sena sa yona ama BE jalo ka no sa tsano re jwetsa
ga o ka lebelela sehlopha sena sa Teroko ke culture ya bona not gore ke ka di-Phillies game fela tournament engwe le ngwe e ba e bapalago ba dira gona ka mokgwa ba dirago ka gona e opia fela sehlopha sa ma BEE ke bona ba swere ngwanena ba monate fela kore ba swere go na le ngwanena nka re ne ya mathako sehlopheng sa Stellenbosch o teng le yena ke bona le yena jersey number 4 ya bona o motle ka di-passes ba na le ngwanena le yena mathapolokwane city mo re tlo bona papadi e monate ya tona legadi
e hlile ya bona ha o ile sheba sona sehlopha sena sa yona the Rock o teng monna kwa morao ya leng kotsi wa tshireletsa wa tshola batle mathata ke bua ka yena mane Hlanhla Makafula o tla ba thusana jwalo he le yena Thapelo endaleni o teng le yena Nobule ke bona bana ba o tlameleng o ba shebe kwa morao ya bona monna ke shebile yona ma PE ha ke mbone mong ha dipengi sungu ha ke tsebe he hore iphe o sabile mejafatse kapa jwang empa ra tseba ke o mongwe he ba re ba bitsang loyal servants of football ha holo jwang hona sehlopheng sena sa ma BE
ga o ka lebelela sehlopha sena sa ma BE ke sehlopha se e leng gore se tloga se tswetša pele ka talente ya tona legadi kore ge mongwe ga se gona ba tsentšha e mongwe gona jalo go ke na le diphetogo tše di ka kanago tše mmalwa fela tša sehlopha sena sa ma BEE ga o ka se lebelela gabotse a se sehlopha se e leng gore se rilaya mo mapading o mongwe fela
ha o le tjena o ya bona he hore ba otla dithapelo tsa bona empa dipalong tsa yona ma PE ke bona Phuthiminaje manna o mongwe re tsebang le Mokaubere papading ya polo ha holo jwang ona mona ko Thembisa
ngwanena wa Phuthiminaje re bolela ka talente ya tona legadi re bolela ka ngwana e le gore o itedicatile kgweleng ya dinao re bolela ka ngwana e le gore o dira tše di tletse go letsogo ga go le jalo note ka gare ga lebala fela o tloga ipabola le ka magabane gage ga o e tla tabeng ya go organisa di-tournament malobanyana mo o be a hostile tournament ya tona legadi ka kona motsaneng fela wa Maibuye community ya Maibuye e ile ya motlaka legofi ya ikutlwa e le monate ga tona legadi ga o ka lebelela ka kwana mothemotle e tloga fela jalo papadi ena go kopane ka mane hlopha tše pedi ka mane mothemotle go kopane ka mane ama BEE ga go le jalo kopane le hlopha sa ka kwana sa ngwanena sa Teroko mothemotle o lebela ka ngwanena a tshwereng polo o ne matama Mamelodi Sundowns ngwanena ba mmitsang ka kwana wa Mokhelele ba itšea polo ga bolola fela jalo ka kwana hlakana ka mane ke ngwane ba mmitsang ka mane Shafi ba itipa fela ka hloka ka mane wela letoloma monna wa retologa ba itšea polo ga bolola ka kwana hlakana letoloma mo go bongwa le ba le wela ka mane kana BEE ba lebela ka mane BEE ya tša polo itša ka pa bohlaba tšatši ba lebela fela jalo re bana le ka phamsa matsogo ke le boneng ba re tholoma matholanana ngenga was a real good man o tšapola re mela maemong a bohlano e wela letolo ka mane kana stiba ngwaneno wa Phuthi ga o ka gopola Phuthi mothemotle o matile sehlopheng sa Toronto ka motsaneng fela o ka tlega Gauteng o matile sehlopheng sa ka kwana BEE ngwanena e sa le ka ABC motsepeliki Aichi agabolola go le ka kwana chapola romela mo gobong wa lebala e wela le tsoka mane kana teroko ba shimana ba ka win ba ranga mane ka Tembisa 1632 ba lebela ba chapola ba bya ka ntla go bulo Phillies game gali ile teng wana ngwanaka e pabula ka magabane a yona ba etsa ntwe ngata ya tona le gadi go bulo gona le batho ba ile gore ba mathile mo na Phillies game ke bolela ka mange ngwanena wa thao matlaba le no motseba hantle jersey number 12 wa hlopha sa ka ba mitsa Sweli o mataka se tlhopheng ka kona sa ka Stellenbosch United ntwe ngata fela ngwanena Iwela ka kona motla kena ka mane ke ba PEE a shimane ba kotlisa nke kholi monna wa retologa fela jwala ka kona ba papadi pepa e tswele pele a itse ba romela ka kona e hlakana monna retologa ka kona para ga di eme dibutso ngwana wa Chelsea a se kgetlola matho mo moletsa phala a ba ka mane tabeng ya di Phillies game bona ka ngwanena sekolo tokolo ngwanena ka kona kena Shakes o matha se hlopheng sa ka kona Tembisa Sports Center Matile go Tembisa Sports Center ngwanena o matile go hlopheng sa G-string ga ba wina tournament ya Phillies game ba itse ga bolola ka kona monna retologa ba itse ba bya ka ntle fela jalo o go bola taba tsena o tlisha ka mane Phillies game kgetlong la le hono le tisaitile motamotle ba ba itira ka kona di tlhopha tse di ka le baka le 8 selector top 16 ya rena tlhopha tse le go mona go no mona tiwa tona le gadi go tlosiwa batho mona ngwanaka mona o tlo mona tona le gadi e retologa fela jalo ka ka karolong ya kgole di 18 ya hlopheng sa ka kwana wa itse ga bolola ka kwana tsa mo gobong wa lebala e wela le tloga mane tena wa pole hlakana le tloga mane ke bashimane ba PEE ba lebela ka mane tsore ke na Mr Smith a itse romela pole telele ka kwana e retologa fela jalo ka mane sekolo tlo ka tšhelete mashoni sa ngwanena a itse romela ka kwana motsamotla ka babudikela tšatši a itse polo a ipya ka ntle ngwanena ngwanena wa teroko a re ka ntle ke bothabelo go thabela mang le mang a o le jalo ile le fela ka mono ile le fela ka kwana papadi yano e tsamaile metsotso e kalkaro e meraro le ka mana motsamotla di seconds e la hlela ke lolo ka mana mathile hlopheng sa mamelo di Sundowns development bona ka kwana ke na lolo tle ranga polo wa retologa ngwaneno wa mashiane a tša polo ba motšela polo ga bolola fela jalo e wela le tloga ka mane sa wena ka mantero polo tšhara ke teroko ba tša polo ba bya ka ba shut the break down le tsa tsena ka ntlu itla kena se kena ka tahlelo ya sehlopha sena sa teroko bona ka mane ngwanena o jile meriri e mengata ya tona gadi ya tsa ipobola ka magabane banna ya onkotla ka mona motshamotla ba re bona go botsa ngwanena ba mathama Melody Sundowns ka kwana no beile meriri mengata fela hlopha sa teroko andro me just nana po barbona ba itire ba dirile ntho ngata ba jile sehlopha sa ka kwana sa Komora ka kwa Snake Park monna itjaga mane Captain Fantastic wa retologa fela jwalo a retologa fela jwalo ba e bya ka ntle ka kwana e tla kena ka sehlopha sa PEE la hlela kena ngwanena ba mitsang Mr Smith Tembisa 1632 ba mitsa Mr Smith nickname e mitsa Makeza ngwanena o mathile hlopheng sa kwana Pretoria ka ngwana e tla lahlela fela jalo ka kwana ke mana se selolo sintse polo ba itja polo wa retologa monna retologa fela ka mana ke na teroko e bona ka mana ke na Shakes ranga polo wa itja polo romela polo ka mana Stutlas Flex wa retologa ba itja fela ga bolola ka kwana mo go bongwa la ba le wela ke na teroko monna retologa fela jalo ba mo tšela polo a re banna phamsha matsogo ke le boneng ba itja polo ba e bya ka ntle ka kwana fish ba di ena e tla ba mona tatona le gadi
go ya bona ngwana mme nnete ke a tseba ama PE le the Roko it's a battle of the heavyweights ya bona monna re wa sheba ke shebile banna ba tshwana le bona bo Themba Chauke banna ba tshwana le bona bo Caswell sona stopper sa the Roko one of the regular players is stopping sona sena they need to be mindful ba bakate obane ya bona ba ka fumana monyetlo le mong fela e hlile ke a o jwetsa le tlatsha le tanta
ha o sa bua hantle fela jwalo o bua ka ngwanena wa Caswell a ka hwetsa half a chance o ga kolla makata o le diphunyaphunyane a nkgopotsa Pratompo
ke ka ho go jwetsa ke re papadi ena e tla tlola ditlase ngwana mme hobane wa bona keng ha e ka futhumala tempo ya papadi se ya odimo re tlo bona ntho e re bitsang free flowing football ngwana mme
go tlilo ba monate wa bona go ka lebella sehlopha sena sa PEE ke bashimane ba ba ratang go e bya fase ha o ka lebella sehlopha sena sa teroko ke banna ba ile gore ga ba hwetsa monyetla ba rata go ragela paleng ga ba nye go bona sethibathibane ba itšea ba e romela ka kona mothemotle e tšwela ka ntle fela jalo e tla lahlela ke bana ba teroko ngwanaka bana ba katololle diphunyaphuyane dilo tše ngata wa itšea wa e romela ka kona karolokgolo ya di-18 wa thiba ka kona manena re bona ke batle selo mona ke tlile mosebetsing wa di-Phillies games e tšea ga bolola ka kwana batšapolo ba romela polo e telele ka manena wa mokhelele o irang ka polo wa retologa ga retologa e wela letolo mange teroko monna re ke retologa ka kwana mogobong wa lebala monna retologa ka mane wela tšhene mo polo tshware ke teroko tšapola e romela godimo kona e retologa fela jalo polo e tla ba kotsi ka kwana monna e lebelela ka kwana re ka kena ka kwana ba monyeuma fela e amogela ke ngwanena ka mana former player a mathileng ko thonado ngwanena wa phuthi o romela polo e telele ka kwana o tsenya polo e wela letoloma pona ka mane ke na shakes a re ke a kena fela jalo o bona ka mane ka mothemotle e retologa ka mana ngwanena ka motsatse gona mokhelele o tšea polo e romela maemong a mathomo e hlakana lelotola phuthi minatše a itša ngwanena wa lekwelane ka kona e bona ka kona retologa ka mana ngwanena former player ya ka kwana mothemotle Stellenbosch a itšea polo ga bolola ka kwana e hlakana letolomang o retologa ga bolola fela jalo a retologa ga bolola fela jalo ba re ga di madibotse o bapedisitše ngwane mongwe ga bohlaswa ba ditše ngwane mongwe mo romela dilo tše ngata fela a re bapala ga monate fela jalo a sa dutše fase jalo e re ke re kona ke re go bole hlopha tše di le go mona ngwanaka re bolela ka hlopha tše e lego gore go kwara le bona ba teng tsalanang le bona ba teng papadi ena tla ba monate wa tona legadi
e hlile ya bona wena ngwana mme bahlankana o tla tlamare ba seke ba bohlaswa gobane ya bona tikolong eo e kotsi ya bona di-set piece e hlile ba batle bahlankana ba yona the rock bearing in mind ba lokola di-rocket
ba batle bašimane bana ba ba tseba gantle ka Tembisa 1632 ka motsaneng fela wa wini ga ba ka hwetša monyetla mamela thibathibane se tlokwa ka rena le nete
ya bona he ha re a sheba ke bona banka ya yona ma-PE ha o le tjena o tla tlamare ba ke ba sebetse ba shebe hore ebe le bota la bona bahlankana the rock di tila ka kang gobane a ke so bone hlaselo e ka reng e entswe ke yona ma-PE e nka reng ya tshosa ha e sale e ntse le the rock e ya pele
o retologa ga bolola ka kona teroko wa ikoba ka kwana karolokgolo ya di-18 monna re ke a tsena ke romamange ba re ga di a medibotse Charles a re bona o bapadisitše ngwane mongwe chase number 9 wa sehlopha sena sa teroko a re bapadisitše ngwane mongwe ka bohloko a re bapala ka matsogo mona re bapala ka kgwele ya dinao e ne le ene ngwanena o bona wa tšhauke ne a ke ene ngwanena wa tšhauke a re bona ke a sututsa ke etsa ntho e ngata
e hlile ya bona Chauke le yena o motle a tshwara pholo ya bona wa kgona ho itshireletsa pholo empa se se tlameng se etsale bana ba tshwanang le bona bo Themba Chauke bana ba tshwanang le bona bo Javu o tla tlamela ba etse tsona di second run le tsona di deep running tseo ba tlwaetseng ho di etsa
wa ba bitša Phuthi Minatše wa ba bitša Phuthi Lekwelane a re bona phamisa matsogo ke le boneng ntse ke lenyaka romela polo ka kwana ke na Phuthi romela polo e tele ka kona monna itsipa ka serete e hlakana le ngwanena ka kwana wa Shakes monna shala fast ba re papadi e phepha e tele pele e hlakana ka ngwanena Socrative Soma Pass manufactured ones a re tloga ka kwana bona ka kwana o ra kere ka mane ke na Shakes ba tša polo ba mo chefas ba bona papadi e phepho ha di ame botse re bapadiseng ga botse man chess number 7 wa sehlopha sena sa ka kwana sa ma-PE ba mo chefas jalo o ne a shia ke yena ngwanena chess number 2 ha re bone ngwanena wa Mashiane o tlatla ipabola ka kwana ba mo tshepile ga go le jalo ka di-set piece bona ka kwana ngwanena wa Shakes karolokgolo ya di-18 monna tšapola e bea ka ntle ka kwana re shut the back door metsi a tla tsena ka tlong a retologa fela jalo ba irang ka kwana ke teroko a re ke a tšea ka kwana a mo tšela polo ka kwana mothamotle ba re ga di eme di botswe ba re bona a ratlela masawana mona ga o gana ba šea ngwanena wa Caswell chess number 7 sekoloto ngwanena o bohloko gampe ga ka wetsa monyetla o berekisa chances tša gago ga o ka lebelela go tlo ba go le monate mone teroko e kopane le hlopha sa ma-BEE na re tla bona bomampodi bomang a ke tsebe a re latlhele bofofu nna le wena re tlo ba ditlhatsi ge papadi ena e fela jalo gona jalo latlhela bofofu ngwanaka sethibathibane sa ma-BEE a tšapola e romela poletele ka kwana ke yana ngwanene wa phuthile kwele yane ga re tologa ka kwana hlakana lotolo mange ka mane ke yana bašimane ba teroko o mantšha phoka kwana ba re mošanyana malo bona le ka mane ke yana mašiane ba itšapole ba romela poletelele ka kwana a itipa ka mane motšhamotla rutla bona mange bona ka mane forma mamelodi sundowns ngwanene wa mokhelele e bona ka mane ke yana manufactured passes ka mane e ranga polo wa re tologa fela jalo bona ka mane ke yana ngwana mašiane BEE ba re abolela ka mane ba re thola mama thola nananganga wa za real goodman o mo retologa ga bolola fela jalo o tla dirang ka polo ka mane ke bašimane ba teroko a ibitsa ka kwana ba re tliša polo ka kwana re tlo tšwele pele ka mapadi ya gona a tšapolo ba romela poletele o gopola hlopha sena sa teroko bontši tša bona ke banna ba bolelang leleme la setsonga a tšapolo ka kwana motšhamotla hlakana letholoma bona ka manekela malulu ya ka re ka gagolola ba tšapolo ba e bea ka ntle o gopola ngwanene e ne le ngwanene wa thauke o gopole banna bana ba teroko ga ba ka ba fa monyetla ba ba fa monyetla mamela phuthi ngwana le kwelane o tla kwa ka ntho e ngata fela ke yona mokotlisi wa hlopha sa ma-BEE mokotlisi ona kholius a la thomo o kotlisa sehlopha sa ma-BEE go tloga ka ABC motsepeliki ntatona a la e duletse ka mana ma-BEE go fihla ka letšatšing la lehono a ipabola ka magabane a ka mehla le mabaka bontši jwa bona banna bana ba ma-BEE ke banna ba e le gore o be a na le bona ka nako la ABC motsepeliki a nke a latlha bašanyana ba gagwe ntatona kholi monna ka thembisa ka kwana 1632 ba ibatla ka kwana ba e batla phuthi ngwanene wa lekwelane wa itšea ga bolola ka kwana e hlakana kena Mr Smith o tla diang ka polo tšapola e romela polo telele e wela lethong la mange wa itšwa ka mane kena Bridele a e amogela ga bolola fela ngwana wa Bridele ke Bridele o matile dihlopheng tše dingata le ka kona ane matile sehlopheng sa kwana Tempisa Sports Center ngwanena sethibathibane sa ka kona sa bašimane bana ba teroko retologa ga bolola ka kone bona ka mane kena ngwanena manufactured passes jersey number 4 captain fantastic retologa ka mane kena shakes a re ka kena fela polo e tla ba kotsi ka re go 18 a re ka raga tšapola e bea ka ntle a itšea e bea ka ntle ngwanena mo gopolo matile polokwane city MDC jersey number 10 a ikeletsa ntho e ngata fela a itirela lebitso tšatši le lehono tlile mona thembisa re bona Phillies games tla be ke le go e tla kena se kena ka goal kick ya ngwanena wa teroko kena se kena ka goal kick ya ngwanena wa teroko e ne a le mangele e le Bridele thibathibane sena matile dihlopheng tše dingata tša ka mone kasi ngwanaka retilo ka kwana teroko monna re ke kena ka kwana tla romela mango batla ka mane kena chauke tla dirang ka polo ga ikoba kwana polo e tla ba kotsi a tša polo ka kwana e hlakana lotsholo mange ngwanena experience e kano matile ka kwana mothemota PSL ba tša polo e hlakana ka mane o senya polo ka mane ngwanena wa zwele ba retilo ka fela jalo tša polo ka mane kena BEE rang ka polo ba retilo ka mane mothemota jersey number 11 switch the polo a switcha ka kwana e hlakana lotsholo ma ba ithiba ka mane kena teroko wa ithiba ka kwana o iranga polo wa retologa ka mane kena 10 masome mo tlela itiena e bona ka mane ke ena ngwanena ka jersey number 7 ba mo tšea fase caswell ba re ema o tsamaya itumela go ya go dumelela retologa ga bolola ka mane hlakana ngwanena ka pesli o dula ka pesli ngwanena Captain Parker shakes him ba tile sehlopheng sa ka kwana Tempisa Sports Center a kotlisa ke ntatona Snongo Mateu ba itšea ga bolola ka kwana e hlakana lotsholo mangwe e lebelela fela jalo o fetile ka kwana ya mmeafase ngwanena wa mokhelele ngwanena wa mokhelele o tsebe ngwanena wa mokhelele kgwele ya dinao ke ba mo hwetša go gona yena le ngwanena wa ka pitsi mokobodi ke ba tloele batswalle ba tona legadi yena le ngwanena jersey number 4 captain ga ona re ka moka o nyake ngwanena wa mokhelele o se ka thola shavi jersey number 4 captain
o ya bona wena Jeremy a ke shebile mawa a tsona dihlopha ka bobedi ha ke re ke shebile the rock ba tlile ka lewa la bapala yona man to man marking o bana ka ro sheba aba kaofela ba shebile hore mang o makile mang jwalo empa ba yona mane a ma-BEE ba bapala a zonal defense mme a le jwalo ba hlankana wena the rock ho tla tlamela re ba ke ba bapale those penetrative passes hore ba ka leka ho phunya le bota la yona the rock
hlopha sa teroko se tlile mona ka mission and vision gore ba tlile mona ba tlo ipabola ka magabana bare ke ka mokgwa ba bapalang ka gona and ke ka mokgwa e leng gore go feditse e ba mampudi ba tsene ngwa tournament bona ka gona ke na tshauka re ke kobo pole tla ba kotsi ya ba tlola ka godimo ka gwana ba tlola ka godimo ya go tlola ka godimo ka dihlogo ka moka ga bona e tla kena sa ikena ka sehlopha e le tahlelo ya sehlopha sena sa ka gwana sa PEE
hlaselo tse ngata e hlile di kena lehlakoreng la yena Welter o ya bona he ba tshilo re tla leka o phunya le bota la bongane faula yena mane Vincent Lolo hobane o shebe pace ya hae Walker ya hae Welter e hlile e tla tlameha hore ba sebeletse ka mokgwa ba bapalang ka teng tsatsing lena
ba tloga ba lebeletse le site le lengwe o retologa ga bolola ka kwana ngwanena re ke kwana bona ka bona hlopa sa BEE a re ke kera ka kwana e bapala ga monate fela jalo ba tja ka kwana ba re polo shut the back door hlopa sena sa teroko ga se nyake phoso le ga nyane hlopa sena sa teroko bolo ngwe e le go loose bolo ba itlierela ko pele ga ba tlo bapala ka mosebetsi
o ya bona ke shebile lona le wale la bona ba bapala ntho e re bitsang overload to isolate ka football terminology o tla hopola overload to isolate re hlasela haholo mo re bonang the weak side sa stopper seo re shebane le sona mme he ka potlako re fetule mawa to play on their weak on their strong side ba le ka ba disorganize by doing so o ko elelwe ba hlasela haholo ka yena Welter mme o shebe di blind run tseo tse etsang ke yena Pride le yena Caswell on the opposite side
hlopa sa ma BEE ka se ka se lemoge ntlha eo ba tlo ikhumana ba le kotsing ga go le jwalo ga o ka lebelela ditlhatlhelo tse digolo tse di tlago ka ngwanena wa Walker jersey number 12 ke yena a fitlhago ka mehla le mabaka wa retologa ga bolola ka kwana e hlakana le tshoka maikena chauke ba mo tshela polo ga bolola fela jolo e wela le tshoka ka mane kena teroko tla dirang ka khwileo ka mana itse romela ka kona e hlakana le tsonga no puthi minachi bona ka mane kena puthi wa likulane romela polo telele e wela le tshoka mangone batla ngwanena ka kona ga mothole ba itse ga bolola ka kwana mogobung wa lebala bona ka kona mothamotle e lebela ka kwana e hlakana le tswa retologa ga bolola ka mane kena PE tena wa polo e hlakana le ka mane ngwanena ka wane a mo tshela polo ga bolola ka kona e sa wele le tula ka mane kena teroko monna tša polo a ra ibia ka ntle ka kwana a ra le ka hafunya rena a ra tla la masawana mo
ya bona nnete ya batleha lebala ha le letle the condition of the pitch is not well jwanong he ke ka ho o bona boholo ba nako phuthi ya bapala rutwana bapala bolo tse telele direct football a batla banna he ba tshwana le bona bo Musa banna ba tshwana le bona bo Thabo hore ba leke hore ba bapale ka mora le bota la yona the Rock
neti yona fela jwalo gobane ga ka tswela pele a bapala papadi e bapala ke PEE ya go tšea bolo ba e bea fase o tla ithola a na le diphoso tse di ngata lebaka golo ke gore lebala le ga le in good condition as you said
ya tlola bolo ha o le ka bapala yona carpet football jwanong the best option ke yona taba ya hore o bapale yona rutwana bolo tse telele mohlomong seo se kana sa batswala namane
ga o ka rena ke kena ka kwana ya mogala ba motšela polo ga bolela ka ona e hlakana le tshoka mantero ke sa le pole kotsi ga ya tswa kotsing e wela ka bona le zulutune ka kwana ngwanena ka bona Mr Smith o tla dirang ka go ela re ke koba bone tla betelele ka kwana ba re bona o tantabetse ka kwana ene le ngwanena re bona ke bone hantle ga o ka lebella hlopha sena sa teroko bashanyana ba bona ba go morago ba tswile ka maoto ke bashimana ba ile gore el rapola bona ke le letelele
empa seo se makatseo se ke ngoreang ka sona seo sehlopheng se sa yona the Rock e hlile ka re ho bima re ba ka kgona ho tshireletsa dihuku di-corner kick di-set piece jwalo mme le Sibatibane Alfias o rata o otla bolo ka ditebele ha e tshware boholo ba nako bolo yena Alfias so seo se kana sa ba kenya mathateng
ba tla ikhumana ba le mathateng le ba ka go la Sibatibane Alfias gore a se ka tshwara kgwele ke nagana gore le tabeng ya height ya gagwe e ka boetsa e sa mmerekela ka gobane o prefera gore a phele a di-punchitse
jwanong he the best option ha o le jwalo ke taba ya gore ba seke ba consider di-corner kick tse ngata le tsona di-set piece o tla tlameya gore le yena a leke o otla leleme a leke o bua le di-defender tsa hae gore a ke re beng concentration ya rona e phahame gobane ama PE ba ka fumana monyetlo le mong a hlile ba tla e otla le tantle
retologa ga bolola ka kwana ke ena ngwanena a itša polo ba romela polo e telele ba ithiba ka mane ke ena PE wela letula ka mane ke ena PE o tla dirang ka polo wa e bitsa ka kwana ngwanena o iphetola po ya semanoši ba itša ga bolola e sa swere ka mane ke ena PE monna wa retologa ga retologa o bona ka mane a re le kokae ka kwana o bone ke ena Shakes o ne a re ke a kena ka kwana chase number 11 wa e bitsa ka kwana retologa ka ngwanena wa Thabo Thabo o tla dirang ka mane ke ena 10-10 masome a re ke a monwa ke a moketa wa re mošanyana maloba a re mošanyana maloba fela a re ka tlela masona mona Captain Fantastic ngwanena motle ka moriri motle fela tje wa retologa ka kwana o dirang ka polo ka mane ke ya PE wa e bitsa ka mane ke na Shakes ka kwana o bona monna itipa fela ga monate fela jalo o retologa ka mane PE ka rogole di 18 ka kwana ya bashibane ba teroko monna re ka kena ka mane ke na ngwanena former player ya ka kwana mothamotle ya Champions Sports Center wa e koba polo e tla ba kotsi a motletse ka kwana mothamotle monna mme sa lefase ka peke ngwanena wa Thabo ona re ke a kena ke a itabogela ke iketsa ka ntho ngata re ga nka no bona le ka letanteng ke tlabe ke sebeditse
ya bona ha ka rwa sheba bahlankana ba yona ama PE ba batla ba bapala ntwe re bitsang di rondo ba ikopanya jalo empa ya bona bolo eo e ne le ntle Thabo wa tseba ne le mnyetla o motle ke bone a jalo Musa a bapala jalo ka ntwe re bitsang a false 9 hobane ke monna ya tlwaetseng go bapala manual boxing empa ha tsamaya drifting wide a ya ka mane hlakureng o le ka o tosa di defender tsa yona the rock re ba lose position e be he Thabo a otle tsona di blind run
jersey number 8 wa sehlopha sa BE cooling break jersey number 8 wa sehlopha sa BE Musa o motle ka diphase ngwanena ge sehlopha sa teroko se ka se lemoge ba tla khumana ba le kotsing
ya bona ke a utlwa ka mehla le matsatsi le mbitsa the factory of passes o producer quality crosses le di passes jwanong a le tjena he o tla tlameha go bane le ntho e re bitsang chemistry between yena le Musa ba utlwane hore ha ke ntsha bolo e tjena e tla tlameha ring fume ke le plekeng e tjena
mapadi pele wa sehlopha sa BE o tlameile ka ge o bolela o tlameile a tsebe gore jersey number 8 Musa ga a tshwere kgwele o tlameile yena a be kae ka nako mang
ehlile ya bona jalo ka ile water break tjena mohlomong ba rukwa tswa tlase hore tlamele ho etsa le eng obane sena se ba fa monyetla hore ba ke ba re-strategize ba bue di tactics hore the rocks e bapala tjena jano a ke re le go ba tabola re ba phunye ka tsela e tjena
a gona ntho e hlolang e plan a gona ntho e a bona ga o ka tla go lenya dinao o na le plan e nngwe fela plan A wa hloka plan B o tlo ba le bothata
ya bona ha o le mokwetlisi ha wa tlameha o bana le plan A fela empa o bane le plan B C le D o ska ba predictable
gobane go le yena dinao a ke mathata
we are good, hey!
re go amogele gape ka kgona ka morago ga cooling break ngwana di-Phillies gaming e amogela ga bolola ka kwana ka mone ke teroko monna tšea polo e hlakana le lotsela ngwanena ka kwana ke ena Thabo o sekoloto ngwanena ba mo tšela polo ga bolola wela ka kwana lotsela ka mone teroko ka mone ke ena Caswell a re ke a gakolola o dira dilo tša tumilego ka tsona tša bopra tlhompho a re ke a kena ka kwana ka bašimane bana ba lebelele ba mogele polo ga bolola ka kwana e hlakana le lotola mange o lebela ka kwana gape tene wa polo chase number 4 ya sehlopha sa ka kwana mothamotle teroko o na re ke a kena ka kwana ba tšea polo ba e romela e telele ka kwana e tla kena sa ikena le goal kick ya ngwanena wa Minach
ya bona nako engwe wena mtsala ya Jeremiah o na le fumana dihlopha tse ding di lose momentum ka mora hore ho ba ne le yona cooling break jwalo jwanong ha o le tjena ke batla ho bona ke safe sehlopha seo se tlo thefuleang haholo jwang a re tswa yona water break hobane nako engwe e na le lematse na le senya momentum ya dihlopha ka o tshwana
nnete yona ke yona eo gobane ga o itse go cooling break ke mo le gore ne o relaxitse ko teng le momentum ga o sa le gona go ipea fela re latlhele bofofu ka ge seko e sa le noto ka mona noto ka kwana mokgobong wa lebala e wela ka kwana ba e lebela ka kwana mothemotle e wela letsholo ka maneng ngwanena ba mbitsang e lolo wa mashiane a mashiane o irang ka polo ga itšapolo e hlakana le letsholo mange o letsholo ga bololo ka mane kana PE a re ka kena ka kwana ba itšapolo ba e romela ka mane moragorago hlakana le letsholo ngwanena wa lolo tšapolo romela polo e telele o ne a batla mang ka kwana e wela ka mane kena ngwanena ba mmitša musa tšapolo e romela ka kwana a tšhentšha malao ka kwana mothemotle e wela letsholo la ngwanena ka kwana a lebelekane PE tla irang ka polo na ro tla e kobana ba kena ka kwana ba re shut the back door metsi a tla tsena ka tlong ne ba re shut the back door ngwanena a re bona a ka tlela masawana mono tlhopha sa teroko a re tlela masawana mola ke di-Phillies game go gopola ka ngwaga wa 2015 re ile ra iponela Rebels e wina tournament ena ga le ba le teng a ka gopola 2016 Alexander Mate le yona ile e pabola ka magabane a yona 2017 Amantla le yona ile ba re bona re phamiše matsogo ntse re le jwalo a gona sehlopha se se winnego Phillies game makgetlo a mararo ka tatelano
sehlopha sa ho qetela sa ho hapa di-Phillies game ka dilemo tse tharo tse latelang Colombia ha ke tsebe tso sopola sehlopha seo se neng se otla se qeta dihlopha tse ngata
ba retologa ga bolola ka kwana bona ka kwana o ne ba re monna re kena ka kwana e bona ka mana monna tšapola romela polo ntle ka kwana bolo e wela letsholo ka kwana ba BEE karologolo ya di-18 ya hlopha sa teroko o re ka kena ka bona re ka retologa o senya polo ka kwana o batla ka mane kena musa o emisa letsoga ba mone o batla ka mane kena Shafi o senya polo a senya polo e wela letsholo ka kwana ngwaneno ba Bridele ba iranga polo e thiba Mr Smith ba retologa ga bolola ka kwana ka mane bona ke ngwane wa lolo tla iranga polo o batla ka kwana ngwanena wa boka kwana chess number 7 a re ke kena ka bona ba shimana ba BEE a re ke tla roma ma ba re phamisha matsogo ke le boneng e wela letsholo ka kwana ngwanena wa e batla ka kwana ngwanena wa Chauke na re ke kena ka kwana ngwanena o tswile kotsi ngwanena ga o ka lebelela hlopha sena wena motswalle wa ka ga o ka lebelela hlopha tše pedi tsena di bapala ka go tšhabana
ya bona di santsang di utlwana matla nnete a batleha ya bona seo ke se bonang ke taba ya hore di-strategy di-tactics tsa dihlopha tsena ka bobedi ha ke re ke sheba ha ile ama PE ba bapala flamboyant football with a kasi flavor ngwana mme ha ile yona ma PE ba bapala direct football ha ba batla complicate dintho kapa o etsa dintho di be thata ba batla bapala direct football bolo tse telele ba batle casual le na pride
ke yona nnete fela jwalo ene ga o ka lebelela Caswell le Pride ke banna ba ile gore ba tlo go ba tshepile ka makato le diphunyaphunyana
e hlile e bona nnete a batleya mme ke shebile mosa le yena ka o tshwanang di-pass tsa hae di ditle
ka hlopha tsa teroko a re ka kena ka kwana monna go tla ka kwana a re ka retologa ba motšaba papadi e phepha e tšwele pele wa retologa kwana ba motšhele polo ga bolola gape jalo Mr Smith a tšapola romela polo e telele o ne a batla ngwana kobo o tswa jwele ka kwana ngwanene wa setšhibatšhibane sa teroko
ke shebile papadi ya hae yena mosa confidence ya hae ha tshwere polo o motle kore ha o ka re o sebapadi sa the rock le ka o tosa bolo ho yena mane o tla tshwara bima confidence composure ya hae entle mhlankana ona mosa
motle ngwanena chesi number 80 wa BEE Musa ntse a le jwalo ka mehla le mabaka o ntse a bapala jwalo go le gagwe ka mehla le mabaka wa itšea ga bolola ka kwana ya polo e romela mogobong wa lebala e wela letolola ngwanena ka kwana ba mbitsang ka kwana motlhamotlhe romela polo entle ka kwana o irang ka polo e wela ngwanena ka kwana wa ka Fakute o irang ka polo ka mone ke ngwana wa Fakute wa polo o e bea ka ntle fela jwalo ngwanena wa Fakute o matile sehlopheng sa ka kwana Mamelodi Sundowns ile ka mmona senenneng ka Black Leopard ngwanena wa Fakute e tla kena sa ikena jwalo ka ngwanena wa Caswell chess number 7 o motle ka makato le sephunyaphunyane ngwanena wa Caswell ga ka thola monyetla mamela re tlo bona mathata e kena sa ikena ka tahlelo fela jwalo ka re lo go le 18 ka kwana ba nyeuma fela ka kwana e wela letsoga mane kena ngwanena wa Walker o tla re tloga ka mane kena Walker re ke re tloga fela jwalo e rang ka goleo ba re ke kena ka kwana motlhamotlhe ba romela polo ka kwana Phuthi a ibitsa ngwana Phuthi wa le kuleane wa ilebelela ka kwana o ibitsa ga monate fela jwalo I tell you by Romela Poletele Cacono, you will let Tula Cacona Motamutra, for a common Motoroko, Poletele Bachapolo, Pipia Cacona Motamicana second alcohol kick, young one in Obulam, about the United Phillies games him. On a release a key on a Vision Film Sports Radio. Terliting Richel Common or Senkele Tavena, Relicona Vision Film Sports Radio. Real Common Nonaga, Kimusenko Tavenum Senko Fela.
We are one in Elimunyeta, Mani, Yena Mshankano, Welta, Ikhile. He gets into those spaces, tight spaces, simpa. But Tata fela Kyohori, Nakwe, composure, Onalutata, Nakwe, Janogalis Papadi, Ota Sokala or Obanelin Twerivitang, Yona composure.
Utamele Telegamit. Haga no set a fella. Arch, Kibona Yahoo. Haga Telegamit, Tatwelo Tata, Tato Ponalamonate fella. You will like a corner, Mutamutra to go again a tabo, Tabuna, Batakamanana, we're going to get a shakes Musa, Mucha Polo, going to get a Rocco, a Chapola Baby, Shopas at the Rocco, a Suba Pale, the touch Jerical Canaro, Chatanuka Hafunyabon.
Ikhile, Yawana Bayatayona, Rivitsang, a quick transition, Niwena, Cherenia, Oko Ellehe happened to Eva Yetangi, Mani Varimalibala, Batsiba Hore. Batsiba hore highly on a money, the highly on a mapi. Bako Tijano Balikova pushes Kama Sakure.
And how can I say Sabi? Get the rocket, but at a number come Rahubanim, Babatsibor Bajua.
Oko Elelwe Diamond Shape by Yetsamani Barimbalibala, Baba Palantre Rivitsang, a 4 Diamond 2. So say it's Angore, Baliko be a match, Amani Barimbalibala, Kikaho, Risabonia Holu Itumeling Musala, Asahomoya Pili, Ratseva Kimonaratonia Pila Holu, Empa Casatina Cajeno, Pam TV, Habato Famuneta, Umungata Hol.
Kapasate Rocum, Samutsiba, Antle, one in a way to mailing, or a pastor, Adikabili.
Cut down the supply. Me here when I told Samelong City. Secure about Famunyeto Mongata. We are one I can check in a Kiwakayona. Double team hand Barimaliban.
How can I stop? How can you say can I call Kiki Yamanena? Wakakwana Elfiose. I know Alfiose Kakwana Wakas Tibet in the shopper. Sateroko. Oh, Bulam. Shopper Sateroko. Kamisalamabaka. Bapila by Tibet again and Tatona. Barinki. Second choice ya wana kiana wana Alfiose kitapore barki malulega kitapore wana jalo ufitile lady roba utule coat
itile ya wana okasibatle ho yetsa risky ka hore o bapadise maluleka asoka afola jwanong he. It's a good decision e entsweng ke yona the Rocco me a le tjena he ntwe tlamileng ba yetse fela a kgone fumana fitness mme papading a latelang mhlomong re kana ra bona maluleka e ba yena qalang papadi.
Ene ke monyetla o motle for Tiban sa second choice gore se prove gore yena le yena sports le sa number 1 a e maluleka a permanent go
competition ya hlokala ka mehla le matsatsi.
Nete fela jwalo ka mehla le matsatsi ke rata line ka mehla le matsatsi ya intle hairstyle zebala batle like this the roka di hairstyle itla kana se kana ka goal kick ya ngwana wa Alfiose kana se kana ka ngwana wa Alfiose sa ra ile di goal kick tse ngata fela seo se bontsha gore hlopa sa ka kwana BE senyo go bona se ga kultsele le tanta re tloga ga bolola ka kwana iranga poleo o ne batla khaswele ga mothole itla kana se kana ka tahlelo ke bona ka mane kena ngwanena wa mashiane ka mashalane ka mane kena lolo zabile maledi wa mangata fela tje jersey number 6 ya se hlopa sena sa BE ala mo tlele yana la itena ile thola ka ngwana Vetsing Vincent kana go le bona ba sala go development re tloga ba itse ba bia ka ntle gape ne le ngwanena wa Khaswele a ra ke bapale a sena mapadi pele fela le go morago ke a tla tsola menyako Chapola ka ngwana kena Vincent Chapola romela pole telele ka ngwana hlakana lo tsola monna re tloga Chapola a bia ka hlopa sena sa Teroko ga senya ke go ka bona le phosho bola ngwe le gore ka ba fa kotsi ba itse ba bia ka ntle ba re ka ntle ke bothabelo.
Better safe than sorry, but Joshua Lucas Sinyisimani, Janung here, defense bona, well disciplined and well organized.
But defenders win you a league, a championship, strikers win you a game.
Antante Barry goals wins you game, a solid defense wins you a championship. Okana what among Hadi say Ellis Ferguson, Lian among Hadi Kevin Hunt, they believe in that theology.
Mamela. Hoji wa monate mo hoji wa senkgwesha a motswalla ka ntsa le motle tla fela Angela senkgwesha sa tona la ga di utlwa ke tetebetse ke le monate e kena tse kena ka PEE ngwaneno wa Vincent Mashalane chance number 6 ka tembisa 1632 o retologa fela jalo ka kwana ngwanena o retologa Musa o tla dirang ka goleo sekoloto Musa ngwanaka a mo lebelela fela jalo tla monyatsa ka mmele wa itse wa retologa kwa lehlakana lotso ka manekena BEE a ke kena ke tla dirang ka polo monna retologa o batla ka manekena Mr Smith wa ikobe bona ka manekena well educated passes o iranga kwa la re ke tla pona mange e retologa ka ngwanena ka kwana ba monyeo mafela ka ngwanena ngwaneno beile miriri ya tona le gadi o retologa kwa dirang ka goleo o tla kena se kena ka mane chase number 11 e tla manga sena ngwanena ka kwana motlhomamedi o motlhe kena sa kena fela jalo iranga manekena teroko ba chapolo ba romela mogobong wa lebala e hlakana le lutula ngwanena ka kwana wa mokhelele o tla iranga manekena Fatkute a retologa bona kena Fakute motho le kokae chapolo e romela ka kwana e hlakana ngwanena wa Zwele o tla iranga polo ke PEE ba bolela le yona ba rethola mamatholana na ngenga was a real good man wa ilebelela ka kwana o tla ikobana cross wa monna wa moteta wa ikoba ka bona cross e tla ba kotsi ya mogela bona we ya mogela ga bolula stibatibane a itse ka mana re le potla le tla japudi ngwanena wa ka kwana wa Alfiose o iranga go leo wa retologa ga bolola wa retologa ka kwana ba re ga di emedi botso ba paritse ngwaneng wa ga bohloko ke yena ngwanena ne a mathako sehlopheng sa Stellenbosch
uyabona the rock o tla tlameha re ba tsitsise lebala. They need to balance the ground hobane ke shebile hlaselo tse ngata di tla ka lehlakoreng le letshehadi bo nnete ya batleya jwanong o tla tlameha re banna ba tshwana le bo Caswell Nkuna ba ke ba qale ho kena papading re ka tjho re banna ba tshwanang le bona mane bo Thamazile ba entse hantle re ba mo thudise tsatsing la kajeno
go na le motho a tla tswang kotsi kwana ba bona ntse o thula sethibathibane kwana re tla kena sa ikena ka bashimane ba bana ba teroko
ehlile ya bona bahlankana ba yona mana ma PE ba etsa yona ntho ya dlala bolo ka mra le bota la yona the rock empa kgetlong lena ehlile ya bona ke phoso go tla tlameha hore mane ba mokate ke bua ka yena mane mhlankano Tebogo hobane o kotsi lena ha ka fumana monyetla ehlile ama PE ba ka iphumana ba le botleng
ora o re ka cooling break yena banna ba PE ba notisitse re gona le loophole ko le boteng la sehlopha sa teroko
ehlile ya bona nnete ya batleha loopholes di dula di le teng empa ha ke bone wa ka letabola le bota banna ba na thapelo le yena endaleni ba batle good communication between bona ba utlwana hantle so ha o le tjena tla tlamara ba le go hlatsela ka mahlakore
nnete fela jwalo banna go monate go bohloko ge le banna ba kwisishana go bohloko ge banna ba sa kgone go boledišana Caswell o ne a re ke gakolola makatolle kwana a re ke utlo gore phuthu ntshwaretseng ka kwana eupša fela zanga o tla target
jwanong he ya bona ke shebile Welter yena Caswell ba entse ntho e re bitsang positional switch hobane ha ile Welter o qadile ka letshehadi yena Caswell a le ka mano le tona jwanong ba fetotse mawa mohlomong he ke yona ntho e o kile ka tsho ka yona ka re o tla tlameha re ba ke ba leke ho balancisa ground
ge ba fetola mawa Caswell le Welter o ra o kgonne o bona gore ngwanena wa Vincent o ka tsenega ka moo
ehlile o bona gore Thamazile le yena ka o tshwanang o matla o phamisitse o feta nna tsatsing la kajeno jwanong a ke leke gore ke etseng ke tlo kena ka lehlakoreng la yena Vincent Lolo
a re plan B ke fetola mawa a re ke a fetola ka kwana ke tloga ka mona ke tla ka mona ka mo le gore dilo tsa ka di ka tla di a ntshepelela ga botse e kena se kena e le corner kick ya sehlopha sena sa PEE a re tla bona hlopha sa ka mane sa teroko se kgona go idefenda gore tla bona hlopha sa PEE se ipabola ka magabana sona ba inyeuma fela ga bolola e re tloga bona kena PEE monna ka kena fela jalo PEE monna ke kena go ba mo ka bona a re papadi phepa itshole pela ona le tshole le etsaetseng mo a re di eme di botse ba re ga di eme papadi se bona o se eta ngwanaka ba re o se eta ngwanaka papadi tse ngwanena ka kwana wa Thabo papadi tse ngwanena wa Thabo ga bohloko o ntse o mo loma ke bona ngwanena wa Musa ka mane chese number 18 o ile o tla ntho e ngata ka kwana hlopha sa G-string wa go fitilego gona mona di-Phillies games a etsa ntho e ngata thusa hlopha sa gagwe gore se fetse se wina papadi eo ba ile ba thola ba le di-finaleng banna bana ngwanena wa Musa o ne a le teng mara eupša fela o ile a thola karata a palela ko go tla a bapala finale ya di-Phillies game ge G-string e be e wina malobanyana fangwa go fitilego o tla ikoba free kick ntle fela jalo ka kona o tla irang ka goleo wa Chapolo a e bea ka ntle ka kona e kena se ikena ka ngwanena wa ka kwana Alfios yana setibatibane sa teroko ke yana ngwanena a tšweletšego mono o mathile sehlopheng sa ka kwana sa Tembisa Sports Center. Retologa ka kwana o tla dirang ka goleo e tla kena se kena ka kwana kena se kena kwana ka lahlela bofofu fela jwalo e kena se kena le segutlo la kena se kena le segutlo sa sehlopha sa teroko yona ngwanena wa Phuthi le kweleane na dirile dipapadi tša go lena ka kwana ngwanena malobanyana fa
Kachore is a good shot stopper. Hobane le di penalty ke o play papadi tse ding a thusa stopper sa sama PE hore ba hape papadi ka di penalty shoot out o motle ha be kopola tlo sikila matha hape le yona JDR
nete fela jwalo mathile go hlopheng sa JDR malobanyana fa ke mo felleditše a le ka sehlopheng sa Tornado ikena se kena le segutlo sa sehlopha sena sa bona mothamotle wa ikoba ka kwana ba shimana ba bona a inyoma fela bona ba pala ka monyetla kena se kena le goal kick ya ngwanena wa Phuthi ke le ka bana le le tswang ka motsaneng fela wa ka provinceng ya Limpopo ngwanena wa Phuthi mara mogata ba gagwe o feditša le ka mona Gauteng
ehlile ya bona jalo ka ba ikoba tjena bolo ba hlankana ba yona mane ama PEE guilty of ball watching me mona ene le monyetla re the rock wa ka kgona go ngodisa ntlha ya bona ya pele
eupša fela ga ba bona se ba ne ba tlamile ba nošitše ka sona a ke tsebe gore banna bana ka gobane ba tswileng rapo la bona ke le rapo le letelele ba palelwa ke eng go berekišana le di-aerial ball o e romela polo e telele ka kwana ngwanena wa lekwelane a kena se ba kena ba re papadi e phepa e tšwele pele e wela letholama bona ka mane kena musa o tla dirang ka kgoleo wa e lebelela fela jalo e wela lethola ngwanena ka kwana ke ena ngwanena motlhamotlhe ka mane ba re kena nobile o irang ka pola retologa ka kwana ga retologa hlakana ngwanena wa Vincent ka kwana e phetoša po ya semano o bona ke ena Phuthi wa bona ka kwana retologo bona ke ena Vincent ngwana Mashalane romela polo e telele mokgobong wa lebala o ne a batla ka mane ke ena ngwanena wa Thabo a Mothole retologa fela jalo ka kwana a re ka kena ka kwana motlhamotlhe re ke tla roma mange wa lebelela tšapola romela polo e telele gape ka mane ya wela diatleng tša Phuthi ge Phuthi a ka se itlhokomele lebala le le ka mo direla kotsi tla kena ngwanena wa lekwelane e romela polo e telele ka kwana ga tše ditšhantse ga e pelte morago ngwanena re thologa ka ngwana o irang ka polo mogobong wa lebala ga itshola se ba itshola kwana ba re ga di emedi botso ga re palamane mona re bapala ka maoto fela ngwanena ka mane ngwanena wa BEE ba re tlile go palamana mona butse fase ngwanena wa teroko nka re tuye kotsi ya tona legadi
jaanong he ya bona bahlankana ba ma-PE ba le ka go fetola mawa ba bona gore mane ba reng ba lebala bahlankana ba the rock ehlile ba tile mme he o tla tlameya re ke re le ko hlasela ka mahlakore seo kileng ka se elelwa ke gore ha the rock ha ma-PE e hlasela ba tla ka lewa la 154 ha ba hlasela pele empa mona ehlile o mpalame o mo otlile ka setsu jaanong he o tla tlameya gore a ike ba ikate mme he ha e le yena mane Maluleka Barimbalibala, he has been very solid. Nitya batleha yana Maluleka. Ajanong ya ole tjena. Ntwetla meleng hore a leke o etsa a leko bapadisa Pride aba fedi pass jalo bane o thotse kwa pele yena Pride tsatsing la kajeno
banya ba tlogela monyetla sehlopha ba tlogela monyetla sehlopha sa ka kwana sa bashimane bana ba ka kwana ba teroko re tloga ga bolola ka kwana ba tšapole ba romela godimo ga banya ke mathata bana ba batla kwana ka rologo di 18 Vincent a ithula fela ka hlogo ka kwana kena se kena ile e tla kena se kena ile ka kwana tahlelo ya hlopha sa teroko o motla ka dilong throw ngwanena wa Caswell motla ka dilong throw ka kwana hlopha sa BE ga se ka se tlhokomela se ka bona ba le kotsing re tloga ka kwana o irang ka bona ba shimane ba kwana polisa le kotsing monna thiba fela jalo e kena se kena e le sekhutlo sa sehlopha sena sa ka kwana sa teroko Nare tla bona sehlopha sena sa Terogo se no sha ntlha pele ga kwana karolo ya mathomo ya papadi e fela ga ke tsebe a re latlhele bofofu nna le wena re tle re tlo gone tla re bona nna le wena re tlo ba dipaki ge moletsa phala a bolela tse dingwe o bja fela gona jalo sa le fela jalo Waikoba ka kwana mothamotle a ithiba sa ithiba ka mane kena itumeleng a itshaka kwana o tla dirang ka khwele wa retologa ka kwana e wela letolo ka mane monna re bana phamisha matsogo ke le boneng ke na sa kena ka mane ba shibana ba PEE o iphetola po ya semanoshi ba bua lena ka kwana mothamotle hospital pass ai a monwa ke na sa kena ka mane kena thabo re ke kena ba motsela polo ga bolula e wela ka mane kena well educated passes ngwanena wa itumeleng motle ka di pass ngwanena wa itumeleng bona ka kwana kena thabo bona ka mane kena itumeleng senya polo ngwanena wa itumeleng thabo ga ka mane kena Vincent moshia gore papadi e phepha e tswele pele a ona le tsholeletsa etseng mo re tumela ya go dumelela e le wa theta ngwana o dutse fase wa hlopha sa ka kwana sa Teroko just number 5 yana dutse mfase kwana ka rutsile kotsi wa retologa ka kwana mogimamedi iranga go leo ba ithiba fela jalo a re bapaditse ngwane mongwe kotsi o ne a re bofa advantage ne a re ba re bona papadi e phepha e tswele pele a upia fela after mo ba loser ball a re bona a re gotleleng morago
Give him a whistle. He wants to be a photo official. Give him a whistle. I don't know if it's a kick ball or what.
a re bone hlopha sa BEE jersey number 10 Thabo re tla bona ipabola ka magabana a bonana na re tla bona go diragalang wa ikoba fela jalo o dirang ka polo ka kwana a ya mogela ga bolola ka kwana ngwanena nalana a re kopaneng karolong nalana a re kopaneng karolong ya bobedi o gopolo e sa le fela ka mona e le fela ka kwana karolo ya mathomo ya papadi ena ya BEE kgahlanong le Teroko e fela jalo
ehlile ya bona ka rwa sheba papadi e ne le tight e tile dingangane di hlopha ka bobedi empa ya bona ntwe kileng ka elella kore ama PEE bana le di touch tse ditle empa ya bona bothata ke kore kwa kopele final third ha ona motho ba tla nka responsibility boikarabelo hore a katika lehlonolo la hae a re sombone tsatsina ka jeno Pride empa ya bona bana ba tshwana le bo Welter karolong ena ya pila papadi bane ba bapala papadi e tswile matso empa papadi fela e le tjena dia dingangane le fela le ho bima ro ka phia o ka thuba matle mai ana mabedi jwanong ya karolong ya bobedi papadi ke mo re tla bona different changes in the strategies jalo ka bona tsona di highlights wena karolong ya pila papadi tsone di tsamaya jwang ke yona hlaselo ya pele ya ma PEE e tla ka yena Musa
bolo tse dingata tsa ngwanena wa Musa bolo tse ngata tsa BEE di tla ka ngwanena wa Musa ena o ka lebella Musa ba mmapadisa jwale ka striker
empa waya o kamane ka mahlakoreng wa drifter hulu wena a bapale jwalo ka yona tshwereditsang e false 9 empa e ne le monyetla mano re teboa a ka ngodisa lebitso la hae bukeng tse kgolo
e upya fela hlopha sena sa BEE sile sa palelwa fela jalo le hlopha sena sa Teroko sile sa khumana menyetla monna khumana header fela tje
o ya bona ha isale a iketsa lenyokonyana a iketsa lephela yana Welter o fumana monyetla o tjena jwanong tla tlema reputi a ke a lokise le wota la hae hobane ke a bona ekare ba di phoso jwalo ka bona ball watching they are guilty of ball watching matlankana bana ba yona ama PEE
ga o ka lebelela hlopha sena mona ne ba tlamele ba no sentla
janong ya ke re shebe dipalopalo re di eme jwang mme o shebe hore papane eng ka mkgo nganganeng ka teng we bona empa ama PEE ke bona ba laolang papadi ball position ye ba dumela ha o soka bona le karete tswileng tsa tsila ka jeno empa bona goal attempts 4-4 o ya bona shots on target le ka o tshwanang dinne o yona The Rock seo se bontshang The Rock ba o fumana monyetla wa hore ba ka kgona ho hlabantla empa re kene ka tanteng ho bima mme o le tjena mbali a ko tsole taba re jwetse le bone jwang taba ena.
Thank you so much from our commentary team. It's still even Stevens here, right here at the Rabbit Ridge Stadium. So, still not a clear-cut winner at this point, Leza.
Yeah, I must say, you can tell these two teams really haven't played to the best of their abilities. I think the coaches will be frustrated with what has been happening. But I feel that, of course, the Rock are the ones that are sitting on the front foot in terms of the shots on target. You can tell in terms of them finding the target but not finding the back of the net. It's also another concern to them. The coach will have to implement something else, probably come up with another strategy, or just try and approach it differently. But as Amapi, very poor first half, I think they should do better. You know, Mdunga out wide there, got a chance, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. Tabo just coming in front of the goalkeeper. It's a very caged first half. You can tell that both teams have been not not on the front foot.
I mean, we also look at the shots at goal, evenly matched, 4 for both teams. But obviously, Mapi is sitting on 55% goal possession. But still, is it a clear indication as to how this game is going?
I mean, I think the width of the pitch could work in their advantage for Amapi because they're finding more joy on this right-hand flank side. They've been troubling Noble, the captain, of course, of the Rock, who into himself has been very solid. But there was a glorious chance, of course, that gone onto the side of Amapi. Tabo, unfortunately, just couldn't direct his header onto the back of the net.
Would it be accurate if I said the first half was a half of missed opportunities from both sides?
A lot of them, and some errors as well. You can tell with this one as well. Ngiri, we know what he's capable of doing in terms of rising to the occasion. They get another set play here, a chance to rectify from that mistake Amapi made. Puti, a very seasoned campaigner, goalkeeper. We know of his ability and his agility, his leadership, full of trajectory as well, full of reflexes. But today having to do what he's done at the back there nearly made life difficult for them. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they approach the second half.
We are now playing in scorching temperatures right now. I mean, when we started the first kickoff at 10, it wasn't as hot. Now the temperatures are sitting at above 26 now. How much of that is also slowing down the game?
I can see with your relentless face that the heat is really just making life difficult for us here. But we are just trying to adapt to the temperatures. But I think the players will then, after this halftime break, maybe probably, Heavenly Father can just give us a chance to heat down the heat.
Now, of course, coaches have to play an important role going into this second half because there's still no clear-cut winner or dominance from either side. But what do you think is happening right now in the conversations that are taking place with both teams?
I feel that the dressing room instructions are very, very punctual. The coach is really telling them that the formation that is giving them in terms of stability and mobility. Now, they haven't really shown much tenacity and audacity today, but it's going to be remarkable to see how sensational they can be able to get into the final, play those interchanging passes, find those pickpockets of spaces. As a coach, you know that you have a philosophy and style of play, how then you can just tell your team to have that right type of attitude and have that characteristics inside of you. But I feel that in the second half, it's very vital for the captains and the coach to then poise the players as well, to then just play on normal fluent football, dig deep, be calm inside that box. You will find a chance. Just be calm. Defenders tend to panic. Then you'll find that goal. That's the only thing that can happen now. But we know that there's the second leg as well. So it's very crucial and vital for both these two teams to find a goal, because in the second leg, it's going to be crunch time.
And we know both these teams, we know their capabilities, we know their strength, we also know the caliber of players that they have in their arsenal, but not really translating today. Is it a matter of that maybe both teams are just that strong?
I feel that both coaches kind of play similar football. I think the four, the Rock are playing with 3 at the back. You can tell that they're playing with wing backs, so it also is kind of very tricky for BE to then try and find gaps and spaces behind them, which is very clever from the coach in terms of his tactical approach as well. He's a methodist. Is Dennis. I've learned to see him in many years as well. He's quite not that technician as your likes of Rulane Mokwena, the likes of course Tadin Papic at some point for Orlando Pirates.
What does Dennis Matabula have to do now for his squad moving forward? Because we know that there's still second leg, but you also don't want to rely on the second leg. You want to go there on the front foot as well.
I feel that a couple of goals for them,
Yeah.
would really make them to be at ease. They'll calm down. Defenders tend to panic inside that box. Anything can happen. Football is a game of luck. You know, there was a person that asked me, do you believe in magic? And I told him that you make your own luck in football. That's what Liverpool did at some point. That's what Barcelona did at one point.
And Collie's side as well, any strengths that you saw from their side that maybe they can utilize in the second half, or what gaps have you seen that maybe they should work on?
They're finding joy. Is BE on this right-hand flank side with Mtunga. He's been more influential, combining and linking up with Thabo. But I also feel that Ndlaleni in the middle of the park, he's been very influential. It's a very fantastic battle between him and Mfundo of BE wearing jersey number 2.
And of course, we know that all these teams have been affected by COVID-19, but others had the privilege of already playing in other tournaments and really kick-starting their match fitness. You could see the different levels of some of these teams from the first games till now.
It's a case, you know, of them just trying to get back into momentum, finding the momentum and the consistency. But we know it's not going to be very easy under these circumstances and these conditions. But, you know, players of this stature, they know these type of tournaments. They've been playing them for many, many years, and they know what's expected out of them. So I feel that with the COVID-19 restrictions, it's kind of also played another dilemma on them, kind of slowed them down in terms of them playing week in. They haven't been that active as much as possible, but I feel that these couple of games that they will play will definitely give them something.
A bit of a different scenery here at the stadiums, not like we used to with Phillies games. And I mean, for you, you've been here before. How different is it without the fans?
I mean, it's such another, you know, controversy. I feel a little bit awkwardish, but it's part of football. You know, it's part of the restrictions that the government and the president have given us, that the fans can't be allowed. But the atmosphere, the mood, the buzz, we're missing, of course, the who's and ahs. You know, so I mean, other than that, it's for the fans. These Phillies games as well.
Well, it is BE up against the Rockets. Still, even Stevens here at the Robbie Ridge Stadium. Well, we don't know how the next 45 will pan out, but you know what? Let's see how it turns out.
Romrele ka kwana karolong ya bobedi ya papadi ye le kana ka kwana e sale le fela ka mona ile fela ka kwana BE e kopane le sehlopha sena sa Teroko Phillies Games 2020 tsatsing la lehono re ka motsaneng wa ka Robbie Ridge stadium sa Robbie Ridge ngwanaka re tla bona sehlopha sena sehlopha tsena tse pedi ka kwana di pabola ka magabane a bona goba re tlile go bona re ya thagong ya mekoko a ke tsebe nna le wena re tlo ba dipaki ka moletsa phala a o tla la kana mafelelo Gopole ka kwana ngwanaka gopole papadi eno ge hlopha se sengwe se ka ipabola ka magabane a sona re ka tla ra ba bona tšatši le lengwe le latelago eupša fela gona jalo e sa le lefela ka mona e le lefela ka kwana a bobedi jwa hlopha tsena bobedi ga bona ba tlamaile ba breake maya le go mona ga ba ka palela go dira jalo a e tlo ba bothata ngwanaka a re tlo ba bothata ka kwana gona jalo re tlo tsamaya le papadi ena karolong ya bobedi ya papadi hlopha sena sa BEE le hlopha sena sa ka kwana sa Teroko ba ithagola fela jalo hlopha sa Teroko a tšapola romela pole telele ka kwana ka kapa bohlaba tšatši ithiba sa ithiba fela jalo e wela lethong la ka kwana bashimane ba BEE ka kwana e tla ba ngwaneno ka mano wa Vincent a tšapola romela pole telele ka kwana e hlakana le lotho la mang o ilebeletša ka bolola ka kwana a re bona mošanyana Maloba wa retologa ka kwana motshamodi kena second goal kick ya hlopha sena sa ka kwana sa Teroko gopola re hlopha sa Teroko ke hlopha se bongata ba ona ba ba fetšago nako e telele ba matha ka kwana tournamenteng jaaka Thembisa ba matha gagolo ka motsaneng fela wa ka Winnie a re bolela ka Thembisa o bolela ka Teroko le tournament ba phela ba le teng romela kgwele yeo ngwanena wa ka kwana mothamotle wa Alfiose ne rometse kgwele e telele fela jalo e opja fela ga hwetša motho yala tse kena se kena ka hlopha sa BEE sa tahlelo ngwaneno wa Vincent Mashalane o rethologa ga bolola ka kwana mothamotle renga kgwele o romela pole telele ne matla ka kwana motho le hlopha sena ka kwana sa Teroko bašenyana bana go tloga ka sethibathibane sa bona sentse re boele karolong ya bobedi ya papadi ga ba tholane bongata bja bona gona jalo e tla kena se kena ka ngwanena wa Vincent ngwanena wa Mashalane Mlolo
ehlile ya bona karolong ya pele papadi ha silence a thotsa le botutu yena Chauke jalo ka ba kenya yena Chuma ke bona ba batla o kenya that creative element ha ba ya pele ba kenye fire power empa o tla tlamela re ba ke ba ikate ya bona bahlankana ba the Rock ba rata o ya pele holo ba ke ba kate counter attack e ratang o etswa ke bona bahlankana ba yona aba BEE
ga ba ka se kate ntlha eo re tlile go bona hlopha sa BEE se etsa dilo tse dingata sethibathibane se tlile go ipona se le mathateng ka yona tabeo eopja fela go ka lebelela hlopha sa BEE ke banna ba e leng gore strikera sa bona bontši jwa gona ba ikhumana e le yena a crossang dipapadi tšeo a ke tse gore ba nyako gore mang a no se ntlhanang o rethologa ga bolola ka kwana ba re gadieme fela di botswe re bapadišitše ngwane mongwe ga bohloko ka kwana yona Caswele monna ke lebele e ne le ngwanena wa ka kwana e le ngwanena wa ka Fakute mothamotle Jesina mboka kwana ke ngwanena wa Fakute ka bona ba mmitsa bobo ka motsaneng fela wa ka Ililibo Hills o retologa ga bolola ka kwana o iranga go le o bona ka kwana mothamotle rang romela pole ka kwana e bona ka mane kena well educated passes Shavi ka motsaneng fela straight line ba mmitsa Shavi bona ka kwana kena Thabo a re ke tswedi pela ka kwana o ikentse monang ka kwana mogimamedi o motle o retologa ka kwana monna shala fase ba re gadieme fela di botso ba paditse ngwana mongwe ga bohloko ema fela jalo a mogalema mo tla ka thupo ya leleme ka kwana a re paditse ngwana mongwe ga bohloko wena Shavi Captain Fantastic Captain Fabulous
ehlile ya bona mhlankana ona o motle mane morao kwa kopele Thabo Mokoni o le nyokonyane o le ka ba phunya abaseka le bota ka le ska le hare empa le bota la bona la the Rock le manganga nnete ya batle
a ntse ba ikwetsi bona o ne re ke a molokotsa na mo rometse makatolle tshengata ke ntse ne ntse re bua ka yona re hlopha sena sa Teroko ga se thotse monyetla se a gakolla e opja fela gona jalo ke ntho ba e dirileng phuti o bona gore polene tlo ntrabola a itse a ipea kantle ke na le segutlo sa bashimane bana ba Teroko e tla kena se kena e le segutlo sa Teroko ga o ka lebelela o no e lebelela fela re bona ke go romela ntho ngata go tlwe ba re motle o phela o tswile lineng a re ke go utlwa gore o monate na phuti a re bona ke phamisitse letsogo go nna phuti ngwanena wa ka kwana wa ka Maiboye e tla re bone gore sehlopha sena sa Teroko ba tla dira tse ba tumilego ka tsona ga ke tsebe goba BEE tla kgona defenda khona yeo monna romela ka kwana wela diatleng ka kwana phuti a iphale ya fela jalo ba itšapola ba e romela sa lepole kotsi ba iphaela ka kwana e hlakana letso ngwanena wa Musa tšapola romela pole telele re shut the back door o tla dirang ka kgwele eo la letong la ka kwana ngwanena ba emogela ga bolola fela jalo ka kwana e hlakana letso ngwanena ka kwana re tipa fela jalo ka kwana ba re tšapola e sa itswetse ka ntle re se itswetse ka ntle ka kwana gutla e tla kena se kena ka hlopha sena sa Teroko ke bona ka ngwanena ba mo tshepile hantle ngwanena jersey number 7 Caswele ka ditahlelo motle ka tahlelo ngwanena motle ka tahlelo tla ba re raile e romela ngwanena wa Caswele ba tla iranga pole tla ba kotsi pole ba itšaka kwana ba itshola ka kwana bashimane ba BEE monna ka kwana o iranga mane kena ngwanena o tla retologa fela jalo romela pole telele o senya pole ka kwana e bona kena ngwanena wa Musa o tla dirang polo ka re logolo ka kwana ba kena ngwana Musa wa ibitsa ka kwana mothamotle monna re ke retologa ya motlola ka kwana e tla kana ka ngwanena wa kwana wa Alfiose ka kwana ba bongata ba mmitsa ka Bridale ngwanena wa Alfiose o tseba hlopha tse dingata tša dimathetšego tša di-tournament re bolela ka sehlopha sa bo zone 14 o mathile gona moo bo zone 14 ke monne go matha bo mthusi kgopane bo Jose Mhlongo gona bele a mathange ka sehlopheng sa ka kwana sa Moroka Silos former Black Leopard player ngwanena o itulela mona Ivory o romela kgwele eo ka kwana go bongwa le bala o batla ka mao ne batla ka mane ke na Shavi itumeleng o retologa ka mane ba tshimane ba ka bona Teroko irang ka goleo o batla ka bona mothamotle wa retologa ka kwana o hlakana le lothola mange ba bua fela jalo ka mane o irang ka polo re ba nna le kokae romela pole telele ka kwana e wela manka kwana monna itsipa fela ka hlogo a itse polo bebe ka ntle ba re bona a wa itsipa hantle ba le buke e tshwanang ha ba le buke e tshwanang ngwanena wa ka kwana woka le ena ngwanena ga ba bolele ntho e tshwanang ka kwana o ne a re ke bua le ena ka kwana ngwanena ratshi ngwanena woka a rona gana re tla mmela mo lining e opia fela a tshaba ba le e tshwanang ngwanena ikena se ikena ka BEE ngwanaka ikena se ikena ka BEE BEE rumela ka ngwanena ka manikena ngwane wa lolo ba rumetse ena ka kwana bona ka kwana well educated passes jersey number 4 ba hlopa sa BEE o dirang ka polo eo wa retulwa ka kwana o senya polo ba itša polo ga bolola e hlakana le tsokwana ke na BEE ka kwana ka re lo gole ka kwana motsemotle wa retulwa ka kwana ba motšela polo ga bolola ka kwana e hlakana le tsokwana ba shimana ba teroko o batla ka manikena Walter tla irang ka khole o lebella ka kwana a re ke tla ruma mang ka kwana o na le ena ngwanena wa Shavi Captain Fantastic a lebella ka manikena teroko teroko ba nna ke tla ruma mang o bona ka manikena Walter o tla retuluga o mo iporo ke mo no ke mo keta monna shala fase ba re ga di eme di botse ba roma sututsi tse o sututsa batho wena ngwanena
ya bona bahlankana ba yona the rock ntwe e ba otlang ball retention e hlile ke yona ntwe o tlamile ba ke ba sebetse yona hobane ba lahla bolo ha bonolo mme ha ile bahlankana ba yona mana ma PE o ko elellwe ha ba ya pele the penetrative passes tseo ke yona ntwe e ba senang yona kwa ko pele hore ba ka kgona ho fepa diforoso tsa bona
ga ba ka lokisa seo re tlo bona papadi e monate ge hlopha se sengwe se ka no sa ntlhamo re tlo bona papadi monate wa retuluga ka kwana ngwana Fakute o irang ka goleo a romela ka kwana hlakana le tsoma bona ka manekena ba shimana bana ka re lo gola di 18 o tla retuluga o na le ena ka mane ngwanena wa bobo a retuluga ka mane bona ka manekena ba shimana kwana tla koba ka mane ba shimana ba teroko polo kotsi wa koba ka mane crosser tsa mare a itša kwana ba ratshi crosser ntse e tsamaela ka ntle kwana tsamaya thutentse tshileng a re tla kena se kenele goal kick ngwanena wa Minachi ba ne ba kene sehlopha sena sa teroko ba ne ba hlasela o gopola ke rile kwana ka re sehlopha sa teroko bontši ja bona ba bolela Setsonga le lemele la Setsonga ba kwana hantle fela wa itšea kgwele eo ka kwana e hlakana ka mane o batla ka mane kena Musa o bona ka mane kena Vincent o retologa fela jalo ka mane kena Musa ba mmitsa Shakes o retologa ka mane mothamotle e bona ka mane kena ngwanena wa ka bona ba re kena Lolo tla dirang ka kgwele eo
e hlile ke a utlwisisa ke a bona ko baneng ba mbitsa Shakes o ntsha di-pass tsene di otla ke mofu Shakes Kungwane kore ke sheba le mmele wa hae o ngopotsa yena Shakes Kungwane ha ntsha di-pass e hlile ke di-champopo di-champagne pass
o ra re nickname e suta hantle wena
ya bona nnete ya batleya motsamayo wa hae le ka moo a ntshang bola a bapalang ka teng empa ya bona le mohlankana o namane morao o tile e hlile nka tjho ke re ke yena the rock ka mokgo a tileng ka teng ha batle mathata wena a ke shebile ke yena mohlankana ona Thapelo morao
o ka lebelela leina la sehlopha sena sa teroko o ra ga go simple go breaka leswika lena ba le bitsang teroko
e hlile hore lefika lena ba ka le phyatla ho bima empa ya bona a ntse ba etsa diphoso tjena ho tla tlameha hore ba ke ba ithute hore offensive transition a bona ho tla tlameha hore e potlake ha le bota la yona mane ama PEE ba le disorganized
retologa fela jalo ka bana PEE ba itša pole ba e bja kantle ei a mo tlile le rapola mphe batho mo tlile ga bohloko ngwanena e tla kena se ikena ka hlopha sa PEE ai taba tša ga di tsamaya hantle di tsamaya hantle ngwanena wa teroko di mo tsamaile hantle ngwanena wa teroko taba tša ena e kena gape ka hlopha sena sa ke kona sa PEE e kena ka ena ngwanena ba mo tlile le rapola mphe batho kena se kena ka teroko e tla kena ka tahlele ya teroko chest number 11 o e lahlela fela jalo monna itsipa fela ka hlogo e wela diatleng tša ngwanena ka kwana save hands puti wa lekweleane ka kwana romela polo e telele ka kwana re ke batlamang ka motsotso ba e bona fela ba ithula ka kwana kena Thapelo e retulwa ka kwana e bona ka mane ke ena ngwanena ba re nickname e mo suta hantle Shakes chest number 80 a monwa a mo rekisa ntho ngata re tloga fela jalo ka kwana bona o bona ngwanena a mo lebella fela jalo ka mane bona ka mane ke ena ngwanena Shakes Musa a mo thula fela polo e tla ba kotsi a ke re tloga bona o ka motswetsing
wa bona o le zwipa jwang Shakes o otla di no jonga look pass di champopo pass hlile o ntsa di otla tjena a leka ho arwanya le bota la yona the rock di defense splitting pass e hlile bahlankana ba the rock o tla ba ke ba ikate ha di ntsha jwalo
o otla no jonga
Batsho jwalo he kwa Eastern Cape, no jonga pass.
Ai mamela. Dai bit ngata. No jonga pass. Dalo motle motswalle wa ka mona. Shakes just number 80. O tla ntho ngata. Ya motle ka pass yena. Motle ngwanena ba re nickname mo suta hantle mo go botsa Shakes Khungwana. A itse polo a ba senya monyetla. Ba senya monyetla hlopha sa PEE. Senya monyetla hlopha sa PEE ka kona. Eupia fela e sale le fela ka mona. Ele le fela ka kwana. Na re tla bona hlopha se sengwe se ne sha ntlhana pele papadi ena e fela. A ke tsebe a re latlhele bofofu.
O ya bona le nna ke a ipotsa re ebe dihlopha tsena ka bobedi di ba ile ba ikwetlisa kaofela bona hobane ha o thola di set piece tse tjena ho tla tla mara le boikwetlisong ba practice di set piece empa the way di ka mokgo di di tsamaya ka teng wa kgona ho bona hore a tshihlile ha ba di kwetlisa di set piece le di free kick o tlamehile ba ipeka jwang empa ke a bona bolo e sa ile o nwa metsi monna le yona e nkile water break ka o tshwana
e khale fokusa Khale fokusa e gatetse le yona fela jalo mara ga o ka lebella sehlopha sena hlopha tsena tsa pedi o ra ga bana batho ba re ba bitsang di free kick specialist
ya bona wena motswalle wa ka ha o ne mokwetlisi o tla tlameha hore o tle ka mawa a mangata haebe o bona hore ha rena dibapadi tse telele re tla bapala ka bokgutshwane kapa ebe haebe rena le bona dibapadi tse telele re tsebe re dilahlela mane pele re tsebe hore ke yena monna yo re mtshepileng hore o tla re sebeletsa a phete mosebetsi ka hloko
o kena fela jalo ka kwana wa retologa o ilebelela ga bololo ka kwana na re ka kena hlopha sa PE Mr Smith a ra ka tlela masawana mona o retologa fela jalo ba motšela polo ka kwana e hlakana le lotola teroko wa retologa bona teroko e ranga polo monna re ke tla roma ba re thola mama tholanana ngenga was a real good man ba bua le yona fela jalo ba ingenga ka kona e wela lotola ka kwana ba shibana ba PE we chapola isa ka motsotso ka kwana monna re ke mutla ditsukiri ka kwana kena ngwane ba re ngena thabo re ke kere ba re shine and piano o bona ka kwana ngwane ba re kena Shakes polo tla kena second ka re lo di 18 wa ibitsa ka kwana motho monna re ke kena kwana fela bone botala motho wa kena amogela ga bololo fela Alfios
a o ko bone motsamayo o qadile kae o qadile mane ho yena Shakes a bapala yona that defense splitting pass mine le monyetla mona o ile nga fumana kena Teboho le bilo la hae e hlile le santsane tlo sebedisa banna ba ko mra banna ba tshwana le bol Nobole le bona mane bothapelo hobane mhlankana ona e hlile ke Speedy Gonzalez wa matha
o ra re ge hlopha sena sa teroko se ka kgono kwala jersey number 8 ke le hlogonono ke amen
ya bona bahlankana ba yona ama PE ba tshepile yena mane Shakes hore ebe the creative element motho ya tla kgona ho etsa sehlopha se bapale empa a o ka bone fela jwano a tshihlile e motlile ka kitchening e hlile empa a re tshepe hore o tla tswela pele ka bapala empa ya bona le tjena wa tseba molao o motjha wa FIFA o reng drop ball ya batla la hore o hlokala hore e bapalwe hore bolo e tseng e ne tswele pele
ka moletsa phola a ba petsi ka yona drop ball o mputsang ka yona ka molao o motjha wa FIFA o dirile fela jwalo o retologa ka kwana e bona ka ona PE bona ka mane kena Shakes wa koba ka ona pole taba kotsi bana we a bapala ka monyetla motho Kurefu achi never was o ne a re ke a kena ka kona wa tseba le ena hore ne a tlamelo a dirile bokaone go selekane le selo mole nka ba gona jalo re bolela ka hlopha sa PEE gore se etile pele ka ntlha
ka mora hore a thapelo a etse phoso Shakes a ntsha phase fela champopo mme he ya bona mhlankana yena mane mamba wa tseba re ne le monyetla ya bona taba e ya o raya o kwetse mahlo ke tsona ditlamorao tsa teng
achi wa vela wa ba lo shedding atamelano se ntla ba lo shedding a ikoba fela jolo achi ne re ba kena ka kwana kena second goal kick ya sehlopha sena sa ka kwana sa teroko bana ba shanyana bana ba sehlopha sa ka kwana sa PEE ama PEE ba bapala ka menyetla a ka bapala ka menyetla fela jolo na re tlile go bona ba ilelana a ke tsebe gore ba tlile go tsa monyetla o mongwe fela ba repa papadi a re latlhele bofofu wa re tloga fela jalo ka kwana ba shebana ba PEE o re ke kena ka kwana na le ena ka mana mothamotle wa re ke kena ka mana petlopo ya samanoshi ka re lo gole di 18 o tla ikobana wa ikoba ka kwana poletla ba kotsi ba bapala ka monyetla o mongwe gape o bapela ka monyetla o mongwe gape hlopha sena sa bona sa PEE ba shota final touch ya bona ke yona ntho ba e hloka go fela o mongwe a no gapa kgwileo a itsentse ka letanteng fela jalo e be tse di botse be kgaoga le di ba latele mehlaotle ba sa bapala kgwele ya dinao o tla kena se kena e le sekgutlo bona ngwanena wa ka kwana wa Musa o ipentile ngwana ka di sunscreen o ra re go tšhesa lenyelenyele mona bona ka mane ke na manufactured passes ka mane ke na jersey number 4 ona re ke ke ne le shakes ke ngwana ena ba mitsang ka mane tumeleng o retlo ga fela jole ka mane ngwana ena kwala minyako kwana o ngwana ena wa mashalane Vincent o lokile ka loko ya tronko a o lokile ka loko ya tronko ngwana ena a batle masawana a batle lotho ngwana ena wa lolo a ra ka tela masawana mona ke tletso sebetsa Kalenta bereka lenta tona mokotlise wa hlopha sa mabe ekholi berekile lena le baka le telele bona ke yana ngwaneno wa Khaswelo o motle ke rile gona ka re ngwaneno wa Khaswelo o motle ka di throw motle ka ditahlelo ngwaneno o tla ba ro e raile bona o tsena ngwane mongwe o tsena bothata go bona motho la motho sa tswileng tsheng wa Teroko jersey number 10 wa hlopha sa Teroko la motle ngwanena ka makatolle a mitsa Ocean le watle jersey number 10 le style tengwa e bona ngwana ka re bona yona ke December ena ya Phillies Games tsale yolo ba bantša ngwanena wa ka kwana Khaswele ba re tšatšina le gono a o ipabole ka magabane a gagwe e tla o tlo khutša ngwanaka
ehlile ba ne ba mkentse kara le botlolo ba sa batlo mo fa monyetla tsatsing la ka je na le bodutu yena Khaswele empa Ocean le yena ka o tshwanang ra tseba quality player especially off the bench
kena jwalo ka mane Valoi mane kena Ocean Valoi ne a kena fela jalo a re bona le nna ke teng ke phamiseletso ke tlile mona o tswa jalo ka mane kena Khaswele nkuna o tswa fela jalo na re tla bona Ocean a dira tša tumilego ka tšona na a ke tsebe le na ntse a le motle Ocean ga ka thola monyetla fela motswalle o tla ba boima e sale fela jalo ka kona ama BEE e kopane le hlopha sena ka kona sa Teroko amene sa le fela ka mona le fela ka kwana metsotso e dile go ka kwana motho motle masome a tsheletse go le motho o mongwe fela e romela polo ka kwana ngwanena wa ka Minach romela ka mane hlakana ka mane ke na well educated passes ba dirang ka go leo monna retologa ga retologa ka mane hlakana le tholama ba tsena ka kwana motho ba a re ke mofufisa le bolo o ne a re ke mopalamisa bona e mopalamisa pano e ka kwana e o fela ngwanena e chiefter a re bona Chapel by Biakanta Phillies Games o go polo re tsaldi ba teng 1992 ai ba teng ka mona ngwanaka motsane mfela wa ka Tembisa 1632 gaufi le boema fofane jwa OR Tambo go polo Tembisa yona ka bophara ibile teng ka 1957 retologa fela jalo ka kwana monna re ke keno ranga poleo ai tshaba romela ka kwana karolo golo o iranga polo tla ba kotsi wa ikela ka kwana iphetlola po ya Semanoshi Alfiose o tswa jalo ka mane kana Preter se pete sa skana sa beta motswetsi ngwane lo tiwa sa Teroko aka shalla taule bana aka shalela taule bana re ke bona ke phamisel tsole nna se ke le teng fela jalo a re se ke le teng fela jalo ona re ke kena ka kwana hlopha sa ka kwana sa BEE le bona nka re batla etsa ntho ngata fela bona kena tiba kena na tswile a o tshwara mangwele a re bona a ke na o mathalenyelenyele tše e re thologa ga bolola ka kwana e hlakana le thola mange monna re bana phagamisha matsogo ke le bone ba tšepolo ba e bja kantle a tšepolo ba e bja kantle ka mane bašimane ba Teroko e tla kena se le tahlele ya hlopha sa BEE na re tla bona ka mane hlopha sa BEE seno sa ntla ga ke tsebe na re tla bona ka mane hlopha sa Teroko seno sa ntla a ke tsebe re emetse fela jwalo re eme jwalo ka batlankana ba le lesome ba emetse morena Jesu o re thologa fela jwalo mo gobungwa le ba le wela le thola ka mane kena BEE wa ibitsa ka mane kena ngwanena ba mitsang Musa Shakes o tla irang ka kgwele wa re tolo wa lebelela ha re le ko kae ka mane ke tla roma a mono monna sala fase ka kona ka mane Shakes o tla irang ka kgwele batch e nyeuma fela o tsena jalo ngwanena wa Thozi number jersey number 13 o tsena fela ka mane ngwanena wa Thozi number o go bole yena le jersey number 80 ke batswalle jersey number 80 wa sehlopha sa BEE le ngwana wa tsenang ke batswalle ba phela ba le ka moka Thozi number ke na tsenago go tswa ka ngwanena ba mitsago Teboge Kalake ke na tswang fela jalo hlopheng sa ke yona phetogo e dirang ke hlopha sa ama BEE ngwanena wa jersey number 13 mathile hlopheng sa ka kwana sa Tembisa Sports Center ABC Motsepeliki ke mone ba mathateng o ne matha gagolo jalo le yena ngwanena wa Tibane sa Teroko o mathile le ngwana hlopheng sa ene le teammate yena le ngwanena wa ka bana jersey number 80 le yena o mathile fela jalo wa retologa ka kwana tla kena se kena ka tahlelo retologa fela jalo ba itšaga bolola ka mane kana BEE o tla ira monna motlola fela jalo ngwanena wa Fakute o tsebe ngwanena wa Fakute Motamotle o ntši jwa nako ya gagwe o e fetša le ngwanena wa Mokobodi o e fetša le ngwanena wa Itumeleng o e fetša le ngwanena wa ka kwana wa Nare Moloto ke bontši ba ile gore ba fetša ba le kaofela off the field le ngwanena wa ka kwana wa Retologa o tla dirang ka goleo monna re ke kena ka kwana e phetola po ya Semanoshi ba mo tšela polo ga bolola ka marekena Vincent Loko o re bona ka marekena Thabo tla Retologa fela jwale monna tša goleo o senya ka kwana Motamotle hlakana le Lotolomange a lebela ka mana bašimane ba ka bona ba Teroko monna ke tla bona mang ka kwana a re Shikwempo Shamina kena fela jalo itabogela ka marekena PEE mogobong wa lebala o re ke kena ka kwana Motamotle o wela letho ka mona ba tšapola ba iša maemong a bohlano hlakana letho bašimane ba PEE tšapola romela pole tele ka kwana ra ka tlela masawana mona tšapola e bja ka ntle ka mana bašimane bana ba ka kwana ba Teroko a tšea kgwelewa e bja ka ntle bašimane ba Teroko ka kono e kena ka ngwanena wa ka wana wa Fakute Retologa ka marekena Thosi namba mošimana ka kwana Kempton Parker ka motsaneng fela wa ka Paisley nina a fetho kena rolo kana hlopha sa bana dula ka Kempton Park ka ngwana ka Retologa fela jwalo ka mana PEE monna ke Retologa bona ka mana kena Thabo re ke kena fela jwalo ba mana a mo tšapola bja ka ntle kena second goal kick itla kena second goal kick ya hlopha sena ga o ka lebela hlopha tše pedi tšena ba hlomphana ga ba nyake gore fa dintlha romela etelele fela jwalo ngwanena wa ka mana Pridele ka mana Alfiose o tla dirang ka goleo ba tšapola ba romela pole tele ka kwana ka mašimane bana o ne a batla ka mana Ocean monna tšapola e bja ka ntle Zweli experience kana ngwana ka re bona mathile ka mane leking e kgolo ya ka Mzanzi ngwanena wa ka kwana wa ka mana Zweli le yena ke mongwe wa batswalle ba le ke ba badilego a phela ba le mmogo ngwanaka e kena e le sekgutlo sa bašimane bana ba Teroko bona ka mane ke yana ngwanena wa Senior o tla ikoba ka kwana kena Senior koba pole tla ba kotsi ba tlola ka kwana o tla iranga goleo ba Retologa fela gape e sa le pole ya Teroko ka rogole 18 ba re ke tlola ka kwana PEE bona ka mane kena manufactured passes well educated ones a tla bušetsa gape a re tla diranga goleo wa Retologa ba iša ka pa bodikela tšatši monna o tla diranga goleo ka mane ke Teroko wa ikoba pole tsa le kotsi ga ba ntšha kotsi ka kwana
seo ke se elelwang ka sehlopha sa The Rock ke gore ha ba fumana huku mane ba reng ba lebala ga bana ntho e re bitsang rest defense kapa sebapadi seo se bapalang jwalo ka rest defense mme seo se ka ba kenya kotsing ka taba ya gore ha ba ka ba otla ka counter ga se yo sebapadi seo se tla kgona go thibela counter attack ha e le yona counter attack so they need to re ba ke tla tlameha gore ba sebetse ntlheng eo ba bane le sebapadi seo re se bitsang rest defense seo se tlo kgonang go thiba kapa se tshireletse lebota la bona ha ba otla ka counter
go bohlokwa gore ba fele ba e ba le motho e leng gore ge dilo di ka sepele ga botse kwa ba kgone ba tshireletsa ko morago gore ba se ka hwetša ba ithola ba le mathateng
ehlile ya bona seo wena se qobela sebapadi e le yena mane endaleni kapa yena Thapelo ebe yona ntho e re bitsang rest defense a ye pele a kgone ho tshireletsa mane ba reng ba lebala empa seo e tlameha gore ebe mosebetsi wa yena mane Chuma kapa yena Sina Maluleka o re bonang e ka re ba tshepile yena gore ebe khona kick specialist
dumelana le wena motswalle wa ka ga o ntse o nkotla ka ntho e ngata fela jwalo ntse o mathala yona monate fela jwalo ge hlopha sena ga ba ka se be lona tabena ge hlopha sa PEE se ka notice yona tabeo ba ka ithola ba le mathateng a tona legadi
ehlile ya bona o tla tlameha gore ha e le tsona taba tsa dihuku banna ba tshwanang le Bothabo banna ba tshwanang le Bokwena ka o tshwanang ba ke ba romele bolo tse tele ba bapale ka potlako ntho e ke dulang ke tšho kere go tlokala a quick offensive transition gore ba kgone go fumana ba tshware yona the Rock ba le disorganized
ba ba tshware ka counter attack
ehlile elellwa hape wena re seo ke se bona ke gore ho sala dibapadi tse pedi fela morao ho yona mane the Rock mme he ha o le tjena he ke shebile jwalo he bahlankana ba tshwana le bona mane bo Shakes ba ipatile ka mane le hlakureng ba emetse bolo re etle ba ba otle ka counter attack
e tloga e lebellega jwale ka planning entle fela a ngolo ngola ba motla karate sorolwana fela o ile kwa go mothuši wa gagwe a fitla a mo tlotlela dilo tse ngata
hlomo ke taba ya gore go na le se seng seo a leng a setšho ga re sa elellwa rona
nnete fela jalo ke o bona gore go kaone a mongole monna o ngwe tlo fela jalo e kena fela jalo ka sekgutlo sa bashimane bana ka kwana wa kena re ke retlo ka mane teroko ya mogela ga bolola fela jalo ka mane ke ngwana le kweleane phuthi a lebela ka mona phuthi bana ka mane ke na Vincent Lolo tla iranga go le wa ibitsa ga bolola ka kwana a re bana le ko ka tla iranga mona romela polo e telele hlagana le tsoro ka mona ya batla thabo a mothole o iranga go le ka kwana e bona ka mane teroko tla iranga go le monna retlo ga iwela ka mane ke na sheke make things happen wa retlo ga bona ka mane ke na manufactured passes educated ones o batla ka mane ke na longonena bona ka mane ke na number a re kopadi number ke ko ba polo tla ba kotsi ba itshula fela jalo a itshula fela jalo ka mane ba shimane ba teroko ke re se kenela sekgutlo sa PEE ona re ke a kena ka mane ke na thosi number a re ke kena fela jalo a re ke kopadi number or chief ta ke fete monna re bona ke tele mona a tša kgoleo a ipea ka ntare la ke kena e le sekgutlo as long as e se tabene ya nnete kena le sekgutlo sa PEE ba romela Thabo gore bona re sheple ke halalelang na re bone ngwanena wa Thabo former player ya Polokwane City MTC o tla gona go ba crosseo o tla fitla mo banna ba nyoko go yang gona tulong ya bofelo a itlola fela jole ka mane ke ngwana wa Alfios e tla kena gape ka kona a se hlopha sa PE ga go le jolo gona jolo e kena jolo ka e le tahlelo a kena se kena ka tahlelo ba shimana ba PE a re banna le ko kae a re ganga e lahlela fela jolo tla ntirela justice no wa e romela ka mane tla ka karolo go di 18 monna re ke utswa fela jolo ba re nix ha e khotlong lena o retloga ga bolola ka kwana o tla diranga go leo a itsipa fela ka serete o tla diranga go ba ka mane crosser chamare monna re ke kena ba itshola fela jolo ba shimana ba teroko o retloga ka mane ke na teroko re ke bona a ra re ka kwana motho motle o retloga ka kwana re banna le ko kae ka motsotso ka kwana a re banna phagamisha matsogo ke le boneng ke na se ke ba moswahletsa ka kwana monna ka kwana ach a banwa a ba tshele ba bararo a ba jara le mongwe ka kwana teroko a chapola romela ka kwana re change marobalo ba itsa ba bia ka ntle fela jalo o ne a otlile Google search ya pass ka kwana a mothole ka Google search re tloga fela jalo ka mana ba itsa ka bona ba re le potla le japudi wa ikoba ka mana ngwane no sa ka lolo bona ka mana ya mogela ga bolola ka mana Alfios romela pole ka mana o tla school of Itumeleng Khune king of 32 re tloga ka kwana motsamotlo irang go leo wa lebela ka kwana romela pole ntle fela jalo wela le tloga ka mana teroko wa ilebelela ka mana ka ocean re ke ya kena fela jalo ba senya polo ka mana ocean e wela le tloga ka mana ke na manufactured passes well educated ka mana ba mitsa shavi ka motsane wa straight line o iranga polo ba mochela polo ba mochela go leo ga bolola fela jalo karolo go le 18 re bona ka mana ke na Thabo Thiba Thabange ke na sa ka mana monna re kopa go feta o romela ka mana o iranga polo o batla mana ne batla ka mana ke na Shakes a mothole o retloga fela jalo bona ka kwana mothemotle bona ka mana ke na Shakes wa lebela ka bona o batla ka mana lolo tla koba fela jalo e wela le tloga mana ke PEE bona ka mana ke na thosi number ba iranga go le wa koba ka mana ke na lolo achi fela go imela botala motho bona ka mana kopa di number o iranga go leo ka lo go 18 ba itshola fela jalo
ke shebile ama PE ha ba hlasela holo ba kena ka di half space jwanong he bahlankana bana ba yona the Rock they need to organize their defense well obane seo ke se elelwang bahlankana ba ma PE ba se ba kgona jwanong go ba penetrate ba se ba kgona lo ba tabola ka lehare the only thing e shotang e setseng fela gore ba bane le finishing bahlankana ba yona ma PE
concentration ya le botala morago la teroko ba thoma go ilatla ba thoma go ba mathateng jwalo ene seo se fa sehlopha sa PE monyetla gore ba kgone penetrate
e ka re network ena lo lahle ya kwa morao sehlopheng sa yona ya yona the Rock mme ya o le tjena he go tla tlamela re bahlankana ba yona ma PE ba sebedise jwalo yena mhlankano mo sa hore a bapale those defense splitting passes those penetrative passes empa bothata fela gore for roso ya bona they need a natural striker kwa pele bahlankana ba yona ama PE
ene bongata joteng motswalle wa ka ngwanena wa Musa ba mmeile jwale ka striker e upya fela bongata jwa papadi ke ena a ko bang dintlha tjena ke ena ko bang e goliena
e hlile ya bona ha o le tjena papading e latelang bahlankana ba yona ma PE mokotlisi o tla tlamara a ke a le go fumana foroso striker seo se tla kgona go sticka mane ka roll box
ke ngwanena wa Musa di koba ba tja fela jalo ka kwana mo gobong wa lebala e wela le thulamang wa retologa ka kwana ngwanena mothamotle a re banna le ko kae ka motsotso pole kotsi ka re logolo le 18 pole kotsi banna gen banna we go tla ba jwang ena ba inosa ngwanaka ba inosa sehlopha sa teroko ba inosa ka ngwanena ba ipabola ka magabane a bona ngwanena wa Phuthi Minachi wa Lekwelane o tlile ka ntho e ngata bonna we potswalle wa ka
lebota la yona ma-PE ne se le robetse Themba Chauke a kena tsatsela mme a kopanya le letanta boholo ba nako o na thotse yena Themba empa a hlaya ka ho ngodisa ntlha Phuthi Minachi a utlwa ka letanta re ho so le hobe ho senyehile
pelo tsa bashimana ba ma-PE di rotha madi di mathatho tse ntse tshileng pelo tsa bana ngwanaka bjale re tlilo go bona kgwele ya dinao hlopha sa Teroko will they keep up goba re tlilo go bona hlopha sa ma-PE se gutla jalo ba phamisa sekgahla sa papadi a ke tseba a re latlha le bofofu o retologa fela jalo ka mane ke na Ocean le watle wa tlo dirang ka kgwele eo ba itšea ga bolola ka mane hlakanalo tsa PE bona ka mane ke ena ngwanena fa re ke ya Shakes a re bone o tla dirang ka mane ke ena Musa shala fase ba re ka dieme di botswe re bapadisitse ngwanena wa Musa ga bohloko ka kona e ntse a ipentile le ena ngwanena tsa tshaba letsatsi hure o tšhesa ntho e ngata fela jalo mono bona ka ngwanena wa bobo ka kwana o romela pole telele e wela letholo la mang wa retolo ka kona motse motlatši first touch ya ganana le ena re not kgetlong lena are not today ana first touch are niggas ikena sa ikena ka hlopha sa Teroko a iranga khole Ocean re ke kena ka kona ba motšela polo ga bolola e hlakana le lothola mangwe e bitsa sheke ha ba mmono ba tla ka mane kana thabo thiba thabange ya ba tlola fela jalo ka kwana ba thiba ka mane Teroko ba kwetse morago monna re tlola ka mane hlakana le lothola mo go bunga lebala ba bona ka mane romela pole telele ka kwana monna re bua ba thiba fela ka hlogo e wela di atlenja thiba ne sa PE ngwane na Phuthi Lekwelane la Phuthi Lekwelane chapola romela a thiba nnawe o re tlola ka mane tla iranga polo ba senya pole wela lothola mange wa ile belela ka kwana wa re tloga fela jo ka mane ba shimana ba Teroko ke na sa kena ka mane e phetola po ya samanoshi a re ka tswedi pele ka kwana ke na se kena ka mane motsa motla wa ile bela ka mane wela lothola mange wa re tloga ka kwana tla iranga mane ngwane wa ka ntwa Chauke a re ka kena ka kwana ba motšela polo ga bolola fela jalo ke ena a re tloga ka kwana wela lothola mange ba ile belela fela jalo go bongwa le ba le wela lothola ka mane ke na Teroko monna re ka kena ka mane ba re tlola mama tlolanana nanga was a real good man ba inga ba shimana bana ba Teroko iwela lothola ka kwana la ma-PE ngwanena tiwane wa ka mane ke na Phuthi Minachi ba re tloga ka kwana chapolo ba itšeka kwana mogobong wa lebalo ba re tloga ka mane tla dirang ka gole o na le ena ngwanena wa Lolo a re bone ka mane Lolo tla dirang ba motšela polo gape le ena romela pole telele ka mane Teroko a ba itlapa Teroko jalo ntse ba itlapa lenyelenyele fela jalo is it because of ba kgonne no sa ntla goba ke papadi ba bapala
ehlile ya bona ha le tjena ba lahla bolo ha bonolo mme ya ba etsa tjena le bona ba ka iphumana ba le mathateng hobane ka ntso lahla bolo ha bonolo tjena o fa ma-PE monyetla wa hore bolo e be ho bona ke ile ka tjho ka re ball retention e bohlokwa mme bahlankana ba yona The Rock ke yona ntho e ba haelwang ho yona ball retention o tshwarela bolo nako e telele ba sa lahle bolo
ka mehla le mabaka ga hlopha sena sa Teroko se tshwara polo ke boletse ka first half gore karolong ya kgole ya bona a ba e bapale ba itse ba itlapela ko pele mo le gore dintlha di teng banna bana ba tlile mona ka lebaka banna bana ba tlile mona ba tsebe gore ba batlang a re latlha le bofofu monna o šala fase fela jalo se kena ka free kick ya sehlopha sa ka kwana sa PE ba beile ngwanena manufactured passes well educated ones jersey number 4 mo tle ka pass ngwanena wa itumeleng ka straight line ba mmitsa Shavi ngwanena le ena wa Teroko a ikutlwe hantle tje
ehlile o kentse loto hampe mane mokapteni Nobole empa ke bona se ke selelwang ke taba ya hore bahlankana ba yona ma-PE tlo tlameha hore ba hlasele Nobole hobane tsatsi la ka jeno ha mnate mme o diphoso le ena ka o tshwanang
o ra gore hlopha sa PE a ba ela kelello tabeo ka go bana ga ba e dire gona jona
ya bona ko re mohlankana ona Nobole o tla upola hore o sekila le mala jwanong he o tla tlameha re le ena a kate leqeqelana la hae hore a se ka itimatsa hape hobane tournamenteng e ba tswang ho yona le ena mane le ena kwa ko Snake Park ho ila le mala jwanong ha khutla tjena ke papadi ya pele wena ngwaneso
ka morago ga kotsi e tswileng
ka morago kotsi eo ileng a ifumana kwa ko Snake Park
a re tshepe gore sele se hlakanego mola a se ntho e kotsi ya o phame ngwanena wa Nobole o phame ngwanena wa captain ya sehlopha sa PE itumeleng o phame fela jalo rara ga gona ntho kole ba mongwetse monna o ngwetse fela jalo Nobole ba mongwetse ka karle tshorolana fela ba re bona tshwara tšao ke tseo itla kena se kena ka hlopha sa bashimane ba BEE na re tla bona ba tšea monyetlo ona ba o berekisa na ba re tla bona hlopha sa teroko se kgona ipabola ka magabana bona mona romela pole telele atšhe romela ka godima mekwallo ya ka bona sethibathibane sa alfiose romela ka godima mekwallo alfiose ka kwana o gopola hlopha sena sa ka kwana sa teroko ba tlamehile ba dire game management ga ba ka tswela pele ba di bapala ka mokgone ba bapala ka gona karolong ya mathomo ya papadi ba tla ifumana ba le kotsing ka hlopha sa BEE se ka tswela pele sa bapala ka sekgatla se ne ba bapala ka sona karolong ya papadi ba tla ikhumana ba ilo tlhatswa jesi ka o sane ka nako e tla ba e omile re tloga ga bolola fela jalo ka bona ba tla ka kgoleo re bona ka mane ba shimane monna phekolo po ya semanoshi o iranga mane hlopha sa teroko e lebeletse ka mane teroko monna o tla ikoba ka bona ikoba fela jalo ka lo kgolo 18 o ne a patla ka mane ngwane chess ngolo 12 wa re tloga ka kwana bona ma o patla ka mane na ocean ene ocean ka kwana ocean wa re tloga ka mane na teroko ba iranga polo ba ikoba ka kwana fela go mele botala motho pole tla ba kotsi ba lebela ka mane pole sa le kotsi ka lo kgolo 18 e wele lo tloga ka mane captain fantastic well educated ones passes o ne a batla mang o batla ka mane kena ngwanena ka kwana motho motla re bana le go kae wa re tloga ka kwana kena ka mane ke BEE o ne a batla ka mane kena tosi number chapolo ba bya ka ntle fela jalo
o ya bona ha o le tjena nka tjho ke re ntlha ele e bahlankana ba yona the rock ba e hlabileng wa bonahala hore e thubile moya wa bahlankana ba maphii bana ba sa hlasela haholo karolong ena ya bobedi ya papadi mme ha o le tjena bahlankana ba amaphii o tla tlamela ba sebetse ho confidence ya bona hore ba ka batla ba ntlha pele ba ska wisa dihloho empa ba ne ba tswele pele ho hlasela hobane la o le tjena re bona le yena Shakes ke bua ka yena mane Musa Mtungwa a sa bona haholo ha isale ba qeta ba hlabantlha
pelo tsa bashimane bana di aplida pelo tsa bashimane bana a di mathetho tsenye monate fela jalo e bia fela ke mang a tlameleng a phamise hlopha se ka moka e ka ba le mokotlise goba e ka ba ele captain goba e ka ba ele ntla
kaofela o bona papadi ya polo ha e depend mo se papadi se le seng it's not an independent sport ho batla teamwork tsala yana
re tloga fela jalo ka mane bona ka mane ke kopa di number tosi re tloga ga bolola ka mane tlhagana lo tsela mane ke na BEE re tloga ka kwana ba lebelela ka kwana o tla dirang ka gole o tla ikobana a re ka ikoba ka kwana ba ratshi ke teroko ke le suika lena a re moshanyana maloba fela a ka tlela masawana mona ngwanena wa fakute a re bone ka mane ke na bobo o tla kena se kena ka tahlelo ka BEE o bona ka mane ke na ngwanena o tla dirang ka mane ke na BEE o tla dirang a re ka ikoba a re ke romela pole tetele ka kwana a ya mogela ga bolola fela jalo Alfiose ngwanena wa bridele mathile ko manaka ngwanena romela kgwele telele ka kwana o ne a batla mang bontši jwa distribution ya ngwanena wa teroko di tswela ka ntle e ka ba lebaka ebileng e ka ba e le gore ga a kgone go thola batho ba gae goba ke ka mokgwa a šomišago technique ya go ja nako a ke tsebe a re latlhele bofofu wa etšea e hlakana ka maemong a bohlano wela lethola ka mane kena Mr Smith romela pole telele ka kwana kena Smith o sentše pole wela lethola ka mane kena teroko a itsipa fela jalo ka kwana mothe motle e wela lethola ka mane bashimane ba teroko a re ba nna le ko kae ka motsotso ka kwana monna re ka kena se kena ka mane re ke a lokotsega tabogela ka mane teroko a ikoba kwana ba re o tantabetse ka kwana ba itšea fela jalo re tloga fela jalo ka kwana ba dirang ka kgwele o bona ka mane kena well educated passes manufactured ones ka mane kena Shavi o bona ka mane kena Lewatle Ocean re tloga ka kwana hlagana lo tlola monna re ke go ka mane kena Walter o tla dirang ka kgwele wa re ka kena ka mane ba motšhela polo ga bolola e wela lo tlola mang monna re tloga fela jalo a lebeletse ka kwana re bana le ko ka itabogela ka mane kena teroko motšhela polo ga bolola ka mane kena teroko o re tšeka polo ka mane o riang ka polo kena sa kena ka kwana o batla ka mane kena Lewatle Ocean o batla ka mane monna re ke tla gakolla ka tole sepunyapunyane a tisaita tša polaisa ka kwana botelele ra kgoleng ya dinako ka kwana o batla mane kena Walter ya mošia fela jwale ka mane kena Walter mošia fela jwale ka kwana kena Walter ngwanena o dutse fase ngwanena wa Shavi a ikwe hantle ka morago ka kotsiele a sa ikutlwa sentle ngwanena wa Shavi a sa ikutlwa hantle tshepo ra yena pele kotsi a ke bona brother just number 9 brother ya ngwanena wa bobo Skakes then Skakes o tsebe Skakes o sala ba dibukeng tsa Orlando Pirates ngwanena just number 9 ya ma BEE retologa fela jalo ka kwana hlakana lo tsologa mane kana teroko chapola tla mo bona ma wa retologa bona motsamotla ka ma o tla ka seretse sa mona to batla ka mane ocean le watle o lwantle o tla dirang ka polo wa retologa ga retologa na le nna ka mane ngwanena ke mang ke zwele mo lebella fela jalo re mamela ntse ke kaita batho ba ngata ka kwana PSL a re ketsa ntho ngata experience ga e rekishe makuleng experience ga e rekishe ngwanaka jersey number 14 sehlopha sa PE ba lebelela ka kwana tša go leo a romela go le telele fela jalo e tlhakana le tsoka bona ka mane kana manufactured passes well educated ones o batla ka mane motha bona ka mane kana shakes shake it up make things happen o batla ka mane kopa di number tozi kopa di number tozi o tla iranga mane kana kopa di number a re ke rekisa monna ba re moshanyana maloba ke la se kana e le sekgutlo sa PE o na le motho sa tswileng tšeng ka kwana ba tsentša ngwanena problem child bantšha manufactured passes well educated ones to me bantšha captain fantastic ba ra ikutlwe sentle ba tsetsa jersey number 3 mo tlele ena ngwanena a ka thola monyetla o jalo ka teroko o tsena ka kwana thabange lamela go tša itumeleng mohale
ehlile ya bona there was a forced substitution ka lebaka ka morao re mhlankana wona yena itumeleng a lemale jwanong a le tjena he mhlankana ona Thabange ehlile wa bona re sehlopha sa bona se tšhetša morao ka ntle le nngwe jwanong a le tjena ho tla tlama gore a kenye the creative element pele
nete fela jwalo ka kwana e ne le ka mane sape kgapeleditšego ka kwana a re tla bona ka mane Thabange e ba ka kwana superhero ya hlopha sena sa ka kwana sa mapi a ke tsebe re tloga ka kwana bona ka kwana ke na Vincent o na le ka mane kana ngwanena re ke re tloga fela jalo ka mane ba motšela polo a itšea ga bonola ka mane mogobongwa le ba le wela letolama a re papadi e phepa e tswele pele a romela ka kwana e hlakana letolomang a senya go leo wela ka mane bona ka motsotso ka kwana bona ka mane ke bashibane ba kwana teroko ba itšea polo ba bea ka ntle o wela ka ngwana shakes a re le potla le tla ja pudi a di eme di botso na le motho mo ba ilo motla ka thupo ya leleme kae e lo motla ka ntho e ngata fela kwana
nitawatle re ka tšho re lebala di le la thefula papadi ya bona bahlankana ba mapi ra tseba ke sehlopha se ratang go nelesana combination play ga ba tlwaela go bapala di-long ball empa tsatsing la ka jeno ga e sa le ntse ba bapala root one ka lebaka la gore ga se lebala leo le gantle gore ka kgona go bapala tikitaka nitawatle
ba gapeleditswe ke mabaka
circumstances ehlile o bua
nnete fela jalo o seba hantle hlopha sa PE ke batho ba le gore time and again ba bapala carpet football eupša fela tšatšing na le gono ne ba tlamehile ba tlele alternative ba tlamehile mo e leng gore ba tlele papadi ba kgone bapala papadi e le gore ga ba e tsebe ya rutwane ene o ka lebelela sehlopha sena sa teroko papadi ene ya ko godimo ke taba tša bona ba e bapala ka mehla le mabaka bolo ya bona e phela indisa a retologa fela jalo ka mane bona ka mane kopadi number tose ka re le gole ana batla skake sa mothole bona ka kwana ba re gadi ya medibotswe ba re bapaditse ngwane mongwe ga bohloko ka kwana na le motho sa tswile kotsi kae captain fantastic wa sehlopha sa ka kwana sa teroko ga o ka lebelela sehlopha sena sa teroko ba ipoditse hantle gore jwale ga re tloga mo ro dula ko morago re paka pase ngwe ya tona le gadi ka motsaneng fela wa ka rabarich sehlopha sena sa ama PE ba ipoditse gore ga re tloga mo re ba tsena na re tla bona sehlopha sena sa teroko se kgone go protecta ntlha bona e nngwe gore re tla bona sehlopha sa ma-PE se lekalekadišana dintlhana
ehlile ke a bona hape nobole e ka re ba mo jele ka setsi o monna empa ya bona ke di tsamaile di-tournament ka bongata dihlopha tseo tse bapalang ka se football ehlile a sa ngata o di bona di hapa kapa di phamisa mohope ke dihlopha tseo tse bapalang simple football kapa tseo batho ba reng ke complicated football ke bona bao ba qetelang ba hapa di-tournament so ya bona the rocker was sheba ke sona sehlopha seo se bapalang simple football kapa yona helicopter football ke ka hoo ka ngata di-tournamenteng ba makatsa dihlopha tse ngata
swana le malobanyana fa ba ile ba khumana ba e le di-champion tša tournament e nngwe kae bona banna bana ba teroko ba jile hlopha se sengwe se e leng gore se swere banna ba e leng gore ba se swere hlopha se sena ba se jileng se swere banna ba e leng gore ba mathile ko top flight football eupša fela ba ile ba tswa le ka mane first price banna bana
ehlile o bua nnete empa ya bona mona o na sa fihlile hape yena mane yena ke shebile mhlankano ba mbitsang yena ke bua ka yena mane Chauke empa ya bona le tjena mletsa phala o a tjho re ya bona ha ile wena ha wa tlameha bapala tjena wena Teboho
mongwetse ngwanene wa Vincent Mashalane a re baparitse ngwane mongwe ga bohloko tena tse kena e le free kick ya hlopha sena sa ka kwana sa Teroko na re Teroko e tla eketsa dintlha tsa bona na goba hlopha sena sa BEE se tla tswela pele se ntse se kokota menyako na a ke tsebe bona atshi romela godimo kwana e fela jwalo karolo ya rena ya bobedi ya papading ya rena ya hlopheng sa BEE a go jwale kopaneng le Teroko ke le hlogonolo ke amene ke pheto ke tu ka sehlopheng sa BEE
ehlile ya wona mokapteni o natile mane Nobule empa ke bone ho na le mo ba ileng ba mo lematsa teng mane le qaleng empa wa tseba papadi ya bona ba tla masole monna ona o kene karolong ya bobedi ya papada kena la yena e tumeleng thabang empa ya bona nka chokere bahlankana ba yona mapi o tla tlameha re ba tsebe papadi ya polo ha e tshwane le ditebele papading ya polo ba tla dintlha goals wins game o ka bapala o laole papadi empa ha o sa convert o hlabe dintlha o tla iphumana le ka mosing
Teroko ile ano tshantla BEE le fela nako ya rena e fela jwalo o ka lebelela ke di-highlights tsa Teroko ka mane first attempt ya bona ne ba re ba molokotsa ngwanena wa Phuthi ka kwana thola le gore bona ntse ke le teng ne ba re ya mokokotela fela
ehlile ba ne ba re ba mofanye ya mane Phuthi empa o e bone bolo e ehlile ba ya tshoka senkgweshe ba re the ball was dipping
indeed eupia fela o ile a e bona ka pela ge nkabe a eme nkabe go ile go eletsela ntho ngata ke ena first attempt ya ka kwana ya hlopha sa ka kwana sa BEE le bona ba ile ba re le rena re teng re phamisitse eupia fela ba paletse go no sa ntlha monna o ile a e sireletsa ka kwana re bona a ka tlela masawana mola yona yena e ne e ngwetse all over it gore tlamele bentlha unfortunately kgwela ya kena ka letanteng
ehlile ke a bona Mthobezile ehlile o ile a celebrate pele ntlha e kena ka hare ka raltanta e ne le monyetla wa yona manipi empa a o koshebe fela jalo bahlankana ba yona mona ba yona the rock ana thutsi yena Thema Chauke a fumana monyetla wa hae wa pele a ikopanya le letanta
o ile a etsa ntho ngata ngwanena wa Chauke ke ena dirileng gore banna bana ba fetse ba BEE ba ilo tlhatswa jersey ya bona gona jalo Rachel
go a re shebe he dipalopalo tsona di eme jwang ehlile o ya bona hore ha isale la ma-BEE ba neng ba laola papadi empa aishe ha le dintlha ho no le bima re ba ka di hlaba a re sheba shots at goal di pedi ho yona ma-BEE di hlano ho yona mane ho yona the rock di hlano jwanong e ha o le tjena papadi fela tjena e nngwe ho yona the rock ama-BEE ha isale ba e laola empa a tjhe lehlono ne le lesiko ho bona tsatsing la kajeno mme a le tjena re theoa tlase re re mbali ha o ko qhaqhetaba.
Thank you so much to our commentary team. I'm joined now by Aubrey Vilakazi, coach. Not the game you were hoping to play out today, not the results you're hoping to get. Just your thoughts on that.
Well, I think the results, they say it all. And first leg, we're not happy with the results. I mean, you saw we're dominating the game. They only got one chance and they scored. I mean, it's football. If you don't use your chances, that's what happens at the end. But overall, good play from the boys. But I think we need to kill the game. When given the opportunity to score, we need to score.
We look at first half, you had more of the ball possession, but when you came in second half, you were much stronger, pressing them high, but really struggling to convert and having those missed chances. What was it about your players that really struggled today? Was it maybe the heat, was it the pitch? What was it that maybe fell short today for you?
Honestly speaking, I think the pitch also, it played a big role. It was very bumpy, but we can't complain. I mean, our opponents, they got one chance, they scored from it. Like you mentioned, we created so many chances, we couldn't even score one. And I think away from the heat, away from the pitch, we can do better. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck on your second leg.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay.
Sure.
That was Coach Aubrey Vilakazi of BEE. I'm joined now by the coach of the Rock, the winning side, Coach Matebula.
Yeah.
Second half, your team wasn't too strong, but they just needed one opportunity and they capitalized on it. And now you walk away victorious.
Yeah, I'm very happy about the result. But the pitch is not good for us and their opponent.
Take us through some of the changes when you look at the first and the second half. What was so different about your team?
First half, we are too deep at the back, but second half, we tell our players that guy will coming us, allowed to come to half of the ground to get a counter attack to punish it.
And when you also look at the second half, coach, we saw many of the missed chances of BEE, but you literally just saw a gap and you capitalized on it. Is that a weakness that you had seen in them?
When we miss a chance, when we get the chance, we can punish them.
Thank you so much, coach. Good luck for the second leg. That was, of course, Coach Matsebula of the Rock. They walked away victorious 1-0, the scoreline here in our third encounter here at the Rugby Ridge Stadium. Just to confirm those results from earlier on, First FC walked away victorious 4-1, and Boko Haram drew the first blood against the Sanitizers, and BEE losing to the Rock. But we do have our final encounter of the day. It is Cheese playing host to Ndengeza. That is the match after here. We are still here at the Rugby Ridge Stadium. See you after this. We are still here at the heart of the festive games. Of course, we are at Rugby Ridge Stadium in the heart of Tembisa. Phillies Games 28th edition, of course, established in 1992. And of course, these games are nearing 30 years. And this year, we might be crowning a new champion. So certainly so far, we've seen many goals from different teams. And we've seen some scintillating football being displayed here in Tembisa. Well, we do have the next 45 up next, because we do have our final match between Cheese and Ndengeza, and our commentary team will take you through that.
Alright, mutamutle ntumelele ko amogele ka mane papading ya rena ya mafelelo ya letsatsi ka mona mutamutle ka motsane wa Rabarichi ga go le jolo go kopane ka mane hlopha tshepedi Chism e kopane le hlopha sa Ndengeza Phillies Games 2020 ngwanaka go hloba ka mane mutamutle live from Rabarichi Stadium ka Tembisa tlo jalo ka maleona re swenke le tabena ga go le monate le re bitseng ga go le jolo go tlhopole mutamutle papadi tsena go di tlisetsa ka mane Vision V Sports Radio e bona re tenga mona re jalo ka maleona ka lebitso terma mopanga moshimano mosukalbala moshoti ka seemo ba moratange pamitsa modidi wa matepe asena selo a go pele sa motho Ndengeza e kopane le hlopha sena sa Cheese le tlo go tloba monate wa tona le khadi mona it's gonna be late. Hopule motemotle ga se kgetlo la mathomo hlopha sena sa Ndengeza se batengi mona di Phillies Gaming gopola mengwageng e fetilego ba ile ba ntshiwa ka dipenele ka motsaneng fela wa ka Ivory Park motemotle le hlopha sena sa Cheese ka kwana ile sa ithola se pabola ka magabane a sona la banyana fa hlopha sena sa Cheese ba ile ba ithola ka dibukeng tsa ka kwana tsa di Phillies Games motemotle le bona ba ile ba promise le tsola bona o gopola Phillies Gaming ngwanaka sekgetlo la mathomo le bateng gala go tloga ka 1992 ba le mona Phillies Games di bateng e re ke re kwana ke re ga o ka gopola fela jalo Phillies Games ka 2015 ga o ka lebelela ka kwana mothamotle papadi e fitilego e lena di highlight tsena ngwanaka ngwanena ba ne ba kene BE re ke a kokota fela jalo ba re ka mane re a tsena re a kokota eupia fela a ke ba khumana ntla zanga ba khumana ntla ka mane ke papadi e fitilego yena ngwanaka ya hlopha sa BE khatlanong le Teroko ka kwana Teroko le yona ile re a tsena re a kokota ka bona khumana free header eupia fela papalla go ya hlola le tloa e be sa le notho ka mona pele ga hlopha sena sa Teroko se phamisha letsogo a tlela bofofu fela jalo gore ba tlile jang ba thotse menyetla e mekae e upya fela ba convertile tse kae e ne le khona kicking ya sehlopha sa Teroko le bona ba palla go ya hlola letloa ba palla go tla ba on target pasena tsa PE sile sa tla tsa re phamisa re kokota e upya fela zanga ya ba dumelela pasena sa Teroko sile sa kokota le bona ba kokota ka mehlala mabaka tshilengwa ile ba dumelela bona la tla bofofu ge Teroko re bona re mo romela ntho ngata ngwane wa Minachi e ngwane wa lekulane phuthi a pia fela re bona ke ibone tabena ke ibone ntse ke lahletse bofofu a gona itshepolo a bea kantle e le bona ba butse gore it was a dropping ball enka ba inyeume fela o ne a tloka ka dilo tse ngata fela ana kwele PE le ona ya re bona le rena re phamisitse ngwanena ka kwana wa ngwanena ba reng wa Shakes ne re ke a kena ka ngwana re ke a kena re ke a lokotsega monna ba pala ka monyetla ngolo ba betse ka monyetla mo vole papadi ene fitile go yena ba passa Teroko se ile sa gone pabola ka magabane a sone e bua fela hlopha sa PE tlokopana le bona ngwago latelago yena ntwena monna e phetola po ya se mano se a bona ke aya a hlola letloa ka fela hlopha sele sa PE ya ba gona ile pheto ile tu ya ba le hlogonono ya ba amen go hlopheng sena sa PE ana jalo hlopha sa Teroko se pona se le ka kwana magatong a mang a latelago a papadi tsena tsa di-Phillies games tumela ka mona mothemotla ke re kwana ke re hlopha sa Chiz Alexandra se gahlane le ka kwana mothemotla hlopha sa Ndengeza mona go tlile go safara jwang Phillies games 2020 ke papadi ya rena mafelelo ya letšatši mo leng gore go tlo ba monate Ndengeza yona tsena ga go jwalo ka manejele mmala ba ka kwana mothemotla a tlo itšala ko molona ba tlo swenka le tabeno go be monate hlopha sa Chiz ke bona ba jileng mmala o morete hlopha sa bona sa Ndengeza bona ba jileng mmala o motsho ka kwana mothemotla a re tla bona go diragala go mona papadi ena e tla ba monate wa tona legadi ba sa eme jalo ka kwana mothemotla ba ka ini banna ba ilo dumedisana fela a re mamela kono re etse ntho e ngata fela jalo ba theoga gona ba ya mogobong wa lebala ba ilo itirela moment of silent ya batho ba ilo gore maphelo a bona a ile a amega mo nakong e fetilego mo jwale ka country ka moka re ile ra bona re aparetse ke luba le legologolo gona jwale ka moka re hlompha batho ka fela moment of silent ene le moment of silent fela jalo kgatlhanong ga papadi ena ya Chiz e kopane le sehlopha sa ka kwana sa Ndengeza e ta tjenana Alexander le yona e phamisitse letsogo ya re bona le rena re teng ka di-Phillies game a se kgetlo la mathomo re ba teng la golo jalo re ile ra hwetša re taster bogotogotho jwa mašheleng ana gopolo re Chiz le yona ile ya ba bangwe ba ngwetšego dibukeng tša rena tša ka mana tša di-Phillies games a o mongwe wa ngwaga mothemotlhe gopole gore jalo go jewele maske kao fela go tlamehile sanitize go etse dilo tse ngata ka baka le le gore leuba le legologolo le re aparetse ka motsaneng fela wa ka kwana wa ka nageng ya rena ya ka South Africa lefase ka bophara le aparetse ke yona tabeo yona mokotlisi wa Chiz mothemotlhe mokotlisi wa Chiz ke yona ne ba o ntsheditse ena mona tlo bua tlo etsa ntho ngata fela re bona ra tlela masawana mona re tlile go tlo etsa ntho ngata fela aba monate ke ena pula ngwaneno jersey number 17 wa sehlopha sa Chelsea ngwanaka aba manga sena ngwaneno wa Katlego monate ga tona legadi ska jersey number 10 a sehlopha sa Ndengeza. Le jalo mogi mamedi wa motle tlotloga jalo go le eo ya dinao go lo jalo ka kwana o ka lebelela ka mona ngwanaka hlopha tshepedi ka mona Ndengeza e kopane le sehlopha sena sa ka kwana sa Chelsea ethagola ga monate fela jalo ba tšapola ba e romela maemong a bohlano e wela lotong la ka mona mothemotle ngwanena ka kwana ba re wankobene romela poletele ka mona tlhakana lotso ka mona bashimane ba Chelsea ba tla irang ka kgoleo tšapole bona ka mona kena Katlego wa retologa mogobong wa lebalo iranga polo ba e romela ka mona kena tšamane o iranga polo ka mona mothemotle ba e romela ka mona maemong a bohlano ngwanena o tla iranga polo bashimane ba Chelsea ba bua le yona fela jalo maemong a bohlano tlhakana ka mona kena Hlamene ba lebelela fela jalo ka kwana re ke tla roma mange retologa fela jalo ka kwana e bona mang wa lebelela ka kwana mothemotle tlhakana lotso man Cheese boys Cheese ka man Alexander Cheese ba tšapole ba romela polo e telele e hlakana lotso ka mane Ndengeza re ke kena ka mane ke a lokotsega a amogela ga bolola ka mane ngwanena wa Stibane tsa ka bona sa Ndengeza amogela ka mane ka le hlagonono tla e thoma morago fela jalo e tšea ba bona le potla le tla ja pudi le tatetse kae e wela lotso ka mane ke Ndengeza tšapola e pia ka ntle ka botšhabelo o tšhabela mang le mang inele na captain ka kwana ra katlela mona go tlotšea di-chance ka kwana Ndengeza e ta tšenana re ta tšena Ndengeza ga ke tsebe re tla tšena tšatšina le gono ba retologa fela jalo bona ka mane Alexander Chese e bona ka mane kena Katlego chess number 13 ba retologa fela jalo ka kwana e hlakana le lotolo mange a ba nna phagamiša matsogo ke le bone e romela ka mane maemong a bone a itšea polo e re bona ka mane tibatibaneng sa ka mane bashimane ba kwana ba Chese tla ba mga sena manena ka kwana ba re kena Spiwe tšea polo ka mane o senya polo ka kwana polo e tla ba kotsi ba retologa ka mane bona ka mane kena Ndengeza e tla reng polo Ndengeza a retologa ka mane Katlego a re bona ke phamisitse o re terrible polo e wela lotolola ka kwana la Chese le phosho ka kwana ba tšea polo ba e romela ka kopana kapa bodikela tšatši wela lotholoma ba bolena ka kwana ba re tla roma mange a lebelela fela ga bolola a lebela ka kwana a romela polo e tele ka kwana ba itša polo ba e bea ka ntle ba re bona a ratlela masawana mona hlopha sena sa Ndengeza go gopola re hlopha sena sa Ndengeza se ne se matha ABC motsepeliki ka motsaneng fela wa ka Limpopo
sehlopha sena sa Ndengeza ke a seba ka bongata dibapadi tsa bona ba le ba mathamane ho yona ABC League jwanong ba na le boitsebiso ba na le boitsebo bongata bona bahlankana bana ba yona Ndengeza experience ba na le yone ngata empa ke re ke a sheba tse ding tsa dibapadi tsa bona ha ke sombone vrpa le bana ba tshwanang le bona bo sharpshooter ke sa tsebe hore ebe mokwetlisi wa bona Chino ona le diphetho tseo a di entseng
intho ene ke emetse ke lebeletse bo vrpa ba teng tša tšena hono ga ke tsebe gore go tlabe go direge jwa le nna ke sepela le suswini jwa le ka wena motswalle wa ka paretilo wa ka mana ba shebana ba Chese ba tla irang ka goleo wa lebela ka mana o tla koba fela jwa le ka re go le 18 ba itshola ka mana ke na Ndengeza e ta tšenana ba itšapolo ga bolola ka mana hlakana lotolo ka mane ba lebelela fela jwa le ka mana di bona ka mana ke na Katlego tla dirang ka polo wa lebela ka mana ba itšapolo ba e romela hlakana lotolo la Chese ne kena ka mana ba shebana ba bona Ndengeza shut the back door metsa tla tsena ka tlungi wa retologa ka mane wela lotolo ka mane kena Katlego ba itša ba e romela mogobong wa lebala ka mane wela lotolo ka mane kena Chese ba tla dirang ka polo ba e lebelela fela jalo a re ke tla roma mang ka mane monna phamisa letsogo a re thuma mena o tla dirang ka polo ba retologa e wela lotolo ma monna kena sekena ka mane Ndengeza e ta tšenana Ndengeza ba retologa ka mane maemong a ka wana ka rogolo ya ka mane ya sehlopheng sa Ndengeza ba e tshwitša ka kwane wela lotolo ka mane sione ba Chese wa itšea polo ga bolola gape le ena e hlakana le lotso ka mane bona ka mane kena Ndengeza wa retologa fela jwale ka mane o irang ka polo ba itša ba itsipa ka mane ba boledišana le yona a re ba nna le ko kae ka mane Chese nombolo 9 retologa ka bona mothemotla a re ba nna le ko kae tsena se tsena ka kona e ne e le ena ngwanele ka mane kena wake mane o na re ke mane ke kena ka kona ke lokotsega na re ke kena ka mane kwenene ba mmeafase fela ka kwana ba re tla kena se kena ka ngwanena yo Ndengeza ka kwana o kena se kena ka mane ngwanena wa Ndengeza a romela pole tele ka bona ka re gore 18 mona ke kena ka mane ke a lokotsega tla ranga mona ba pala ka monyetla 10 wa pole hlakana lo tsoloma a lebela ka mane ba shebana ba Chelsea e wela ka lotolo ka mane bona ka mane kena katlego re ke re tloga ka mane ka le gore 18 wela ka mane kena Ndengeza wa Ndengeza o tla ranga pole tla kobana wa re tloga fela jolo wa lebelela fela jolo ka bona o tla ranga polo a re bana phamisa matsogo le boneng wa ikoba ga ikoba polo ka mane ka re gore 18 mona itsipa fela ka hlogo a ya mogela ga bollo ka mane sa le pole kotsi o tla ragana pole tla ba kotsi a bapala ka monyetla a itshola fela jolo wa retologa ka gona re ke retologa wela le tloga mane ba shimana ba Alexander Chise e ranga go leo ka ne ka gona ba moswahletsa fela jolo itla kena se kena ka ngwanena anke ka kwana itla kena se kena ka ngwanena ke iranga go le ba tshapole ba romela pole telele e hlakana lotsola ka mane kena ngwanena ka mane ba kena katlego tla rapola e koba fela jolo e wela lotsola ka mane tabogela kama pole go tsoka go le 18 monna re ke kena a raga pola tshapole ba go dima mekollo a tshia pola e ba go dima mekollo ngwanena wa Chise Alexander Chise poloro Chise motsamotla a se kgatlo la mathomo ele mona kgetlo ke go ngata ba ile ba ikhumana ba ile bo mampudi ba tournament ena of season tournament ya Phillies Games sa le thomile ka 1992 o bula Phillies Games thomile ka 1992 se hlopha se sengwe se senkile go makgetlo a mararo ka tatelano e ne le hlopha sa Colombia ba ile belela fela jolo ka gona ba shibana ba Ndengeza ka kona a re ke tla roma moshimana Ndengeza ka mane kena Tamina o iranga mona mothamotle a lebella ka kwana re bana phamisa matsogo ke le bone monna retologa ga retologa ka bone hlakana lo tloga ngwanena ka mane kena macheke ba tla iranga polo ba motšhala polo ga bolola fela jalo hlakana lo tloga mana monna re ke retologa ka mane teno molo 13 ka mane kena ngwanena ba kena Anthony a lebella ka kwana mothamotla re bana le ko kae e wela le tloga ka kwana e wela le tloga ka kwana bona ba shimana ba Chise ba motšhala polo ga bolola ka mane teno polo tshwara ke Ndengeza monna re ke retologa fela jalo o retologa ka kwana re hlakana le tsomba re ka kwana ke la se kena e le tahlelo a go le jalo e kena se kena e le tahlelo ya sehlopha sa ka kwana sa Chise
shebile mona ona yena Thembani Makuvele ke tletse bona ba palamane mrao a bapala jalo ka yona right center back impa right back impa tsatsile ka jeno ke ambona o mane ba reng ba le bala monna o bambitsa Professor Tolo wa tseba ha se le tsona na ko tsa di happy hour o tla e palama ka lengwele a itsikinye ke bua ka yena Thembani Makuvele
el professori o tseba yena handle el professori re tloga polo kotsi ka mane ka re go 18 tla ranga polo ba itshola ka bona hlopha sa Chise a itshola ka bona Ndengeza ne re ya kokota ka kwana bane ba re ba kokota ba bua yena ngwanena ka mane wa Makuvele o motle re ba no shedi ntlha tse di kalekanago tse ba di batlang tla o bona go le dinao ba ipalama ba ifoloa a re ke Shushan Ben Piano na ba itse ba re ke happy hour a ola mona hati mono Phillies Game 2020 ka mona ka motsaneng fela wa ka Raba Rich mo tlisitsa papadi tsena o go phule ka kwana le ka mane se le mo ya Sarina so bitsang ka kwana ba re ke yana Vision V Sports Radio e teng ka mona ke yona le yona e tlisitsa papadi tsena itla kena se kena e le sekgutlo a itšea ka bohlale ka kwana ba shimana ba Ndengeza monna ikoba fela jalo polo kotsi monna kena fela kona re ga di eme dibotso heren kiki ba re bona nna o isi phamisitse leoto go feta tekano itla kena se kena ka sehlopha sa ba shimana ba Chise se tla dirang ka kgweleo ka kwana mogimamedi o motle ka bona Sithibathibane tla kena se kena ka lehlogonolo a se lehlogonolo ka mane kena Siphiwe Sithibathibane sa ka mane sa Chise wa emisa letsogo ka bona Siphiwe re ke tla romamang ka kwana romela pole telele ka kwana Siphiwe ba tlamange a lebella ka kwana mothamotle tabogela ke maaka makena Anthony ne re ke kena ka mane ke lokotsa ba motšhala polo ga bolola hlakana ka mane kena Ndengeza bona ka mane mothamotle ka motsotso ka mane kena ngwanena ba kena Lennox ka kena ka kwana phetola po ya Semanoshi Lennox ba motšhala polo ka mane kena wonke iranga polo bona ka mane kena Alexander Chise iranga polo ka pa bodikela tšatši monna phetola po ya Semanoshi tla dirang ka kgwele eo a re ka kena ka mane ba moswahletša ba re mošanyana maloba shut the pecto metsi a tla tsena ka tlung a re shut the pecto metsi a tla tsena ka tlung ba shimane ba Ndengeza ikena sa ikena ka sehlopha sa ka kwana mothamotle retologa fela jwale ka kwana bona ka mane kena Ndengeza Lennox mona o tla iranga kgole wa retologa ga retologa re ke tla roma mang ka kwana kena sa kena ka mona o batla ka mane kena Lennox o tla diranga kgole o a lebella Lennox ka mane o mongwe Lennox ka kwana mona o tla re ke kena ka mane kena Ndengeza re ke kena ka mane o tla kopana wa ikoba fela jwalo fela go le botala motho kena sa kena e le sekgutlo ikena sa kena e le sekgutlo sa sehlopha sa Ndengeza a phamisele tso hlopha sa Ndengeza phamisele tso ya re le rena re teng ikgetlong lena ikena sa ikena ka sekgutlo sa bashimane bana ba Ndengeza kena se le sekgutlo sa Ndengeza wa ikoba ngwaneno wa Ndengeza ka kwana ya batlo ka kwana tiba sa ya mogala ga bolola fela jwalo lebelela ka mane tiba kena ngwaneno wa Siphiwe
ehlile ya bona bahlankana ba Ndengeza holo jwang diforoso tsa bona ke bana ba batelele mme ha o le tjena ha le dihuku ho tla tlama re ba ke ba sebedise height advantage ya bona hobane ke re ke sheba le botala bona bahlankana ba yona mane cheese a tsheka re ba tla tshwara bima ehlile ha holo jwang ba bapala di long ball ba bapala colas pool
Ndengeza ke hlopha se le gore ba tlwaetse go bapala di long ball tshwana le papadi e fitilego e bashenyana bana ba teroko
ehlile ba bapala tsona di long ball empa ya bona ha se ba le pele ka dintlha tse pedi tse tharo ke mo re bona Ndengeza se ba bapala yona ka si flavor o tla bona wena ngwana mme hore bana ba tshwana le bo Roger Miller ke bona box to box ke yena box to box ya sona sehlopha sena sa yona Ndengeza empa ya bona monna ona Chinola ehlile o motle football prince sa monna ona diditle
re batla ba kotlise ba jwalo batla mo kotlisa tle go bala papadi ya kgwele ena a e ba latlele ka mane alternatively plan B up until plan Z ikena ka hlopha sa kwana Ndengeza jersey number 10 lebelela ka mane ngwaneno wa Ndengeza ka kwana o tla kena ka mane kena Lucky ikena ka tatlelo monna re ke retologa fela jwale Ndengeza ta tšhinana a lebela kona ba re kadime dibotse phamisitso flag ka kona thusa moletsa phala ka ngwaneno wa Mthobisi a phamisa flag ka kwana re bona se o le tjena a re bapali e jwalo o ngola motho ba mongola ka kona ngwanena jersey number 5 ya sehlopha sa ka kona sa Chizi ke ena ngwanena wa Ntokozo moetsi Ntokozo ka kona ngwanaka ikena e le free kick ya basonyana bana ba Ndengeza ikena le free kick ya Ndengeza ka kona a re tla bona sehlopha sena sa kona sa Chizi se ipabola ka magabana a bona go ka sireletsa tabena a ke tsebe a re latlhele bofofu lebelela ka mane moshimane wa Ndengeza a ikoba ka mane ke Ndengeza bolo e tla ba kotsi ya batloga ka godimo dikollo ikena le goal kick ka kona ikena e le ka mane goal kick ya sehlopha sa ka mane moshimane wa Chizi Alexander Chizi ka kona na re ke mutswa ka kwana communication tsaboranga ba boledishane like tena nka ba go bilela something different we thoma fela jolo ka mane kena ngwanena ka kwana motsamotle ena Siphiwe o thomela ngwanena ka kwana lebella fela jolo re tloga ka kwana motsamotle romela polo ka kwana e wela le tlola mang ba lebella ka mane ba shibana ba Chizi mo gobungwa le bala monna wa retologa a re ke retologa ba motshela polo wela le tlola ka mane kena Ndengeza maemong a bohlano e tlhakana ka mane kena long tomo tla iranga pola romela polo ka mane tabogela ka mane Ndengeza ta tšenana o iranga kgoleo wa lebella fela jolo retologa ka mane romela polo ntle fela jolo ka mane kena Lennox o batla ka mane ka motsotso lebella fela jolo mona re ke retologa e phelela po ya Semanoshi kena sa ikena ka kwana wa retologa ka mane lebella ka mane Ndengeza ta tšenana wa retologa e phetola po ya Semanoshi mo gobungwa le bala wa iphetola po ya Semanoshi ka kwana o tšapolo o tla iranga mola monna e lebella fela jolo re bana le ko kae romela polo telele e tlo batla mang ka re lo go le 18 Chizi ya tšapolo e bja ka ntare ka ntle ke botšhabelo a seo le jwalo a re a seo le jwalo ka ntle ke botšhabelo ho tšhabela mang le mang ngwanena wa onke o teng ka nona mathile Alexandra United ba retologa ka mane Ndengeza tla tšinana monna re ke a retologa fela jwale bona ma ba lebelela ga bolola ka kwana mona e phetola po ya Semanoshi mo gobung wa lebala wa e batla ka kwana o iranga kgoleo a re ke retologa ka mane 1-2 ba re ba teka sa mina monna re ke kena ka kwana ya motlola ka kwana ka mane kena 10 mashome o tla iranga kgoleo a re ke retologa ba re bona ka dieme dibotse kena se kena le ka Ndengeza e tla kena se kena ka Ndengeza monna re shate pecto a tšapolo ka mane moshimana Chizo Alexander romela polo e telele ka ntle ka kwana ke na se kena e le tahlelo ya hlopha sena. Chance number 3 ya sehlopha sa Ndengeza ke na e le rotla lahlela kgwele eo ngwanana wa Ngobeni ka kwana Uchapula bapala le hlogonolo ka kwana le hlogonono chapula hlakana ka manletlo ka mane kena captain fantastic e batla ka mane kena captain Fabulous o tla dirang ka kgwele o batla ka mane kena ngwendo motle ka kwana ka motsotso ka kwana batla mange ba lebela ka mane kena Ndengeza Ndengeza batla dirang ka polo ka lo kgwele 18 monna o tla re thuloga fela jwalo ba mo tshela polo Amachela kgwele ga bolola ka kwana hlakana lotlo mange a re ke re thulo ka mane bona kena Ndengeza ba lebela ga bolola fela jwalo ka mane Cheese Boys Cheese dirang ka polo Alexander Cheese a mo tshela polo ka molola ka kwana amunwa a hlakana lotlo ka mane number 22 o iranga kgwele ka kwana bashimana ba Ndengeza itachina Ndengeza chapolo ach o tla ka mana passing wentle fela jwalo a imogela ga bolola ka mane kena Tibane a imogela ga bolola fela jwalo
ke shebile le wala bahlankana ba yona Cheese
Pologoti nna re ke kena ka mane ke a lokotse bashimana Ndengeza nna re ke romela molaetsa wa tona la gadi
ke shebile le wala bona bahlankana ba Cheese ba bapala ntho e re bitsang yona e mid press ba tletsitse mane ba hareng ba le bala mme ha ba batlo fa yona Ndengeza sebaka se sengata ba tshwere polo jwanong a le tjena Ndengeza o tlameha re ba ke ba be bohlale ba bapale polo ka potlako combination play in those pockets of spaces se hlayang
hlopha sena sa Alexandra se bontsha mo le gore se ile sa tša di-notes tša bona ba lebelela hlopha sena sa Ndengeza go ba bontši ka nako ba bapala ba tsebana
ehlile ba bapala ba tsebana o tla tlotla hopola ho tloa kwana tournamenteng ya yona Maimane Phiri Games dihlopha tsena ka bobedi di tsebana di papadi ka o tshwana
that's why khona o bona ka mane ba sehlopha sena sa Cheese se khona o maintaina sehlopha sena sa Ndengeza gore ba seke ba ka babada batla le mathaithai kgetlong lena
o shebel ka mkgo ba emeng ka teng ba bapala le wala 4-2-4 mane ba reng ba di bana ba babedi bapadi tseo tse lekang hore di khone ho etsang ho qhaqha motsamayo wa yona Ndengeza
nete fela jwalo ba itse ba romela mogobong wa le ba le hlakana lotso ka mane Cheese Boys bona ka mane kena ngwane no active ka mane bona ka motsotso ka ne hlakana mane ba re tuloga ka mane ba shimana ba Alexander Cheese ba lebela ka mane Ndengeza re ka kena ka bona ba papela ba gadi ya medibotse ka no ba parisitse ngwane mongwe ga bohloko ka kona e tla kena se kena ka ba shimana ba Alexander Cheese Paretuluga ka kwana motle wala lotun la ka mane ke ba shibana ba Ndengeza ba chapola ka kwana hlakana lotso mona retuluga ga retuluga ka kwana hlakana mane itlakena se kena ka hlopha sena sa kwana sa Cheese Boys bona ka mane kena Alexander Cheese lebelela ka mana Tiwani kena ngwane no Sphiwe Simphiwe tla kena tsa o tla rurupa poletelele tla rurupa fela jwalo ka baka la hore le phala lena le papalege tla rurupa poletelele fela jwalo romela poletelele ka kona mogimamedi o motlotla irang ka goleo a emogela ga bolola fela jwalo ka mana bashimane bana ba Ndengeza ba tla irang ka goleo bona ka mana Tiwani ka kwana a itša pola e bia kantle tla kena se kena e le sekgutlo sa bashimane bana ba ka kwana ba Ndengeza romela ngwanena ka kwana ba re tsamo rotlela sekgutlo seo ba otla sekgutlo ka kwana e tla ba polo ka kwana ba lebela fela Tiwani Stwila a otla ka ditebele lebelela ka kwana e tabogela ka mara ka motsotso kwana romela ka motsa ikoba polo sa le polo kotsi ba tša polo ba bea kantle na re ke ikoba ka kwana ikobela kantle fela e tla kena se kena e le goal kick ya sehlopha sena sa ka kwana sa Cheese Alexander Cheese wa romela Tibane ba re tshola pele ka goleo romela polo e telele fela jwalo monna motlola fela jwalo e wela letlola ka kwana ke Cheese tse bona ka mane e wela letlola ma ba re tloga ka kwana ka motsotso e wela letlola ka mane lebella fela jwalo ka kwana re bana phagamisha matsogo romela polo ka bona polo e tla ba kotsi ka re lo gole e tene bona nwane monna re ka kena ka kwana motle a re ka mona Tibane sa sebetsa polo sa le kotsi bannawe gen Chinchong Hong Kong ha se o le tjena ha go tla ba jwang na
ehlile re ka tjho re bahlakana ba Ndengeza ha esale ba ntse ba kena ba kokota ba hlasela empa ke batla o elelwe bono ena e tsile o mange motsamayo wa bona o qadile ho yena mane mhlankano wa mbitsang yena mhlankano ba mbitsang Rocha mme ya bapala palo jalo yena Lennox ebile ne ke tjho ke re o ilusitse mane bolo eo Thibane sile sa sebetsa sa etshola kgetlong la pele empa kgetlong la bobedi a phetha lebaka ena Lennox e hlaba ntla
o ne a sebeditse ratona le gadi Thibane ne pa botse ka magabane a hae Thibane e o ke fela segahla sa goleo sile sa motlola sa bonana le ngwanene wa Lennox Shabalala ka kwana ipobola ka magabane a hae o ile a ipobola ka magabane a hae motho tla thola monyetla wa bobedi wa mathomo Thibane o ile a uthiba retlo ka bona ba tshapolo ba romela mamong a mathomo ka a mahlano a bohlano hlakana le thulo mangwa bolela ka mane ke Alexander Cheese ka gona irang ba romela pole telele hlakana le thulo ka mana mathomo tla ba inye uma fela o tla dirang ka goleo monna isututsa ka kwana ikena se ikena ile goal kick ya sehlopha sena sa ka kwana bashimane ba Ndengeza itachina na Sheba Thibane ka kwana re banna phamisang ke le boneng a re ke tla roma mang ke famang taba ena wa lebella romela polo telele ka kwana le yena a amogela ga bolola ka mane kana Lennox o tla iranga go le ka kwana re ke bapala fela jalo ba amogela a amogela ga bolola ka mane hlakana le ka mane kana Cheese Boys iranga polo ka mane Alexander Cheese romela polo telele na fela jalo o ne batla manga kwana matsamotle a batla ka kwana re ke kena ka mane ke lokotsega ka kwana a phamisa matsokele bona ba mo khalimela ka potla ka kwana ba re bona ba paritsongwane mongwa ka bohloko Raba paritsongwane mongwa ka bohloko kwana matsamotle itlakena saikena bona ka mane kana Captain Fantastic Ndengeza ka mana matsamotle manena ka kwana barkiana ka mana matantsi re tloga fela jalo Chapolo bona ka mane kena ka motsotso ka kwana itse ka mane kena Cheese Boys Anthony Chapolo bona ka mane batla ka mane kena Katlego tla dirang ka goleo re tloga ka mane Katlego na leng Anthony wa ibitsa wa ya mogela ga bolola ka mane ka motho bona ka mane kena Katlego romela polo ka re logole 18 wa re tloga ka kwana o tla dirang ka polo ka mane kena Thabang re ka kena ka mane ba moswatletse ba re mosanyana maloba ka kwana na Thabang a di eme di butswe Chapolo e bia ka ntle ka kwana mothemotle o pole sehlopha sa ka kwana mothemotle phapano ya banna bana ba Ndengeza le banna bana ba Cheese ke ngwanena wa Lennox ke ena ipa botšeng ka magabane a gage mothemotle go nosa ntlha ena ya bashimane ba Ndengeza ka fela yana ya tšina mothemotle go a tšiniwa ka Ndengeza go ba monate go a jiwa lenyelenyele retologa ka kwana ba tša go leo ba e romela polo e telele hlakana le lotoloma monna re ke retologa fela jalo mogobong wa lebala e tabogela ka mange a re bona ka mane Ndengeza e ta tšinana a re ke retologa kwana irang ka polo ba e bitsa ka mana mothemotle ba re 1-2 ni ka mina ni ka wena iranga go leo ba itša ba e romela mogobong wa lebala e wela letolo ka mane kena Cheese Boys retologa ka mane kena Alexander Cheese Cheese o iranga go leo wa lebelela fela jalo batla ka mane kena Katlego e re batla ka mane mothemotle ka Alexander Cheese Chapolo romela ka mane wela ka mane kena Matantsi bona ka mane kena Thibane sa ka mane kena Hlaganono Chapolo ba e bapala ga monate fela jalo ka mane bona ka mane Captain Fantastic tla iranga go leo romela polo telele fela jalo a re banna le kokae ka kwana wela letolo ka mane kena Ndengeza iranga polo ba tšina ka Ndengeza a lebela fela jalo ka mane batla ka motsotso ka kwana ba phase ntle fela jalo batla ka mane kena Lennox ka mane iranga mane kena Lennox iranga polo ka mane wela letolo ka mane kena Kateko iranga polo ba lebela fela jalo ya mogela ka mane Thibane sa sehlopha sa kwana sa Cheese romela polo telele ka kwana mothemotle re wela letolo ka mane mothemotle wela letolo mo pona ka mane kena Katlego a tla ba moshia fase ba re gadi me dibutso o molomile a re bona molomile ngwanena molomile Katlego ka kwana a re bona ke champisi fela jalo
ehlile ya bona he ha le tjena ha le water break ke ya bona he bahlankana ba yona Cheese mokwetlisi wa bona o ntsa ba watla ka leleme a ba ka ba kgothatsa hore ba ke ba seke ba wa moya hobane papadi e santsane le hole lo fela mme ha ile yona bahlankana ba Ndengeza Jinole wa ba jwetsa banna game management ra tseba re na le ntlha e lengwe empa seo ha se bolelo re se re hapile papadi
Hagolo jalo e sale first half ya papadi eno ya mafelelo ya rena. Ge sehlopha sena sa Ndengeza ba hloka gore ba kamane ba switch on.
ehlile ya bona ha le tjena ba hlankana ba seke ba leka ba wa moya empa ke re shebe re ntlha e tlile jwang ka lebaka la phoso la ba hlankana ba yona mane cheese mane ba reng ba lebala monna wole Emmanuel a dispossessa Anthony a romela bolo kwa pila fa yena mane Lennox a ikopanya le Letanta jano ba hlankana ba yona mane cheese mane ba reng ba lebala ho tla tlama re ba leke o ba solid
Hlopha sa Ndengeza se tlile mona ka shishi le ka kgang yena ntlha ena ngwanena ka kwana wa Lennox yena e pabotšeng ka magabane a e ka mehlalo mabaga chess number 9 a hlopha sa Ndengeza Stibane yena e pabotše ka magabane a e eupša fela a sanka gwa loka e bona phapano e bileng gona kgatlhanong ga hlopha tše pedi tšena yona ngwanena wa Lennox mothamotle wa Ndengeza FC e tla tšena Ndengeza go lo jwala a nošitše ntlha ngwanena wa kamane wa Lennox a dirileng phapano kgatlhanong ga hlopha tše pedi tšena ka mane le 1 e hlopha sa Ndengeza e le lefela le hlopha sa Cheese Wana ba khutla mothemotle khutla go tswa go cooling break ya rena ka kona nna ba ne ba ile nwa metsi fela jwalo thusa moletsa phala assistant motle ka lenala ke yo manale itla tloga jalo ka hlopha sa amane Alexander Chise wana ngwanena o tshwana le mongwe a opela go ka kona a tshwana le yena fela jwalo yena mare go bapala kgole ya dinao batla fela jalo ba romela polo e telele ka kwane wena le tsonna mange a lebela ka mane thiba se thibe fela gore go mahloga mo Ndengeza tla renga polo romela polo e telele ngwanena o motle ka dipass le yena ka kwana ne batla ka kwana motho polo sa le kotse a tshola ka kwana ka go tlhagana le tsona ma lebela fela ka mane kana Alexander Chise a lebela ka mane kana Cheese Boys bona ka mane sinya polo ka mane thiba ka mane kana Lennox tsa polo a monwa hey Uranga polka kwa motsotso uranga polka kwa motho motla ba tsa polo ba ka di me dibutswe a re bapale net polo yona ke kgole ya dinao
mo ke tswang teng ba re ke Slava show me your number ya bona mhlankana wana Emmanuel re mtseba e le Roger Miller box to box player kore o motle le a tshireletsa ha ya pele e hlile o a gona ho bula le bota la sehlopha seo a tobaneng le sona
ke ta go mona a o tla ntshanga fela jolo ke ta go mona ka mana kopela tsela ke ngwanena Manena ka kwana Roger Miller motle a tona legadi batla ka kwana Ndengeza Chapolo Arch just number 10 sintse monyetla lucky sintse monyetla fela jwalo ha nka ba tsere kgoleo a lahlela ka boxing maybe something ka ba setlhaile
e hlile ya bona mane ha ka kenya di coordinates hantle kwa go GPS eng ya hae ke that's why o bona bolo e ikela kwa hole empa wa bona mokwetlisi wa yona mane Cheese o ntsa ka ngwala fatshe mole wa bona hore ke kae mo tlamleng re lokise o bona ke kae mo re mo gwetlang teng
go botlhokwa go tšea dinotsu gore light tsena bapadi tsena ga ditlo ya half time ka kwana a tla kgona tla a tseba gore o wa botsa eng a ska lebala eng re tloga fela jalo ka mane kana Ndengeza hlagana le tloga ka mane kana ngwanena ka mane motho motle tla renga polo ka mane senya polo ka mane tena wa polo a itse polo ba romela mo go bongwe le ba le hlagana ka mane kana ngwanena katlego re re tloga fela jalo bona ka kwana motho romela polo ntle fela former player ba berwa re ka kena ka kwana ke logo tsere iranga polo Cheese Boys Cheese Alexander Chise re tloga kwana ba papadi pepa itse le pele ona re tsholeletsetseng tabogela ka mane kana Cheese number 6 ya sehlopha sa ka kwana Ndengeza kena se kena ka kwana motho motle renga goleo re tloga ka mane kana katlego Alexander o iranga polo re kena ka mane ke logo tsega bona ka kwana motho motle renga goleo ba lebelela ka kwana re batla mao senya polo bona ka mane kana Roger Miller ka mane tsena polo tsara ka mane ba shimane bana ba itse goleo wa itse goleo ga bolola ka kwana tsara ka mane kana Cheese lebela ka mane kana Alexander Chise ya re tloga ka bona motho Alexander Chise ba lebeletse fela jalo re ke tla roma mange monna romela polo telele fela jalo tlhakana le tsoba re ga di me dibutswe a chaka pana ka putla ka mana putla le tla ja pudi ile na ngwana ka mane ngwana wa mila wa re tulo ka kwana hlakana le tulo mange pona ka mane ke na goal scorer le bela ka mane ke na ngwana ka kwana amutshela polo ga bolula fela jolo tengesa mai tengesa ta chinana chinana tlere nga khulio ba le bela ba mutshela polo ga bolula fela jolo ga blena ba ba pola ga mona tika kwana tene bo polo iwela le tulo ka mane ke na ale ka kwana shimana bana pan tengesa ta chinana ba re tulo ba mutshela polo ka kwana isal ga tengesa ka mane ke na rochamila cha polo rumela ka mutsetso kwana hlakana le tulo mango bo fela jolo ka mane ke na tengesa mai tengesa a re rumela makato le ntho ngata fela tiba re sa ya mogela ga bolula fela jolo Pane bare re a kokota hlopheng Santengese pane bare re a tota Richard Komleona
ehlile ya bona di bolo tse tshena tla mo ya re ebe monyetla bahlankana ba Ndengeza ikaraba di korobetsa ha ba mnati ke ka ho bahlankana ba yona ba qetela ba bapala yona combination play ba leka bapala carpet football empa carpet football a tshihlile ha se o ka se kgone bapala ha le bala le tshena
sehlopha sa Chelsea go na le motho sa tswileng tjeng kae ana motho sa tswileng tjeng hlopheng sa Chelsea yo kamane Chelsea number 14 ke ana go fela jwalo kwana motho sa tswileng tjeng ka kwana hlopheng sa ka kwana ga bo lebeletse mokotlisi elia one a be a ngwala mo na ikemisetse o dira phetolo ena re tloga fela jwalo ka kwana o tsebe o tswile ngwanela ka mane motho a tshabalala go tsene ka mane ngwanena wa matsi antsi ke go tswile ngwanena ka kwana go tsene ngwana tshabalala go tswile ngwanena wa matsi o matile sehlotse se number 13 o matile hlopheng sa Alexander ABC Motsepeliki ngwanena matile re filis game makgetlo a mangata a go le jwale tournament tsa Thembisa a di matile nakong e ngata fela jwalo a go le jwale tournament ena e golo ya ka Thembisa ya filis games o bola filis games mata fela ka December ngwanaka ina banna ba dutse benching kwana ba bontshana ka kwana motsemotle a hlakantshitse ditlhogo mayoko ka fela a tshapolo ka mana o ranga polo bona ka mana Lennox mana re ke kena ke re tshologa ka kwana hlakana le tsolomang mo go bongwa le bala ka mana Cheese ranga polo mona romela polo tele ka mana Ntengeze ba tshola gape jwalo tsena bo polo tshola ka mana Ntengeze ba mo tshela polo e wela le tshoka mara ga di me di butswe re ba parisitse ngwanena wa ka kwana wa Cheese ba parisitse ngwanena ka kwana wa tshopeng sa Cheese ga bohloko lebeletse fela jwalo ka kwana re ke tla roma mang ke tla dirang ka khulewe roma mang ke tla dirang ka khulewe hlopeng sa Cheese Yisalele fela hlopa sa Chese ile wane hlopa sa Ntengeze itachina na aratuluga fela jol kamane kana wonke bona ka tiba kamane sa bashimana ba ka kwana Alexander Chese kamane kana simpiwe tla diranga khole simpiwe romela khole telele kamane simpiwe motho ba chapolo ba ibe aka ntle fela jwalo itla kena se kena ka sehlopha sa ka kwana bashimana ba Ntengeze mai Ntengeze itachina na ba romela khole wa ila hlela ka kwana ka tahlelo hlakana le tswa monna tshola fela jwalo a itsa kena se kena ka Ntengeze gape le gape kaine na kaine a ila hlela fela jwalo ka mane hlopheng e sa ka khona hlopheng sa Ntengeze ba ila hlela ka gape jwalo itena se itena le tahlelo ba mathaka line la itena tsa ka kona nna bana ba Ntengeze ntse ba mathaka line ka kona go fihlela ba batla ntwe ba tlangen a tshi ba re ga di eme di botse Wara tuluga fela jolo ka mane kana wonke wanko tleranga khole o motho motla re bana le ko kae o tsa polo senya monyetla polo ko tsikalo gore 18 tleranga polo ka mane kana mapase mona re ka ra tsa polo be go di mekollo senya monyetla ngwanena
phoso e ntsweng ke sebapadi sithole morao kwana o Ndengeza mme morao kwana o yona Cheese mme Ndengeza ba tseba ne le monyetla wa re ba ka hlaba ntlha ya bona bobedi Nkateko Macheke le yena mane ehlile a fumane mpho ya badimo a kgetha ho rulela fela
yela ne le mpho ya badimo yena tutja tsa mo ba tsa go tlungore ke korile
wa itseba tšhelete dipoko
ha ona ntho tla etsa ka yona
o lorile o re tšhelete e mane jwanong tlamele o ye o e sebedise wa e raya o bapale ka monyetla ka ona Cheska ke yona ntho re qetang o e bona
ha o qeta wa re modimo amplese ha banna ya
ke batlile ke tshokere I blew it wa e hopola
ke tseba hantle ba matha ka di masheleng a mangata nka ra phile ba re tloga fela jalo ka kona motho motle wela le tlolla monna re bana le kokae lebella fela jalo ka kona motho motle re bana phamsha matsoke le boneng iranga kona bona ka mane simpiwe iranga khole o chapola romela ka mane motho motle ka pabudikela chachi wela le tlolla ka kona motho motle re bana le kokae pona ka mane ba shibana ba Chizi ba iranga polo Chizi ina le diphoso tša tona le gadi bona ka mane ke Anthony o tla iranga go le o motho e lebela ka mane wela tsoka mane ke nteng bona ka mane lebela fela jalo ka mane bana phamisa matsoka le bone ba shibana ba Chizi mona ke koba fela jalo ka bana bona ke tla romama ke na sa ithiwa ka mane ke tsola ka lo go le 18 monyetla ko a ba di pepa itshole pele ona tshole le tsetse mo tabogela ka mane bona ka mane ba shibana ba Chizi ka lo go le 18 o tla iranga go lewe wa lebelela fela jalo wa ikoba ga ikoba ka kwana wela le tsoloma ba tshola ka dihlogo ba shimana ba Ntengeze e kena se kena ka kwana motho a lebelela fela jalo ka mane ta tshena Ntengeze ni ka mina sa wena teka mina o iranga go le ba retlo o tshwara ka mane ka Cheese Boys a itapolo ka mane ngena ngwane wa Lennox le ngolo sinya polo Lennox tsena wa polo tabogela ka mane pona ka mane ba shimana pana ba tla iranga o tla ikobana ga retlo ga fela jalo iranga polo monna sala fa papadi e pepa itshole pele ona re tshole le tsetseng e mo tsamaye tumela go ya go dumelela
ha papadi ne tlala ke mone re bona mhlankano Anthony a bapala tibile playing to deep empa hona tjena e ka re sa thotse tukoloho thotse mo freedom mo sa ya pele haholo mme a ya pele e hlile Chizi ya kgona o tshwara ba le kopanye
nete fela jalo ka kwana na re sanya go tsambisa recipe ya hae na pele itabogela ka mane bona ke na Captain Fantastic ka mane ke na makamane amane ruri ka bona ka na Matonzi o itabogela ka mane ka matsotso monna ach ba mo phakisa lo tsengata Rocha Mila ba ranga go le ba lebela ka Ntengeze ta tshina ba lebela ka mane pole tla ba kotsi ba ithiba fela jalo e wela le tshula ka mane ke na Chizi monna ke mono a ga datlatch o ga datlatch ngwanena re tshuluga fela jalo ka mane ba shwana ba Chizi ka pa bodikela tšatši romela pole ntle fela jalo e wela le tsholo ka mane ba lebela ka mane monna itipa fela jalo re manna le kokae tshibana ya mogela ka ngwane ke ngwane wa lehlogonolo tla iranga sebete se se kana mo pitching sa bapala gentši a lebela fela jalo ba bua le yona ka mane ba shwana ba Ntengeze ba re itatšina Ntengeze banna we Ntengeze ba itipa fela ka dihlogo ka bana confidence ya bana ba Ntengeze
a tshihlile ne tabatleya ya bona bahlankana ba Ndengeza ba batle combination play tsa bona empa nako enngwe ba na le ba complacent ba itibale hobane ke danger zone mo bapalang teng phoso enngwe fela ba ka etsang ba ka iphumana ba le mathateng
ha o bua ka diphoso wena mothusi wa me ha o bolela ka diphoso motswalle wa ka phoso ke ntho enngwe ngata fela ka tenang a wa ipalama ngwanena re tloga fela jo ka mane ba shimana ba Chizi tla ranga go leo ka kona ba Japolo go bongwa le bala ka mane tlhakana le tsolomo monna re tloga fela jalo re ranga polo tabogela ka mane bona ka ina ngwane wa maphase bona ka mane ke ena ngwane ka kona motshameko Rocha Mila Rocha Mila
motswalle wa ka ba re di a boya ko fili ke tsona ntho tse tournament ena ya fili game tumeng ka tsona ha ba le hata ba le pikitla ba tsho ba itshela tswekere ba inyanyatsa a ko bona fela botle bogabani ba bahlankana ba Ndengeza
ba re ka mina ka wena ka mina ni ka mina itshine
ba etsa nika shamina sha wena mina teka famba
tachina Ntengeze Rocha Mila ka kwana patla koba pole tla go le chapola romela ka kwana romela pole telle ka kwana mothamotle ka ntle ga mekollo ka kwana na rometse pole teleni hlopha sena sa Ntengeze ba tlamela ba dire ntho e bitswa go game management gobane hlopha sena sa Chizi ga se ka khumana monyetla papadi yena e tlo change a bua le bona mokotlisi ka kwana mo romela molaetša mothamotle a re bona ga rena nako romela pole telle fela jalo
ke motlwile hantle o na reng ra shota ka goulu o jwanong he o na bua ka le monna o na Anthony re a ka le ko bapala ka potlako ha e so be nako ya hore a le palame a le hata tshele a etse yona happy hour seo se batlehang ke dintlha e seng ho thabisa letshwele
lebaka golo la gore le gona ba morago ka ntlha le baka golo la gore mokotlisa re a shota ka dintlha gobane ba morago ka ntlha e nngwe Ntengeze e ne se ntlha go hlopha sena sa Chizi ntse se hula ka morago ntse ba e batla ba sa ithole o retloga fela jalo bashimane ba Ntengeze ka kwana ka gore 18 o tla irang mona ke ratloga ka kwana mothamotle thiba sena sa bashimane bana se tsene overtime retloga fela jalo ka kwana e hlakana le thulamang pona ka mane bashimane ba Alexander Chizi ba tla iranga pona bashimane ba Alexander Chizi lebelela fela jwale ka gona ba romela pole tele ka mane Alexander Chise a tsipa fela ka mane ke long Chovis e ranga polo senya polo ka mane long Tom Chovis confidence o tla ranga polo mo tsamo ranga goleo ka lo gole 18 mona ka ra romela polo tele ka hodima mekollo
wile wa bua re bahlakana ba Ndengeza bana le confidence ka chokare na kwengwe bana lo itibala bahlakana ba yona Ndengeza o bone mane long Tom ba tliletsa phoso ba monkela polo athi he o na le teng imhlankana ona empa a o ko bone boemo ba libala bojwang ke mikoti mane dibaleng ke ka hore bolo e ntse e hlola hangata empa ha o le tjena re ka se kgone ho bala ntwe re ratang e re bitsang carpet football ka lebaka la lona le balane ka ipotsa ha pula e kana ho sana ho tlo ba jwang le apa ke le karolong ya boeda papadi ho tla ba jwang ka lebaka la lebala boemo ba lebala bona
phala lena le tswela pele le senyega ka motsotso o mongwe lo mongwe
ha ke tsebe wa e hopola Independence Stadium e leng kwa ko Eastern Cape se lebala leo ne le sebediswa ke Umtata Pushbacks
indeed
ha ke bona lebala lena ke hopola Independence Stadium mo imbabala e ne qeta batho teng hobane ba tseba hore ha o le tjena re tlameha ho bapala papadi ya polo e tjena.
It become a slaughterhouse and kamora ga mo e ba part of the plan ya papadi e tlang
nnete ya batleha jwanong ha o le tjena dihlopha tse tshwanang le Ndengeza ba tseba hore ha o le tjena ho ka ba bima hore re le hate re le palame re bapala yona carpet football jwanong ha ke re le ko bapala yona ntho e re bitsang direct football le dibolo tse telele e leng papadi eo ba sa tlwaelang ho e bapala
lebala lena le ba boima for sehlopha sa go swana le botjhese gobane bontsi bongata jwa dipapadi bongata jwa dihlopha tse tswang ka Alexander di rata carpet football bo shushainen piano e pia fela kgetlong lena ba gapeletsa hore ba ndize ba fofe
papading e fitileng the rock re bone makatsa ma PEE e bapalang yona ka flag football ba bapala tsona di long ball ya ba he a fihla Ntwani ke bua ka yena Themba Chauke a kopanya le letanta mme he papading ena ha ke tsebe bahlankana ba yona cheese ho tla tlamare ba ke ba le kotla ka lona le wale ba bapale bolo tse telele ba batle yena Thabang Chweni ba tlale Rutwan mohlomong seo se kana sa batswalla namane
nete fela jwalo motswalle wa ka nete fela jwalo tse o nkotla ga monate fela o itabula ka mehlala mabaka a ntse o iwa analyze papadi ena tse o nkeletsa ntho ngata fela jwalo re tloga fela jwalo ka kwana re bana phamja matsoko le bone ka mane bashimane ba ka kwana Ndengeza itachinana ni ka mina shawena re tloga ka kwana mothamo tlhakana ka mane long term a re bana le go ka ibona ka mane tsipa fela ka mane ka rocha re tloga ka mane a re bana le go kae ba itse apolo ba ibia ka ntle kana sekena ka se hlopha sa ka kwana sa bashimane ba itachina Ndengeza
go na le nako engwe ke na leng bona bahlankana ba cheese ba bontsha ntho e re bitsa numerical superiority o fumane jwalo sebapadi se le seng sa Ndengeza se potapotilwe ke dibapadi tse pedi kapa tse tharo jwanong ga le tjena he go tla tlamela re ba ke ba leke o ba tswela pele ba bapala jwalo e hlile ba kenya Ndengeza tlasa kgatello hangata ba bapala tsona di-2 kapa di-3v1
nete fela jwalo ka kwana mohlomongwe ba tla ba ithola ba kgona go ka lekalekanya dintlha gona jwalo a re sa le loane ka mona le fela ka kwana Ndengeza mathaka ntlha ka kwana hlopheng sa cheese ke le fela ka morao ntse ba hula le bo boima le la bona lena re tloga fela jwalo ka kwana e hlakana le tloga ka mona mothamotle ha re bana le go ka re tloga mona bona ka mane kana long term e ranga go leo re tloga fela jwalo bana phamisha matsogo ke le bone Ndengeza itachina gape itachina na Chinchong Hong Kong kolagasa hase o le tjena pele o tsa batho di mathatho tsentse tshele motswalle wa ka thuka mona le fela hlopheng sa cheese ba tla re tla itsukeng sa velelwa
ba re tla tjinana e hlile ke yona potso eo Ndengeza e romelang o bona bahlankana ba yona cheese ke tshelo ka re ba diphasoposo haholo ka re wa sheba lehlakoreng la ena mane sello se thole empa e ne le mtsama o motle a o ka bone bohlale ka mokgwa ba ibetlileng ka teng ba itsipa hanyane achi ya fihla Ntwani a ikopanya le letanta
ya tjena Ndengeza ya tjena Limpopo ya tjena ka kwana ke yone mothamotle Ndengeza wa tjena ke yona wa tjena a re ta tjena na Phillies Games 2020 ngwanaka a re ke a tshaba wena Lucky Molekeng mothamotle a re bona ke phamisitse letsogo le nna ke teng ile tshepedi karolong ya mathomo ya papadi ya rena papading ya rena mafelelo ile le fela hlopheng sa Alexander Chese pelo tsa bona le bona ya tuba mogima otle ba etsa ntho ngata ka re le 18 a re ka koba ka mano iranga go leo monyetlo mongata ke na sekana ka bona motshamotlatshi aba ba le buke tshwanang e tsa le pole kotsi ka bona motshamotla ba itshola ka kona e wela le tshola ka manenteng e iranga go leo bona ka mane ke na rocha romela o iranga go leo motshamotla re ka pole ka mane e tabogela ka motsotso kona Stibani ngwanenwa ka gora motshamotla wa Simphiwe o itshwa fela ya mogala ka kona re sekele teng e kana ba ke patile ke ntlha tshepedi e o pia fela yona ke tlo ba ke le teng ile jalo na le motsesa tsile kotsi motswalle wa ka kwana papadi ena ka kwana go tlapa buima gore hlopa sana sa Chizi se manetse
ya bona ke shebile papadi ya hae mane Emmanuel mono ba mbitsang Rocha Mila ehlile thusano ya hae ha o lo jwang lena mane Thembane entle mane ba reng ba lebala ba kgoma ho tlisana hore ha ke ya pele yena mane monna o ba mbitsang Kateko le yena ka o tshwana o tla sala morao a le ka o tshireletsa mme he ha le yena mane Thembane what a player o ko elelwe hantsha di pass tsa hae
o motle ngwanena o tseba go bala papadi ngwanena o tseba go bala papadi ka mehla le mabaka ene ge hlopha sena sa gona Alexander Chizi e ka sikelle tlhoko ba tla ikhumana ba le kotsing o tsile kotsing mapadi morago wa sehlopha sa ka kwana sa Chizi o gopole mothemotla hlopha sena sa ka kwana hlopha sena sa Amantla ka 2018 sile sa bomampudi ba tournament ena
ehlile ke a bona jaanong ke lebaka le ke o baneng o re o tshwana le sebini se seng sa mona Afrika Borwa e ka re ke sona sebini se binang Versace fela and Versace e be ke ena
hey a ke no ba ke sa itse gore ola tsa le motle ka kgole ya dinaona ga ke itse a da ke molatlela ntakana mpudule ba gatli ba mphatlile kae nenneng ngwanena o ile mathako mataxi ona ba mmitsa Sicho mathile ko sehlopheng sa baberwa ngwanena chase number 3 ya sehlopha sena Ratuluga fela jolo ka manekena Ndengeza tachinana wiranga mana matsamata ratuluga fela jolo arba na le ko ka mane tlaka na le tsolama ka motsotso bone bona ka manekena laki wiranga kona matsamata romela pole tlaka kona pole kotsi mona ke ra gore tswetsi bana sa yamogela ga bololo yamogela Stibani ka kona ane ba re mo romela nthenga ta re mo kokotela Stibani are koko ba re ngeno are njani fili ba re monate nate ga tona le gadi le a bua go fili Waretuluga kabulula ka kwana hlagana lotula mambona Aisha maimong amatome hlagana lotula ngwanela le hlaganolo tla diranga itshapole hlagana lotula manekena captain fantastic utaranga manekena molaola le botha la le botha tera pola rumela maimong abune bona ka manekena Ndengeza diranga polo tabogela ka mana motsamata ke mono ke motsetsa ka mana sekolo tswela ka tshela tamashonisa ba itshapole ba rumela ke na Chizi boys iranga polo ka manekena Alexander Chizi itachina Ndengeza bona ka manekena pass iranga polo ka motsotso hlagana lotula ka manekena ngwanena ka motso ba motshela polo ga bolula e wela lotula Stibani ka ngwana motsotso ngwanena ka mano yana Simphiwe rumela polo itlatsa mphashana e wela lotula mange wa ilebelela ka kona bona ka manita tshena Ndengeza Rocha Mila aretuluga fela jolo Ndengeza ya kena ka lo 18 ya kena Ndengeza ba motshela polo askata sporo ka kona ba siripa ka kona mogima mari o motla retuluga ka manekena ngwana Katlego ba lebella ka manekena Chizi tla ranga go leo ba lebella ka bololo ka manekena Alexander Chizi tla re mo retuluga ka manekena ba Alexander Chizi wa ilebelela ka mana moshimana Alexander Chizi iranga polita bogela kama ba lebella fela jolo ka mana mogobungwa lebala e wela le tholla motsamotla re banna le kokai retuluga ga bololo fela jolo waretuluga bashimane ba Alexander Chizi ora ke kana ka re go le 18 nna ke kana ka mana mana tsipa fela ka peta ba lebela ka mana ba rutula mama thulanana ngenga wa za real goodman tla ranga polo ka mana tseno mo 21 o tsile fela jolo wa ikela ka mana kena ngwanena ba ikoba ka mana cross kotsi ba retuluga fela jolo a kana sa le polo kotsi ka mana ka re go le 18 bashimane ba Chizi monna ke kana ke lokotsega a tsenya polo ba retuluga mo ka mana matsamotlo ntshitse kotsing ke ra sa kana ka mana mana sala fa ba ga di ya medibotswe a ntshitse kotsing ka kona mogima meri o motle e fela jalo karolong ya mathomo ya papadi ya rena fela jalo ka kwana karolong ya mathomo ya papadi ya rena o na le yo mongwe a se a tswileng ka kwana motsamotla o tla ka kwana ngwanena jersey nombolo 24 second substitute ya banna bana ka kwana ya sehlopha sa ka kwana sa banna ba Alexander Chizi o na le yo mongwe a se a tswile ka kwana ka karolong ya mathomo ya papadi ba irile disapo tse lekalekana tse pedi Stibani Ndengeza o ja ditanono ngwanaka o nwa metsi ka foroko o iketlile Stibani Ndengeza wa jadiwela ngwanena e sethibathibane sa sehlopha sa ka kwana sa ka mane Chizi ke mathata fela pele re mathata fela motho motle nka re o dikolotong karolo ya mathomo ya papadi karolo ya mathomo ya papadi motho motle e fela jwalo nalona re tlo kopana karolong ya bobedi ya papadi mo le gore hlopha tse pedi tsena a ka gopola gabotse hlopha sena sa ka kwana Ndengeza se nošitše dintlha tše di ka lekanago tše pedi ka karolong ya mathomo ya papadi hlopha sena sa Chizi ntse se hula-hula ka lefela ka morago nna re tla bona karolong ya bobedi a e latelago hlopha sa Chizi se kgona go dira se se dirilego ke Ndengeza goba Ndengeza e tla tšwela pele le go phanisa hlopha sa Chizi na a ke tsebe nna le tlo lahlela bofofu mo nakong e sa fetšego pelo gona bjalo karolo ya mathomo ya papadi e fela jwalo hlopha sa Ndengeza se mathaka tše pedi bona ka mane hlopha sa Ndengeza le sa Chizi ka mokgo di bapetšego ka gona first attempt ya sehlopha sena sa Chizi e kene jwalo e thomile ka ngwanana first attempt ya sehlopha sena sa ka kwana bashimane ba Ndengeza e thomile ka ngwanana wa Rocha ya feletša e le ntlha.
What a defense beating pass ya fumana Lennox mme a le jwalo Sibathibane se le sa leka o thiba re bolo e se ka kena ka ratanta empa Lennox o na le malalaotswe a hlaba kgetlong la bobedi ya ba ntlha ya pele ya yona Ndengeza
wa bona ga o bolela ka pass jersey number 6 ya sehlopha sa Ndengeza Nkateko ai ke yena ba a creatileng goal ena a fa Lennox
e hlile wa ba fepa kwa pele jwanong ba hlankana ba yona Chizi o tla tlamera ba ikate ba ke ba mo kwale hore a ska kgona go ntsha tsona di-pass tse jwana
ha o lebelela ka kona second ntlha ya banna bana ba Ndengeza e kene ka yona ntlha ena motho motle ngwanena a tshwanang le seopedi se sengwe sa Afrika Borwa o ile a dira phosho e upia fela a sanga ba tlogela monyetla Ndengeza
e hlile ya bona le tjena Lucky Molakeng o ingodisitse jwalo ntlha ya Ndengeza ya bobedi empa ya bona le botala yona mane Chizi ho tla tlamela re mokwetlisi a ka le go bua le bona hobane ba diphoso
ge le botala le diphoso thibathibane ga se sa bonagala
e hlile e ne le jwalo papadi mme he o le tjena re tla bona dipalopalo re di ne di eme jwang jwalo ka o bona ha e sale ntse le Ndengeza e ntse e hlasela o ra sheba le yona pole position e hlile Ndengeza ke yone laolang papadi ha ona dikarete tse tswileng empa papadi e santse le papadi e ntle dihuku di tharo ho yona mane Ndengeza engwe ho yona mane Chizi Alexandra Sithopha se thowa tlase kwana komora mme ha le tjena re tla ya fatshe mane re mbali a o ko re qoqelo di bone jwang.
It's 2-0 here, courtesy of Ndengeza, who are off to a flying start here. Hleza, we've been talking about this team. You were very excited when you saw that they were closing today's opening games, and certainly they are living up to the expectation.
It's an impressive start. You can tell they started on the front foot. They started on with the right type of intensity, tempo as well to the game, right type of intuition. You can tell from the coach's perspective view, the approach. He's a methodist, Ginola. We know what he's capable of doing. His tactics have worked immensely very well today. And one thing that has been impressive about the squad, you can tell that they've been able to get behind the defense of Chizi Alexandra, whose defensive third has been finding a little bit of difficulties in terms of keeping tabs with the likes of Lucky, Lennox up front there. You're seeing their fullbacks having to be more adventurous as possible, but the dominance in the middle of the park by the one and only Tembelani and one and only Roger Miller, as well as Totti, I call him aka Totti, inside that middle of the park. Dlamini as well as Ntokozo, they're finding a little bit of difficulties in terms of keeping tabs with them.
And when you look at the goals coming from Lennox as well as Ulaki, I mean, these goals already, they were already knocking. When you look at just how high the defensive line is pushing Chizi, they're struggling to actually keep up with the tempo and the pressure of Ndengeza.
It's the approach from the coach. Like I alluded as we opened up for analysis, it's the approach. He's simply just told them to play quite a high line, pressing game, not allow them time and space on the ball, not to maneuver around as well. It's a sensational first half from them. Will they be able to also contain it in the second half? That's another dilemma.
I mean, let's speak about the link up between Lennox and the fullbacks that you have been praising so much. We look at the combination plays of Ndengeza and just how organized they look.
Well, you could tell from the second goal, of course, the first goal, in fact, if we may say, from Lennox. They combined very well. Look at this intuition as well. Look at how that defensive third is stretched. Cheese as well. Hasn't been really solid. They've been looking disjointed at times. Their anticipation as well. They haven't been anticipating it very well. There is, of course, Makuleng actually just scoring that second goal just to sit on the safe side of things. And they played it very well. Link up very well. Combination play out wide. The defensive third, Lamine is late yet again. The goalkeeper having to come out, making a very nasty save as well. Couldn't cover his near post and he's been beaten.
But let's talk a little bit about Cheese because they've been struggling just a bit. It looks like, I mean, when you also look at the stats, Ndengeza 61% ball possession. You're looking at Cheese. They haven't even had one shot on target.
Well, I feel that from the training field, it's been something which the coach has been emphasizing on Ndengeza. They've got a quality team, players which are full of stature, mobility and stability as well. I always allude about tenacity. I always allude about audacity as well. But the sumptuous part is that they've been able to then get the shots on target, which they've been doing in the training session, and they've been able to get 2 from the 4 shots on target. The ball position, you can tell they've been phenomenal, even though they gave away a lot of set pieces and committed a lot of fouls. But I feel that it's been quite fantastic to see how they've combined and being on the front foot as well. So it's up to Cheese as well. From the bench, the coach having to speak to them in dressing room instructions from the bench, the likes of Ntantla coming on, probably they can add a little bit of a different stature into the game as well, just to get back just that one goal to then ease up a bit.
Okay, well, it is 2-0 here in our final match of the day here at Ruby Ridge Stadium. It is Ndengeza who are flying ahead. Well, Cheese has a lot of work to do as they are struggling to even move the ball within the pockets and they're being forced to play high balls. As you've said, that they don't even have one shot on target. So the team has to really try to be more creative coming into the second half and seeing which players that they can substitute them with if their bench has depth. Well, the next 45 is up next.
Bingana ng pinangina migana kuna la pena ku finish game at 2020 at 2021 samba na yung kuna la pena in partnership with him kuna la pena Gauteng Sports Recreation samba na yung kuna la pena Coca-Cola kuna la pena mlalelo kumona kuna la pena ukuthi isombe sospili somdlalo la khona gijima bona bafana kuna la pena Ndengeza ngejima nayo kuna la pena abafana bayo bechizi. Ngati ngizokhumbuza khona lapha namlaleli ukuthi kusukela ngo-2015 ama-champion khona lapha wayi-Phillies game Rebels bayithathile khona lapha i-Phillies game ngo-2015 kanti khona lapha 2016 yathatha iyo khona lapha i-Alex Mate kanti 2017 2018 yathatha iqembu labo bafana bakhona lapha i-Amandla kanti 2019 yathatha iyo khona lapha i-GS United kanti ukhumbule ukuthi soba nawo ama-champion amashashashasha kanjani ingoma khona laphayana iqembu labafana bakhona laphana be-Royal Rumble yona khona laphana i-GS United iphuzile ukungena khona laphayana ku-Phillies game. kanti ngisasho kanjalo ayishayi indwebe yakhe khona laphayana uNomphempe yaqala lisusa abafana bakhona laphayana bathini nabathi cheese yayithatha lisa khona laphayana kosukudla ayibona ihlangana nayo khona laphayana insizwa yayithatha lisa phezulu ayibona ithatha ibo khona laphayana bafana bakhona laphayana bathini nabathi uyena lo mfana yayithatha bayihlanganisa ayibona ithatha ibo khona laphayana bafana bayibethengeza ayibona ufuna ukwenza khona laphayana cheese yayithatha khona laphayana lisa kosukudla ayibona nankhona laphayana umfana athi bani nakhona laphayana chest number 17 bayithatha balisa phezulu ashintsha umdlalo khona laphayana bese kusekunxele yabona bafuna ukwenza khona phela ngebhola dada laphumela ngaphandle kuloko liphumela ngaphandle kuloko lithatha iqembu labafana bakhona laphana bathini nabathi Ndengeza yabona yalithatha khona laphana just number 15 khona laphana Innocent yabona bafuna ukwenza khona phela ngebhola yayithatha ishintsha umdlalo elifaka phakathi khona phela sesiswini yefuna amanina yayithatha khona laphana libisele emuva ithi captain yabona captain ufuna ukwenza khona phela ngebhola yalithatha khona laphana ibhola ilisa khona phela kusokunxele yabona bafuna ukwenza khona phela ngebhola abafana bakhona phela bethengeza yabona nangushoti ishoti ufuna ukwenza ngebhola balithatha akalula ithatha iqembu labafana bakhona laphana bathini nabathi Ndengeza kuzu uNomphempe khona laphana athi free kick yabo abafana bakhona laphana Ndengeza yayithatha khona laphana yahlanganisa Ndengeza yabona balithatha balisa phezulu yabona bafuna ukwenza ngebhola yalibamba uNozindi yalibamba uSiphiwe khona laphana athi thula nana athula nunu yasibona ufuna ukwenza khona laphana ngebhola yalithatha ibhola lisa phezulu yasebenza khona laphana umfana yasibona ufuna ukwenza khona laphana umfana yalithatha khona laphana uthukela zamapostona yasibona ufuna ukwenza ngebhola echeza number 14 bathi nakhona bona bathi cheese balithatha bahlanganisa yabona bafuna ukwenza ngebhola balithatha balithunga bathi nakhona bona bathi cheese yalithatha ishintsha umdlalo alidada laphumela ngaphandle kuloko nolikiphela ngaphandle khona laphana Anthony yelikiphela ngaphandle ijezi number 13 wabafana bakhona laphana icheese yethi sibona bafuna ukenzani ekhona laphana ngebhola yawuthi sibona bafuna ukenzani ekhona laphana ngebhola bafana bakhona laphana becheese yathi sibona bafuna ukenzani ngebhola bafana bakhona laphana becheese
ehlile uyabona ke shebile jwalo mokwetlisi wa yona cheese o tla kgothatsa bahlankana hore ba phakise ba hlabe ntlha ka potlako hore ba ka kgona ho kena papading ehlile ha o ka ro sheba le bona bahlankana ba yona mane cheese ba tshepile jalo yena Anthony hore a ka kgona ho etsa dintho di etsale mane ba reng ba le bala empa ke shebile Emmanuel Roger Miller o mkentse lihlo le tjotjo ehlile o tla leka hore a ska mo fa monyetla hore a etse ntho tsa tumeng ka tsona
awuqinisile khona la wena laphayana bukhanya awuqinisile khona laphayana wena ndoda yawuthi sibone nankhona laphayana bathi umqeqeshi wakho khona iqembu labafana bakhona labana beNdengeza yathi bona balithatha ngamakhanda ithatha yona khona iqembu labafana bakhona labana Ndengeza akhuzu uNomphempe khona laphayana athi free kick yabo abafana bakhona labana icheese kanti ukhumbula khona laphana mlaleli ukuthi ngizoba nayo iPhillies 11 ukhumbula khona laphana ukuthi ngizothatha iqembu eligijimile khona laphana from 1992 ekusukela khona laphana ku-2020 kanti khona laphana iPhillies 11 yami ekhona khona laphana uMayoyo ekuphaleni insizwa egijimile khona laphana ku-12 khona laphana khona uHitler umfoka amakufana insizwa egijimile khona laphana Colombia athi sibone nangithuba khona laphana sebenza insizwa khona laphana uAnthony ngisasho ekhona laphana mlalele ngithi Phillies 11 yami yekhona laphana emapaleni ukhona uMayoyo insizwa egijimile khona laphana ku-12 ukhona uHitler makufane insizwa egijimile khona laphana ku-Colombia kanti khona laphana ku-4 ukhona khona laphana uKhalasi insizwa egijimile yalithatha yalisusa ekhona laphana kalula yalithatha yalisusa khona laphana kalula yasibona bafuna ukwenza khona laphana ngebhola yalithatha balisa phezulu yabona ngoba khona itana khona laphana mlaleli lamba lihle ekhona laphayana mlalele chikombiso ngubini lamba lihle khona laphayana mlalele a3 abafana bayikhona laphayana Ndengeza iqanda ngalena abafana bayikhona laphayana icheese
ile ka chokare mhlankano na Rocha Mila omotle empa yabana mani ke shebile yena mani chikombiso ona wotlile yona ntwe re bitsange blind run bahlankana ba yona mani cheese a chihlile ba boroko mani mrawo empa wa tseba ha o le defender o tshireletsa you need to be familiar with your surroundings empa mona mhlankano la chikombiso o fihlila tsatsela a kena jalo ka mantarapane a ihlaba ka hare ya ba ditharo Ndengeza ke lefela ho yona cheese
ukhumbula khona laphayana mlalele ukuthi Phillies game 2020 will be broadcast live in Bukhoma khona laphayana ku DStv Now app at channel 245 nako khona laphayana ku Vision View Sports Radio khona laphayana mlalele Yeah, this morning, but Tiata could not be telling love of a couldn't have a chin about the chin, the Tiata in Ndengeza, Heaven of Tiata could not have a shit to shallow, but it's a could not have a sock, Heaven of Pungan could have been Ndengeza, it's all a manina, just number 22, Heaven of Pungan could have been a polam, Beltiata could not have a chin, it's like an eye one Tony, one Tony Pungan a polam, Yaltiati captain, Yaltiati captain, Heaven could not have been a shotty, Heaven of Pungan Ndengeza, Yaltiata could not have been Anthony, Yaltiata cheese and one of the Basanganism, now one Tony, Yaseban, the cradle of China. Yaseban, the cradle of China, could have been Lalele. At this point, about Chatabalisa Pesolo, Yaseban, Zamakanda, haven't a Punubanina, happened in Caesar just number 22, haven't opened that could have put a pola, Beltiata Basanganism, I tell about Polula, we could have put cheese, Beltiata Galuna, haven't attacked them, Rabba cheese, Beltiata Basanganism, haven't a Balisa Pesolo, Upon getting a pola, Beltiata Basanganism, 9 cheese, Yaltiata Kunapayana, 9 cheese. 1918, yes, the bands I couldn't lapay on phone. What's the bands I couldn't lapay on phone? Head one and tata come up from a couldn't lapay and about Ndengeza. Belchata will couldn't lapay on Pambilim, and I could have an Andy for a shabalana. Head one open getting a polam, Yelta Funu shot him, who Lennox shabalana. Head one open getting a polam, Yelta Sanganism, haven't a couldn't have a Sago so good. He put a knock on a just number 15, but to innocent to forget Hatebe, Yelta. Yeah, kuna lapayana mlalele sabansima atu kwaphela njena
ehlile Ndengeza base baqadile kaminyakwe ehlile baqadile ka yona tweribitsang happy hour kyambona monna usuna bolo ke tsona tsetse Ndengeza batume ka tsona ke itse diabuya kofili
ukhumbule khona lapha ukuthi our hashtag diabuya kofili a hashtag say no to gender based violence hashtag wear your mask kanti hashtag sanitize khona lapha ithuba elihle insizwa khona lapha yahlala ngephola insizwa yayo khona lapha Ndengeza ihlala ngethuba khona lapha uRocha Mila ihlala ngethuba khona lapha iRocha Mila mlalele izothatha uyokhona lapha uSimpiwe nozinto abafana bakhona lapha bechizi yalithatha lisa Pesro helpona bafunikeza khona lapha ngephola belithatha bahlanganisa balifaka phansi enkundleni helpona bafunikeza khona lapha ngephola belithatha ukhona lapha umfana helpona bafunikeza khona lapha ngephola yalithatha ujikeleza uqula amapostola belithatha bahlanganisa bathi nabathi chizi helpona bafunikeza ngephola yalithatha khona lapha uNyakalo Mukwena helpona uNyakalo ufunikeza ngephola yalithatha khona lapha lisemuva ihlangana naye khona lapha captain Ndengeza helpona Ndengeza Fungaza ngepola kusu nompempe khona lapha yena athi free kick yabo hamba funa mayo khona lapha yena Ndengeza yalithatha bahlanganisa khona lapha Ndengeza 18 yalibona bafunikeza khona lapha ngepola abone macheke kateko macheke yatenkateko macheke happy hour khona lapha naleta khona lapha nonkateko umfaka macheke yalibona bafunikeza ikhona lapha ngepola yalithatha liphumela ngaphandle kuloku yalithatha liphumela ngaphandle kuloku khona lapha namlalele a3 abafana baye khona lapha yena bathi nina bathi Ndengeza iqanda ngalena abafana baye khona lapha bechizi i3 abafana bayakhona lapha Ndengeza iqanda abafana bayakhona lapha iChizi kanti kuba khona lapha ukuthi sibenawo umdlali phansi khona lapha ngo10 khona lapha namhlanje nje kula sibona khona Umlilo naye new first kanti sabona khona lapha abafana babemlilo khona lapha baqabula yini khona lapha new first khona lapha u41 kanti zakejima khona lapha iBK FC yathi sibona bathatha la khona nethini hayi labalisela khona lapha namlalele labalishe khona lapha namlalele 4 abafana bayakhona lapha Ndengeza iqanda abafana bayakhona lapha iChizi
ehlile phoso elengetswa ke sona Stibathiwani kile ka tsho batlankana ba yona mane mrao ehlile ba diphoso a bona Roger Miller a ke tsebe na re wa phasa e koropetsa a the Stibathiwani ya mphunyuwa e ka hopola Monip Joseph a etsa phoso e tjena le yena a santsana Matshonala no Pirates re ka tsho re ya bona mona Simphiwe ehlile o bolaile sehlopha ka matsoho
bayasho khona lapha ukuthi le pitch ipampi khona lapha mlaleli kade kwamele basijwayeze ukuba ama professional player bajwayele wonke ama pitch khona lapha mlaleli ngisasho kanjalo 4 abafana bayakhona lapha Ndengeza iqanda ngalena hamba fana mayo khona lapha iChizi yathi sibone balithatha unlike khona lapha ubufukenge yathi sibone ufuna ukuyeza ingephola uyalithatha liphumela ngaphandle libe phola la kaNosinto Simphiwe liphumela ngaphandle kuba iphola lakhe khona lapha uSimphiwe yathi sibona ufuna ukezani ekhona lapha ngephola kuba nekusasa ezobe gijima bona abafana bayakhona lapha itsala nange yamba naye khona lapha iAmandla ngo10 kanti khona lapha 12 pm zobe gijima yona khona lapha i110 yamba naye abafana bayakhona lapha bakasithembiso kanti khona lapha 2 o'clock ibhola lomswenko akwara zobe gijima nawo abafana bayakhona lapha Ambassadors the Poachers ama 2 points khona lapha namlalele kanti abarondoli bayamba naye khona lapha i1 Lion yathi sihlabela umkhamo sibele emdlalweni khona lapha sibona lithatha ngubani na yathi abafana bakhona lapha beChizi yathi bahlanganisa bafuna ukezana khona lapha ngephola kuzu nompempe offside akuza unompempe ekhona lapha namlalele yakuza unompempe ekhona lapha namlalele yathi khona problem child khona lapha penchini yamba abafana bakhona lapha Ndengeza yasibone balithatha balisa phezulu yasebenza khona lapha Cradle of China yabona khona lapha 10 over 4 thatha khona lapha iChizi yabona nankhona lapha umfana uAnthony ufuna ukezani ngephola balithatha kalula yathi sibone nankhona lapha umfana bathi bana bathi unkate komajeke yalithatha ifaka phakathi khona lapha esiswini yabona ihlangana naye khona lapha 11 yabona ukezani khona lapha ngephola abafana bakhona lapha beNdengeza balithatha bahlanganisa yabona khona lapha Ndengeza yathatha khona lapha captain ngisasho yakhona lapha ukuthi le pitch ayikho kahle khona lapha ipampi yabona khona lapha useshi uthi ufuna ukushaya i-through pass khona lapha captain liyapampa khona lapha ibhola yakhona lapha namlaleli ngisasho kanjalo athi sihlabela umkhamo sibele emdlalweni khona lapha sibone lithatha kubani na yabiza insizwa ekhona lapha namlaleli yabiza insizwa ekhona lapha namlaleli but yellow card iphumela yena ekhona lapha yana umfana uThembelani umfoka Makhuvele
ehlile kenselo tobuhlaswa yena mani Thembani ehlile uyabona entseni unamuqetile aqetile ka yena empaki yabona inesima ikemisetso haye hore akakenya loto buhlaswa tjena yena Thembani
yawuthi sihlabela umkhamo sibili emdlalweni khona lapha uThembani Makhuvele usitholela khona lapha yena yellow card uThembani umfoka Makhuvele yakuza unompempe khona lapha yana athi maye free kick yamo abafana bakhona lapha beChizi yithi maye free kick yamo abafana beChizi khona lapha namlalele amane ngapha iqanda ngalena amane ngapha iqanda ngalena isombe sesibili khona lapha semidlalo Phillies game 2020-2021 yakhona lapha namlalele sambanayo eGauteng Sports Recreation eThabisa Plaza a4 post a Coca-Cola yabona phuningezana itene liphumela ngaphandle ibhola khona lapha namlalele Adilshaya insizwa ekhona lapha ibhola yalibona nakhona laphayana umfana khona laphana uRoger Miller uthi yalisquare khona laphayana awunozindi adopha phansi khona laphayana unozilahla Paponga khona laphayana eLimpopo khona laphayana unozindi wabo abafana bayo khona laphayana ichisi mlalele yethi sibona khona laphayana bayenza abafana baye bechizi belithatha bahlanganisa khona laphana bashiye emuva ebona bafuna ukuyeza ngephola belithatha bahlanganisa ebona khona laphana bafuna ukuyeza ngephola belithatha balisa khona laphana kosinxele yalithatha likobe idini khona laphayana yasebenza khona laphayana umfana nanyalithatha balibuyisela khona laphana phakathi 18 yasebenza i-captain abona nanguRoger Miller i-counter attack yabo abafana bakhona laphana betengeza ebona bafuna ukuyeza khona laphana ngephola ihlangana naye khona laphana umfana uLonex umfaka shamalala yathi sibona ufuna ukuyeza ngephola yalithatha ulifaka phakathi ufuna umacheke balithatha kalula thatha iqembu labo abafana bakhona laphana bechizi balithatha bahlanganisa ebona bafuna ukuyeza khona laphana ngephola yasebenza i-captain nanyalithatha ishintsha umdlalo ifuna ubanina ifuna ushare aba dancing feet yayithatha khona laphana usession yalibona ufuna ukuyeza ngephola ufuna khona laphana umacheke yayithatha ishintsha umdlalo ulisa khona laphana kusukula ifuna ubanina khona laphana chest number 10 ifuna ulakhe mufukenge abona yalithatha ufuna umacheke one-touch football yalikobe 18 basebenza ngamakhanda balithatha khona laphana abafana baye betengeza ebona bafuna ukuyeza khona laphana ngephola balithatha bahlanganisa bathi nabathi tengeza yalithatha 1-1 ma-11 ebona ufuna ukuyeza ngephola balithatha balithunga khona laphana abafana baye betengeza akubona nangi-dancing feet seshi balithatha bafuna umacheke ahlala ngephola khona laphana umacheke
uyabona ntse ke tjho ke re diabuya kofili ha o batla bona kasi flavor o tla ithola wona mona ke re wa mbona yena mhlinkana wona innocent ehlile bambitsa yena professor Tolo o santsana tlole hata a ipalame o bone wila isume lefatsa a watla tsoba di brick fall ke yena innocent o ihlabile ntlha etsa tsila ka jeno ya boraro jano ga le tjena ba etsa phethuo o tshwa kena etsa di phethuo yena Gino ntse ke tjho ke re ha re sombone re phatsa tsila ka jeno
izolithatha khona laphayana abafana bayo bathi ninakhona bana bayishintsho yenza ushintsho khona laphayana Ndengeza ngiyaphuna ingena khona laphana uJason number 14 khona laphayana abafana bayo Ndengeza khona laphayana mlalelo kubune ukuthi khona laphayana abafana bayo Ndengeza bake bangena khona laphana ku Phyllis game ngonyaka 2017 khona laphana kade bashaywa khona laphayana ema7 khona laphana ku round of 32 khona laphayana abafana bayo Ndengeza ngazokhumbula khona laphayana ukuthi iChizi ike yaba yibo khona laphayana ama champion wayo khona laphayana iPhyllis game bamba ngayo khona laphayana abo Maimani Phiri bamba ngayo Phuphuwayo bamba ngayo khona laphana abo Mpho khona laphana statue sikaMedemo umfo okamagola yawuthi sibone baqala phansi khona laphana qala iqembu labona bakhona laba bathina bathi chizi albona yathatha lisa phezulu ebona bafuna ukwenza khona laphana ngephola belithatha khona labona balisa phakathi siswini ebona bafuna ukwenza khona laphana ngephola ebona khona laphana chest number 20 bathi banabo thwena lo mfana yalithatha ahlanganisa khona laphana Ria Bethu ebona Ria Bethu ufuna ukwenza ngephola yalithatha ahlanganisa khona laphana 18 asibona nayi chizi khona laphana ahlala ngethuba insizwa ahlala ngethuba khona laphana ichizi mlalele azoba kuphuna lamathuba alashoni langa yawuthi sibone khona laphana baqala phansi abafana bakhona laphana betengeza baqala phansi Ndengeza ama-Ndengeza bakubona insizwa khona laphana umacheke yalithatha lisa phezulu yabona bafuna ukwenza khona laphana ngephola balithatha bahlanganisa bafuna khona laphana ithawa yabona ithawa ufuna ukwenza ngephola yalithatha likobe khona laphana 18 yabona nangu khona laphana umfana bathi bana bathi Roger Miller ufuna ukwenza ngephola yalikobe 18 yabona khona laphana bahlala ngethuba yabo fana bayo khona laphana Ndengeza amethwa khona laphana umfana uthawa alithatha alikhiphela ngaphandle khona laphana umfana uthawa Jason number 5 weqembu labafana bakhona laphana Ndengeza yalithatha khona lapha nelisa phezulu ibhola yabona bafunikeza khona lapha ngebhola yabona khona lapha umacheke unkate kufoka amacheke ayithina babhola ithatha iqembu labo abafana khona lapha bathi cheese yalithatha balisa phezulu yabona bafunikeza khona lapha ngebhola ozolithatha lihlokonono khona lapha namlalele ukhumbule khona lapha ukuthi Ndengeza they have nothing to lose bamba phambili khona lapha ngamane eqandeni khona lapha namlalele yalithatha khona lapha balisa phezulu thina babhola ihlangana nabafana bakhona lapha becheese yabona bafunikeza khona lapha ngebhola bafuna insizwa khona lapha unyaka lomukwena yabona umukwena ufunikeza ngebhola hlala ngethuba basebenza balithatha balubisela khona lapha kunozinde bathi bana bathula ihlokonono yalithatha khona lapha nofaka phakathi obona banapho captain khona lapha iseke impazamo akhozi nompempa athi free kick khona lapha esesimeni esibuqayi khona lapha i-free kick yabo abafana bayikhona lapha icheese khona lapha namlaleli awutisiphe khona lapha ngehlolo khosi awumnyathelile khona lapha mlaleli enyathelile ekhona lapha namlaleli umnyathelile khona lapha uhlakatani umfo ukamatho ngehlolo khosi khumbula khona lapha ukuthi ama-fouls cheese yenze khona lapha 6 fouls kanti khona lapha Ndengeza yayenza 11 fouls kanti ngisasho kanjalo yadominate khona lapha iyona Ndengeza khona lapha namlaleli yethi sibone bafuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngayi-free kick yamba bafana bayikhona lapha becheese yethi sibone nakhona lapha cheese lakhona nethini hayi labalihle khona lapha namlalele labalihle ekhona lapha namlalele four abafana bakhona lapha icheese iqanda ngalena abafana bayo 1 epheqelezi abafana bayo ekhona lapha icheese alishayile insizwa khona lapha untokozo umfo kasibante
ehlile yabona ke umnyetla wa yona cheese ka khutla papading rile ra bua ka lebala lena le ntseng le selitle me wa bona hape bolo ile atlola mane Mr Batibani bolo ena lehlonolo ile mophil phanyetsa me he na ntokozo watsi ba re ke msebetsi o motle o a yentseng jano ga ditjena go tla tlama gore cheese ba ke ba le go hlasela hobane nto bana ba hlakana ba Ndengeza kwa komrao ba complacent ba itshepile haholo mme ba etsa jwalo ba tla iphumana ntse ba etsa diphoso hangata langata
awasho khona lapha benantsiza ngisasho nami ukuthi ena irelaxile ekhona lapha iqembu labafana bakhona lapha Ndengeza kanti khumbule ena ukuthi the best way to attack ekhona lapha is to attack kanti the best way to defend is also to attack imile iqembu labafana bakhona lapha Ndengeza bamile emuva ekhona lapha abasayi phambili ingani ingoba khona lapha bahamba phambili ngamakhulu khona lapha amane ekwelilotho khona lapha yabafanele bakhona lapha icheese ay naye ithiza akhona lapha kosi flavor ekhona lapha i-Phillies game ekhona lapha amlalele labaliseshi ambaseshi ukhumbule ukhumbule ekhona lapha inkunzi yabo umqeqeshi weqembu labafana bakhona lapha becheese umqeqeshi wabafana bakhona lapha icheese yababiza khona lapha uthi awumathambo hlanganani ekhona lapha iqembu labafana becheese
uyabona he mkwetlisi mohlomong tsa ba khuthatsa re batle ba bapalele wala yona high press ba seke ba ba dumela hore ba tshware bolo na kwetelele empa le teng ba hlakana ba yona cheese ha ebe ba tla peteletsa ba pale yona press ho tla tlama hore ebe ntwe re bitsang an organized press kapa synchronized press hobane ha ba pressa boholo ba nako ba hlankana ba yona cheese ha ona ha ba khona ho tsietsana kwa kopele
yalithatha ekhona lapha nazothatha iqembu labafana bakhona lapha becheese yethi sibone lithatha ubani nakhona lapha kwesukudla balithatha emuva khona lapha abafana becheese ihlangana naye khona lapha insizwa yethi sibone bafuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngephola yalithatha khona lapha belisa phezulu liphumela ngaphandle kuloku liphumela ngaphandle kulongo lithatha abafana bayakhona lapha bejizi bafuna ukuyaqumqa khona lapha isenta yathi sibone bafuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngebhola bayilithatha bayiqumqa khona lapha isenta yabona bafuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngebhola akuzu nompempe khona lapha yena athi free kick kwayo abafana bayo khona lapha yena ichizi yalithathile beka phansi khona lapha yena insizwa bathu vanina khona lapha yena bathu fana ka-uva ayalithatha khona lapha yena abafana bayo bejizi yethi sibone bafuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngebhola uyalithatha yalikhoba khona lapha lisa phakathi khona lapha 18 yabona bafuna ukuyenzani ngebhola yasebenza khona lapha yena itonga labafana bayo Ndengeza yasebenza itonga labafana bayo khona lapha Ndengeza ukhumbula khona lapha ukuthi 70 minutes yakhona lapha yena epotini yahamba imizuzu yakhona lapha yena epotini mlalele kanti 4 abafana bayo yakhona lapha yena Ndengeza elilodwa ngalena ekuchizi yakhona lapha yena amlalele Phyllis game 2020 yathi sibone balithatha khona lapha agrupeti insizwa ekhona lapha ifuna ukushaya into zakaCristiano Ronaldo ifuna ukushaya khona lapha ongathatha ukubheka uzokhumbula khona lapha ku-PSL egijima inqamu labo abafana bakhona lapha bebaroka igijima naye khona lapha Orlando Pirates kula sibone khona lapha unozinto wabo abafana bakhona lapha Oscarin Masuluke khona lapha ngezulukhozi
ehlilele lemunyetla omuhle wayona mani chizi yabona bahlankana bandengeza guilty of ball watching bane bashebile ha ba ikoropetsa boloyo empa kgetong lena zanele a chihlile uitikile empa bolo haya ya motlameleng yente
yathi sibone balithatha khona lapha abafana bayo bejizi bafuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngebhola balithatha bahlanganisa lwela kuye khona lapha just number 5 bathi banina bathi Ntokozo umfakathi bande Ntokozo umfakathi bande khona lapha yena amlalele yalibamba khona lapha lihlona lo wayintengeza balithatha balisa phezulu yalithatha indoda ngamakhanda bafaka khona lapha sesweni hlangana naye khona lapha noRojamila ifuna ukuyenzani ngebhola uyo khona lapha umfana uMacheke ufuna ithawa la ithawa yalibona ithawa ufuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngebhola yalithatha khona lapha shija madoda yabona ithawa 18 balithatha Roja yalibona bathu bana bathu Macheke yalithatha Macheke iMacheke ifuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngebhola yalishiya khona lapha ifuna just number 14 bathu bana bathu yena lo mfana yalithatha fana khona lapha yana yabona bana bathi funa Eiffel Tower bathi khona lapha tower itawu yalithatha ifuna Macheke Ndengeza mayintengeza alibona nakhona lapha Rojamila balithatha bayilithunga bathi na bathi Ndengeza yabona Ndengeza yathi sibona Ndengeza bafuna ukuyenzani khona lapha ngebhola yalithatha khona lapha liphumela ngaphandle kuloko liphumela ngaphandle kuloko khona lapha nathatha iqembu lapha bafana bakhona lapha bejizi
go center Zanele let's go center
ke shebile mane ba reng ba libala bahlankana ba yona Ndengeza ke shebile ena mane Macheke ke yena monna etsang gore Ndengeza e bapale kore ke mshebile monna wona le ka mkhwa ba palang ka teng o iketlile di pass ya dintshang ke di pass ditle o ka ba tsho re mhlankana wona o shebile o rata o shebela Thiago Alcantara ha ke tsebo a mtseba sebapadisa Liverpool se ka bolang ke hore Thiago wa para jersey ya botshelela athi le yena he Macheke o e retse jalo jersey ya botshelela ke utla minyenyetsi bare hona le stopper se seng sa kwa PSL ba mshebile ba ntse ba molekula mohlomongwe tseding tsa mohlomong hana kontseya re kana rambona mane ho disk challenge na mhlankana wona Macheke
ukhuluma ngaye khona lapha yena uThiago Alcantara ekhuluma ngaye khona lapha yena Alcantara insizwa ethathe khona lapha yena UEFA Champions League naye khona lapha yena iqembu labafana baye khona lapha yena iBayern Munich insizwa khona lapha yena sibone gijima phansi England egijima khona lapha yena kuLiverpool abafana baye khona lapha yena Jurgen umfoka Klopp ekhona lapha yena mlalele yalithathile phansi khona lapha yena insizwa yayo Ndengeza Ndengeza ngendlolokhozi abambampile khona lapha yena umfana khona lapha bamhlalise gabi idlalise kabi khona lapha yena umfana waye weTengeza balithatha balikhoba khona lapha neTengeza yabona bafuna ukwenza khona lapha ngephola khona lapha 18 akuzu nompempe khona lapha yena athi free kick yabo abafana bayo khona lapha yena icheese yalsusa ekhona laphena kanjalo umlaleli yalsusa lisa phezulu helbona bafuna ngeza khona phana ngephola balithiyatha balafaka phakathi esiswini helbona bafuna ubanina athi nabaphola khona laphena iqembu labafana bakhona phana intengeza ayithatha ijezi nomlo 7 bathi wena bathuyena lo mfana helbona bafuna ngeza khona phana ngephola balithiyatha bafana bakhona phana bechizi Anthony ufuna ngeza ngephola kuzuno mpempe khona laphena athi free kick yabo abafana bayo ekhona laphena ichizi mlaleli kathi khumbule ekhona laphena mlaleli ukuthi mafuna ukuqhumana nathi uvela ngena khona laphena ku Google uthi www.philliesgaming.com or uvela ngena khona laphena ku Facebook uthi Phillies Gaming ulike picture yethu ngoba khona ama social media analysis wethu will be updating us with everything that is happening ekhona laphena mlaleli khumbule ukuthi Phillies Game 2020 will be broadcast live on the DStv and Now app ekhona laphena channel 245 ekhona laphena nakhona ku YouTube kathi khumbule khona laphena ukuthi samba nayo iVision View Sports Radio ekhona laphena mlaleli kuyo iPhillies Game 2020-21 kathi khumbule ukuthi aqhumana nami ekhona laphena mlaleli ku Facebook unginikeze iPhillies 11 yakho ekhithimile from 1992 kufikela manje khona laphena ku 2020 kathi ngisasho mina ekhona laphena ukuthi iPhillies 11 yami ukhona uMayoyo ukhona uHitler uKhalasi uThabo Matlaba ukhona uPenson Mhlongo ukhona khona laphena uNinja Mfukenge ukhona uShakes Khungwane ukhona uPisa Matamati ukhona khona laphena uMaimani Phiri ukhona uThe Black Jesus uSkara Ngobese kanti khona laphana abastrike ngaye Saki insizwa bekithima khona laphana ku Colomba yiyo kena iPhillies 11 yami ya 2020 kanti bakithima ngayo khona laphana i4-2-3-1 ekhona laphana mlaleli yawuthi sibone balithatha ekhona laphana abafana bayo bechizi yenti sibone ekhona laphana ichizi futhi kenzani ingephola khona laphana mlaleli yashoni langa lashoni langa afo abafana bayo khona laphana bentengeza 1 abafana bayo khona laphana bechizi isombe esesibili isomdlalo ukhumbule khona laphana ukuthi khona laphana we must always wear our mask khona laphana sanitize khona laphana ukuze sifikele kuyo khona laphana uphuphane abalebiza ngayo khona laphana uCovid-19 khona laphana mlaleli yathi sibone yalithatha nozinto abafana bakhona laphana bentengeza lihlokonono yalithatha lisaphezulu ebona bafuna ngeza ngephola ifuna khona laphana iEiffel Tower ihlangana nayo uMajeke ufuna ngeza ngephola yalithatha ifuna khona practice number 14 balithatha bahlanganisa bathi naba thintengeza yalithatha libusela khona laphana emuva ihlangana nayo khona laphana uMajeke yalithatha ishintsha umdlalo ifuna khona umuntu captain ebona nayo khona laphana intengeza hayi khona laphana thina bapolo thatha iqembu labo abafana khona laphana bathina bathi chize yathatha khona phana kwasokudla balithatha bahlanganisa ebona ufuna ngeza ngephola yathatha yababiza khona phana insizwa yathi sibona khona phana ufuna ngeza ngephola abafana bakhona phana intengeza lola kuye khona phana captain uhlekethane ebona bafuna ngeza ngephola nankhona phana umfana uMacheke ufuna ngeza ngephola yabathatha ekhona phana umfana ufuna ubani na efuna insizwa uRocha Mila yathi sibone uRocha Mila eshintsha umhlalo khona phana lisako sungunda ihlangana naye khona phana useshe bathi dancing fit ebona ufuna ngeza ngephola yathatha bahlanganisa bathi nakhona phana nakhona phana intengeza yasebenza ekhona phana abafana baye bechizi
achihlile uyabona bahlankana bachizi base baqala uyibatla bolo ena baye batla ka torch empa hubima or bakayifumana ubani bahlankana bandengeza good touches good passing combination play yabona enhle nitabahle
yalithatha Elisa aphezulu abafana baye khona laphana bechizi yathi sibona bafuna ngezana khona laphana ngephola yasebenza dancing fit elibona khona laphana ifuna just number 15 bathi bana nakho laphana bathu innocent ifuna ngezana ngephola balithatha ekhona laphana bafuna bana nakho laphana bafuna Nthokozo ebona Nthokozo ufuna ngezana ngephola balithatha bathi want to touch football ebona khona laphana kuyi session dancing fit Serge Rocha Mila bathi jikeleza qula amapostola ifuna ngezana khona laphana session yalithatha ishintsha umdlalo ifuna khona laphana kuzuno mpempe atuvunane kambreni likakhokho ahopside akuza ekhona laphana somuqa khona laphana bathubanini bathi Donald akuza uDonald khona laphana offside abafana bayo bethengeza Iti offside abafana bayikhulula lapha beTengeza belithatha ichizi balisa phezulu yasebenza ngamakhanda yabona nakhona lapha umfana badurocha mina belithatha lela kuye khona lapha Anthony yabona Anthony ufunikeza ngephola bathi nakhona lapha bathi chizi yalithatha yahlanganisa elitha khona lapha kuntokozo ufunikeza ngephola yathatha ishintsha umdlalo alithatha lapho mina ngaphandle kuloko liphumela ngaphandle kuloko lithatha iqembu abafana bayikhulula lapha beTengeza liphumela ngaphandle kuloko lithatha iqembu labafana bayikhulula lapha beTengeza amlalele yalithatha balisa phezulu yabona khona lapha bafuna ayifelt kuzo nompempe athi fanane kamereni likagogo offside yalithatha ekhona lapha balibeka phansi abafana bayikhona lapha bathi yini nakhona lapha nomsika ise umfoka Dlamini yalithatha ekhona lapha ufuna umanina abafana khona lapha Chester 14 balithatha bahlanganisa kuzo nompempe khona lapha yena athi free kick yabo abafana bayo ekhona lapha yena ichizi ifree kick yayo khona lapha yena ichizi sendaweni eqhayi kakhulu khona lapha yena ekhona lapha yena ngehlolokozi hayi umpampile khona lapha yena mnyathela umpampile mnyathela khona lapha yena umfana umpampile mnyathela akhona lapha yena umfana amlalele izoba ifree kick yabo abafana baye khona lapha yena bathi yini na bathi chizi izoba ifree kick yabo abafana bayo bechizi mlalele yathi sibone bafunikeza khona lapha ngephola abone nakuThokozo liphumela ngaphandle kuloko liphumela ngaphandle kuloko khona lapha yena mlalele izothatha iqembu labafana bakhona lapha bathini na bathi Ndengeza Ndengeza izothatha Ndengeza Ndengeza khona lapha yena mlalele bayalithatha ipona khona lapha baqala kalula khona lapha bafuna ubanina yalithatha khona lapha ichizi thatha khona lapha Ntokozo ufunikeza khona lapha ngephola balithatha bahlanganisa abafana bakhona lapha bechizi balithatha ichizi yabona ichizi ufunikeza khona lapha ngephola balithatha khona lapha balisa kusungunda yabona ngiyalithatha insizwa ligoba ngamakhanda etini ahlala ngethuba ekhona lapha yena umfana uKatlego yahlala ngethuba akhona lapha yena umfana uKatlego amlagesolokhozi
ehlile uyabona jano bahlankana bachizi batsho bakena hanyani lanyani bakokota kile katsho kare bahlankana bayona mani Ndengeza bana luitibala bana lu bontsha signs of complacency awuluzwa ngawusheba ndiyana chizi ehlasela ihlakureni la yena mani hlekelane ihlile jano bahlankana bachizi hotatlamari bake ba elelwe bane batswele pele ho dikoropetsa mohlomungu sena sikana saba etsa hore sikana bathusa hore ba hlabentlha
bayalithatha balisa phezulu abafana bayakhona lapha bechizi yathi sibone bafunikeza khona lapha ngephola balithatha balisa khona lapha nguriya bethu ebona uriya bethu khona lapha shintsha amadoda yalithatha ulifaka phakathi esiswini efuna banakho khona lapha Chester 20 balithatha bahlanganisa ayithatha baphola khona lapha iqembu laba abafana bakhona lapha bathi yena bathi Ndengeza ebona nangurocha mina yathatha ifuna ubanina ebona khona lapha Chester 14 bathi banakho khona lapha bathi yena lo mfana yathatha rocha mina thina baphola iqembu laba abafana bakhona lapha bathi yena bathi chizi ebona khona lapha nanguKatlego yalithatha iKatlego khona shintsha amadoda ebona ufunikeza khona lapha ngephola abafana bakhona lapha bechizi balithatha bahlanganisa lithatha laphumela ngaphandle kuloko liphumela ngaphandle kuloko uzothatha abafana bakhona lapha beTengeza liphumela ngaphandle kuloko uzothatha abafana bakhona lapha Ndengeza yalithatha yaliphonsa lisa phezulu yalibona bafunikeza khona lapha ngephola balithatha ekhona lapha bashintsha umdlalo yabona khona lapha bafuna ubanina bafuna insizwa Anthony yalibona nangu Anthony yathatha ishintsha amadoda yabona khona lapha nesiswini yathatha ishintsha umdlalo yabona bafuna ubanina yabona uriya bethu alikoma khona lapha 18 akunamuntu yekhona lapha 18 bayakokota bafana baye bechizi ekanti-ke na akunamuntu yekhona lapha 18 yekhona lapha neqembu labafana bakhona lapha Ndengeza
ihlile kile katsho pijana kare bahlankana bachizi bahlasela ka lehlakureng la yena mane hlakanane jwanong ga o le tjena o tlatlamare ba ke ba leke o mothusa gobane yona chizi e ntse kena hanyane le hanyane kokota mme he ke shebile mane ba reng ba lebala ga re sa mbona haholo yena Anthony e ka gore ka tjho re re o tlositse loto le furreng mme seo se dumela banna ba tshwana le yena mane Nkateko Macheke gore a iketsetse fela mane ko ha reng ba lebala
kanti siyabona kena ukuthi bamthathile khona laphena u-Anthony bamisa khona laphena khona laphena kwesokudla esayitini babona khona laphena iphisi yabo athi sibone khona laphena Ndengeza ngene ejini esibona bafuna ukwenza khona laphena ngephola Ndengeza mayintengeza balithatha balibuyisela emuva ihlangana naye khona laphena umfana bathi banakho laphena ufuna chest number 14 balithatha bahlanganisa Ndengeza mayintengeza athi sibone Ndengeza mayintengeza yalithatha ifuna ubadina efuna khona laphena u10 feet ebona nanguseshe yalithatha libuyisela emuva usezi chikombiso umfaka ngobeni ebona ufuna ukwenza ngephola yalithatha shintsha mathonta yalithatha khona laphena bashintsha mathonta uThembelane yathi sibona uThembelane ufuna ukwenza ngephola yalithatha ufuna captain ebona bafuna ukwenza ngakhuzu nompempe athi vunane kampren lika gogo ahopside offside yamba fana ba khona laphena bathi inina akhona laphena bathi Ndengeza yathi sibone bafuna ukwenza ingephola balithatha balikhiphela ngaphandle kolongo balithatha balikhiphela ngaphandle kolongo khona laphena ibhola yathi sibone bafuna ukwenza khona laphena ngephola balithatha ngamakhanda akhuzu nompempe khona laphena athi free kick yabo abafana bayo khona laphena Ndengeza baqala phansi khona laphena Ndengeza amlalele
litsatsise lidikela mme Ndengeza ha o le tjena ihlile uyabona ba etsa ntwe re tsang game management ba batla laola sekgatla sa papadi mme he ha o le tjena bahlankana ba cheese seo se ba ferikanya hobane ha ba kgone ho fumana bolo mme ha o le tjena ha ba ba dumele le hore ba le thetse mme ha bona seo ke se elelwang bahlankana ba yona mane Ndengeza ho tla tlameha re ba ke ba dihlabe dintlha hobane karolong ya boedi second leg rutuna bobedi mohlomong o cheese e kana ya tla le dibapadi tse ding tseo re sa di tsebeng e ba makatse
Mausho kanjalo wangikhumbuza khona laphana UEFA Champions League ngonyaka ka2018 la sabona khona iLiverpool ishaya khona laphana icomeback ukhumbula khona laphana ukuthi yena iBarcelona behamba phambili ngamagoli amane egolini elilodwa kanti yabuya khona laphana iqembu labafana bayakhona laphana ngesolokoze isasho kanjalo babuya abafana baye beLiverpool bashaya khona laphana amagolu ama-6 khona laphana umlaleli khona laphana ku-UEFA Champions League yawuthi sibone naye khona laphana insizwa abathu banina bathu Katlego umfoka Khumalo ifuna ukenzani khona laphana ngephola umfana balithatha abafana bayo khona laphana bathina bathi cheese yalithatha abafana bayo khona laphana becheese amlalele yethi sibone bafuna ukenzani khona laphana ngephola yethi sibone bafuna ukenzani ngephola abafana bayo khona laphana becheese balithatha abahlanganisa yethi sibone khona laphana amlalele yalithatha iyalikhomba khona laphana ilisa phakathi khona laphana 18 basebetha ngamakhanda ebona hlangana naye khona laphana umfana bathi banina khona bathi umakamaka ayibone maka ufuna ukenzani ngephola yalithatha libuyisela emuva ufuna ubani na dancing feet yalithatha dancing feet efana khona laphana lihlohonolo balithatha bahlanganisa abafana baye khona laphana Ndengeza mayintengeza yathi sibone khona laphana dancing feet yalithatha lifaka phakathi khona laphana siswini ehlangana naye khona laphana maka awu khona laphana balithatha kalula yabafana baye khona laphana cheese ihlangana naye khona bona Anthony ufuna Ntokozo khona bona ufuna uRiabetse balithatha akalula abafana baye khona bona beNdengeza amayintengeza laphumela ngaphandle kuloko kuzoba noshintsho ekhona laphana iqembu labafana baye khona bona beNdengeza iyaphuma ekhona laphana inkateko umfoka amacheke uyaphuma unkateko khona laphana umfoka amacheke kena yena ekhona laphana uJesse number 17 kena yena akhona laphana uJesse number 17 iqembu labafana bakhona laphana beNdengeza kena yena akhona laphana uJesse number 17 wabafana bakhona laphana beNdengeza yethi sibone ekhona laphana ifuna ukenzani ingephola khona laphana Ndengeza balithatha balisa phezulu ebona khona laphana phezulu bafuna ukenzani ngephola abafana bakhona laphana becheese balithatha bahlanganisa ebona khona laphana bafuna ukenzani ngephola balithatha akalula ebona khona laphana Rocha Amila yalithatha lisa phezulu ebona khona laphana bafuna Eiffel Tower balithatha khona laphana siswini abafana bakhona laphana beNdengeza balithatha balisa khona laphana kusukuda ebona khona laphana bafuna ubani na abona khona laphana chest number 7 balithatha akalula iqembu abafana bakhona laphana bathina bathi cheese ebona cheese ufunikeza ngephola yalithatha uAnthony ufunikeza ngephola ulibisela emuva ufuna khona lapha insizwa bathi banaba bathi Nyakalo umfoka Mugwena yalithatha lisaphezulu bathi nabathi Ndengeza bathatha balifaka esiswini icheese ufunikeza khona lapha ngephola balithatha bahlanganisa abafana bayikhona lapha becheese ayizibone nayi cheese khona lapha ayijene ebona khona lapha uKatlego ufunikeza ngephola ulibisela emuva khona lapha uKatlego hayi khona lapha bahlale ngethuba abafana bayibethengeza bahlala ngethuba abafana bayo khona lapha bethengeza amlalele ihlala ngethuba ekhona lapha intengeza amlalele ihlala ngethuba ekhona lapha intengeza amlalele 4 abafana bayo ekhona lapha intengeza 1 abafana bayo khona lapha icheese tisibone balithatha abafana bayikhona lapha becheese yazibona bafunikeza khona lapha ngephola alithatha balifaka phakathi esiswini ihlangana naye khona lapha Anthony yalithatha ulisa khona lapha ngosukudla yazibona bafunikeza khona lapha ngephola alithatha khona lapha kalula yazibona uthini khona lapha unompempe tisibone uthini khona lapha unompempe uthi free kick yabo khona lapha abafana bayo becheese ithi free kick yabo abafana becheese khona lapha amlalele ithi free kick yabo khona lapha yabafana abecheese ekhona lapha amlalele
uyabona tsatsing la kajeno mkapteni ene se tsatsi la haye ihlila isilence tsa diphoso ba kena ka yena re ka tjho re he was the weakest link islopheng sa yona Ndengeza empa uyabona re ka tjho re mhlankana o haisale akene mane ke bua ka yena Nyakalo le yena mane Zanele ba ile ba leka o etsa diphethuo mane islopheng sa yona a cheese
yethi sibone khona lapha uNtokozo umfoka Chivande yathi sibone ufunikeza khona lapha ngephola yathi sibone nakhona lapha umfana yasebenza itonga laseJericho yasebenza itonga labafana bayikhona lapha beTengeza yasebenza abafana bayikhona lapha intengeza yeba ikhona kick yabo khona lapha yabafana bayikhona lapha becheese yathi sibone ma frustrations yakhona lapha ambaphakathi emsiza khona lapha uNtokozo umfoka Chivande yakhona lapha umlaleli
ke nako e mahlonoko ena concentration level se dina lo re di thowe ha o le tjena jwanong bahlankana ba yona Ndengeza ho tla tlameha re ba ke ba ntshe mahlo nameng hobane ona ke monyetla wa re cheese ba ka ngodisa ntlha ya bona bobedi
awuthi sibone ufunikeza khona lapha uKatlego nanyalithatha ekhona lapha yana ufuna bana ufuna Umthokozo ufunikeza ngephola basebenza ekhona lapha ufana yabona itene yasebenza ekhona lapha uSeshi yasebenza uSeshi ingathi ekhona lapha iyakhokhotha icheese kaniphuke emaqandeni khona lapha icheese ekhona lapha mlaleli 91 minutes yambile khona lapha zambile isikhathi iphotini yekhona lapha amlaleli yethi sibone ekhona lapha ikhona kick yabafana bayikhona lapha becheese balithatha balisephezulu yasebenza isenhle ngisasho kanjalo ayishaye into yakhe unompempe ekhona lapha mlaleli
ehlile Ndengeza isebeditse tsatsing la kajeno me ha ile yona mane cheese re ka tjho re they need to go back to the drawing board ba lokise mo kgwehlanteng hobane ha isale ba tshwere ya bima tsatsing la kajeno yona cheese
ayamba phambili ekhona lapha abafana bayo Ndengeza Ndengeza 4 abafana bayo khona lapha Ndengeza elilodwa eqembile abafana bayo khona lapha icheese ekhona lapha amlalele ukhumbule ekhona lapha ukuthi kusasa 10 o'clock service na ekhona lapha itsalanang anti khona lapha 4 abafana bayo ekhona lapha icheese 1 abafana bayo khona lapha ekhona lapha icheese 4 Ndengeza epheqeleza full time ekhona lapha amlalele wamahle amakhulu ekhona lapha mlela shawenyo Ndengeza alasa abonga khona lapha uSeshi ekhona lokuqala labafana bayikhona lapha Ndengeza Ndengeza Dasha Babonga khona laphana ekhona laphana umfana uSesh egijimile insizwa khona laphana uRoger umfakamila amhlanga ekhona laphana iassist insizwa ekhona laphana uSesh uchikombizo umfo okaNkhobeni adla khona laphana bajabula ekhona laphana abadlali bayo iqembu labo bafana bakhona laphana Ndengeza kanti ayenza impazamo ekhona laphana unozinto bafana bayekhona laphana bechizi ekhona laphana dadla kalula
ehlile re le ra bua ka taba ya gore lebala ha le letle mme bolo e tla tlola mme phoso eo re ka setsho re ka se blame haholo re mqose yena manisiwa Tibane ona e tshwere yona bolo empa ya bophunyuwa ka lebaka la lebala ha o le tjena
ukhumbule ukuthi ekhona laphana libhampi ekhona laphana ipitch yethu ekhona laphana namhlanje ekena yathi sibone na i-free kick ekhona laphana enhle ahlabonga ekhona laphana uNtokozo ekhona laphana amlalele
okatsho mane mhlomong bolo ile wotla lejwe mme heo ya sitisa bolo ya kena karaltanta Tibane bona e bone bolo eo empa ha le tjena ke yona ntlha eo cheese eleng ya ifumana o phumula digapa
yabuya ichizi ekhona laphana itifuna ukulishaya elesibili ya khona laphana bashayi pali yabo phana bayekhona laphana uNkatleo umfo okakhumalo khona laphana lilihle iphola ekhona laphana hlala ngethuba insizwa
ako shebe he dipalopalo di le tsatsama jwa tsatsi la kajeno di nno Ndengezwa ingwe ho cheese le a sheba ball position o ya bona ha isale entse le Ndengeza ilaola papadi ke re ke sheba ka reti tsai papading ena ha di yo tse ileng tsatswa ha le a ro sheba di foul di phoso di robong yona Alexandra 18 yona mani Ndengeza empa ntse ke chokere o tla tlamela ba hlankana ba cheese ba lokise obane ba phoso mane mrao mbali wetsala jwa mpele.
Thank you so much for my commentary team. I'm here with the coach of Cheese, Coach Masilo Mpaneng. Still smiles, but a disappointing game for your team, Coach.
Very disappointing. You know, when you don't do the basics in football, you know, we start late, we arrive late, all those contributing factors. But however, on the pitch, I thought we were too reactive for the whole of the first half. They deserve to punish us. I mean, 3 defensive errors, you can't come back from such. But we all know these tournaments, you know, two-legged affair. There's still a lot of hope. I mean, if they can score 4, why can't we score 6? We just have to tweak a couple of things and then, you know, just look forward to the next game. Yeah.
So what are we fixing here, Coach, going into the next game? Because you still have second leg and you have to get about 4 goals in order to make it through. Because we also saw the first half, they were pressing you really high and your team was really struggling to just even get shots on target.
Number one, personnel will be available. Unfortunately today, due to unforeseen circumstances, we only had 2 on the bench. It doesn't give you much in a tournament of this magnitude. I mean, all the players need to be available so that you know that you have everything you need at your disposal. Yes, we saw the pressing high, and then we do have a recipe for that. The personnel is there. Unfortunately, I have to be that person making excuses for now, but going forward, it's something that we saw, and we definitely looking to tweak. But I was very happy going forward in the second half. We were doing it to them, and it actually looked better. It just shows you that, I mean, they're all footballers, and what they can do, we can also do as well.
A much better second half, hopefully a much better second leg. Thank you so much, Coach.
Looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
That was Coach Masilo Mpaneng of Cheese FC. And I'm joined now by the winning coach, Kinola Masele. Of course, he's from Ndengeza. Coach, a big performance from your team from the onset.
Yeah, it was a very good game, especially for us. We got the goals that we wanted to. So, yeah, we're happy with the win.
Coach, your team came out guns blazing from the onset, and first half they completely dominated. Cheese FC was nowhere to be found. Even your fullbacks were playing half. You know, so your team was very strong and very defensive as well. What was that key element that kept your team together? Because you look like a solid team today.
No, the game plan was to get those quick goals. So that we unsettle them, because we saw the preparation that side. We were warm-upping on the other side. could see that they were not ready. So we said we need to score those 2 quick goals and then unsettle them. And fortunately, we got them. We got those 3, and then we were on top of them.
Manja coach, there's still obviously a second leg, and they only obviously going to want to come back very strong.
Yeah, we know this tournament is home and away, but we're ready. We'll prepare again for the second leg on Tuesday, and make sure that we shut the back door.
Thank you so much, Coach. You shut the back door today. Thank you so much, Coach Kinola.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach. That was Coach Kinolo Marcel, of course, from Ndengeza FC. Very happy today. 4-1 was the scoreline, and that is how we wrap things here at the Robbie Ridge Stadium. But let's remind you of those results from earlier on. We started with First FC, who won 4-1 over Umlilo, and Sanitizers really struggling over against Boko Haram, and BEE also losing to the Rock, and Ndengeza closing off day 1 of our Phillies games in style. And the fixtures for tomorrow, we meet the other half of the teams who are part of this tournament. It is Tsalanang FC who will be starting off things tomorrow with Amandla, and Ward 10 FC will be taking on Isitembi, so that is a big one. Kwara and Ambassadors, and Amarondoli taking on One Lion FC. So you can already see that the fixtures for tomorrow are going to be just as hot and just as exciting as today's one. So tomorrow the festivities do continue here at the Robbie Ridge Stadium. Starting at 10 o'clock is the kickoff. So from us and the entire crew that brought you this amazing production, thank you so much. Cheers, and see you tomorrow.